fine if you're still legally in the United States for the next 90 days, but you don't know that you can come back and finish your degree. You don't know if you can stay and work in the U.S. There are still so many unanswered questions.
The situation really makes me wondering whether this is a good option for international students to come, at least at this stage.
The president's heading to West Point today to deliver the commencement address. The class of cadets graduating includes an honorary member.
Peter Wang was a junior ROTC cadet when he was killed in the 2018 shooting at his school in Parkland, Florida. His teacher, Ernie Rospierski, saw Wang save classmates' lives.
Holding the door, pushing kids through the door while bullets are coming at him. I don't know many adults who could have done that, let alone a 14-year-old boy.
Wang was shot 13 times as he wore his junior ROTC uniform. West Point superintendent says Wang demonstrated the character and attributes the academy seeks out of its graduates. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Our Maurice Dubois tells us about a Memorial Day tradition at Arlington National Cemetery.
There are more than 250,000 soldiers' graves in Arlington National Cemetery, and now each one has received an American flag. It is called the Flag-In honor. The 3rd U.S. Infantry, known as the Old Guard, has helped distribute the flags for every Memorial Day since 1948.
A lot of people flying somewhere for the weekend, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the airlines are prepared.
We're seeing a few cracks or age in the system, right? We're seeing some of that, but yeah, listen, it's ready. It's safe.
The FAA expects record-setting air travel this holiday weekend. About 3.6 million people will be getting on planes. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This could be a record-breaking holiday travel weekend. AAA expects over 45 million Americans will be heading at least 50 miles away from home for the long Memorial Day weekend. That's the highest number in the last 20 years. You've likely packed your clothes, toiletries, and sunscreen for this unofficial start to summer. So do you really need us to remind you to
pack your patience?
It's the most overused cliche said on busy holiday weekends by travel experts,
Pack your patience.
reporters,
pack your patience,
and probably your dad.
Kids, pack your patience.
And while annoying to hear, it is good advice. And to also help keep the stress down, leave early and stay late if you can. And if you're flying, check your flight before heading to the airport and make sure you have your real ID. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What a glorious way to begin a holiday weekend. Main headline: the president says it's a go. Nippon and U.S. Steel. When I first heard about this story, I literally had to stop what I was doing and think and contemplate. All of the time that we have spent talking about it, all of the guests, and more importantly, the hours that have been put in just planning, researching, and a whole lot of prayer. We're going to look at this in our first two segments in this, the very first hour of today's show, by talking about why I think there are two amazing, incredible aspects of this deal that we need to look at. First off, 70,000 jobs. Jobs first, jobs last. 70,000 jobs. Do you understand the thing that I have been talking about for years is generational wealth? When you have a family member who basically does their job and passes that paycheck on to the next generation, and then that generation returns the favor and pays it forward to future generations. It's basically what built this country. And those jobs usually were in manufacturing. And here, those jobs were always with the icon U.S. Steel. But when the global market began to be such a big deal, it kind of cut into our reputation and who we were. But U.S. Steel kept plowing forward with those incredible men and women of the USW. But now, because of the real deal, that is this big deal that the president gave the green light to yesterday, we will now be adding jobs. Not only holding steady and hanging on to those very important USW jobs, but we will be adding jobs. 70,000 jobs. And look, this is a Western Pennsylvania thing, but that great icon that is U.S. Steel, now with his partnership with Nippon moving forward, still work to be done, the footprint will grow across the country, and others will reap the benefits, reap the harvest, if you will. So when you look at this, part one, as we are right now, early on this Saturday morning, before we give you a chance to speak up and cheer this decision, jobs first, jobs last. Hanging on to those generational wealth type of jobs, but not just for this generation, but being able to pass that paycheck into future generations and actually grow the numbers. The president even said 70,000 jobs. Jobs first, jobs last. Now, part two of the president saying yes to the deal. Nippon, U.S. Steel. The building trades. The materials, ancillary jobs. Yes, the carpenters, the electricians, the plumbers, the steam fitters, the pipe fitters. It goes on and on and on. You know, we've been talking for the longest time what has been going on in this country, a trend. Young people graduating from high school, young men and women who rather go off to college, they grab the tool belt and go to work. Put the hard hat on, their hard boots with steel toes, and say, I want to pound out a living, literally and figuratively. There's been a lot of work, but it's going to get even bigger and better now with this $14.9 billion, who's counting, because it's a whole lot of green deal between Nippon and U.S. Steel. And I'm talking cash money on the table, paid in full, cash on delivery. But now we, the USW, those proud men and women that I'm always proud to promote, and yes, the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, and everyone in between who is a member of the building trades, which I will always stand up for, we now have to deliver. I have no doubt that when it's go time, we will get her done. But think about it. Billions of dollars coming into this region. And not just for those who work for U.S. Steel, but those who are connected, whether they work on the railroad, they're a member of the Teamsters driving an 18-wheeler, or working one of those incredible barges up and down one of our many rivers. And that's just the beginning. Let's go to the coal mines in Fayette County, to Katanning, to West Virginia. That, too, will be affected by this. Now, the other thing, business, real estate. You're going to keep your U.S. headquarters downtown and the U.S. Steel Tower, which is a fixture of our skyline and landscape. It's not going anywhere. And if you remember correctly, amongst a number of things, including a $5,000 paycheck bonus to every employee of U.S. Steel when the deal gets finalized, work to be done, but the president saying go for it means so much, and we're racing now to the finish line. But the other thing, we will bring our headquarters from Houston, says Nippon Steel, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So you need occupants in the skyrise, in those high rises downtown. You can get it done now because of this deal. You'll have rent checks, mortgage checks. You'll have people pouring into the streets morning, noon, and night to have lunch, get a bite to eat, happy hour, spend a little money, grab a Port Authority bus. Regional Transit will benefit from this. Happy days are here again. This is a game changer, and that's the second reason. But there are so many others. But the most important is jobs first, jobs last, and the other, those who will blossom and benefit from this deal who don't directly work for U.S. Steel. It is a win-win, the real deal. I'm so happy. I cannot tell you how ecstatic I am about this. This is going to give us an opportunity to do things in this region that I never thought we would have the capability to do. And I just want to thank the president. I want to thank everybody involved, from U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel, to the great union that is USW. And I know it's not there yet, but I am breathing a whole lot easier. And I tell you this because I mean it. My job has always meant one thing: to promote, produce, and create, to generate, to make you think, to make you communicate, but also use this as a bully pulpit at times to remember the most important thing in this region. If you want better health care, stronger schools, stronger foundation, roads and bridges, the family, the nuclear unit staying together under that house and growing into the future and creating memories of their own, it always has been about jobs. And all of the problems in our country, I could go from A to Z and Z to A, it has begun and end with the loss of the middle class in this country. This will not only solidify a strong middle class, but thanks to Nippon Steel, we will be able to forge into the future and make our economy grow, help that great nation of Japan grow, and more importantly, form two of the greatest names in the history of steel manufacturing, partnering up, and becoming one, learning from each other, incredible cultures blending together, moving forward. This is a fresh coat of paint that will shine for generations and give us an opportunity to make steel, big steel in this region, and be competitive on the global stage for the next 100 years. No matter how you look at it, this deal is go time. Your calls coming up next. 866-391-1020. It's a very happy Saturday for your Pratt Pack here in KDKA land. Good morning.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market, with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neill Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0, series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks, 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDKA, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, today I am really going to give all of you an opportunity to talk about this, so light it up. Come on, let's go. This is a day that we should all be up early with a big smile on our face, heading into Memorial Day weekend, something to give thanks about, and more importantly, remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and those who have served, and we're going to be doing more on that on the Monday night edition of my program. But today, U.S. Steel, your thoughts, 866-391-1020. This is a great day for our region and our country, and again, thanks to the president and others for looking at the big picture. Now, today, we can't get them all in here, but listen, I've had every mayor on from every community. Some of them were actually on with my buddy Michael Bartley last night, but we are going to try to squeeze a couple of very important people into the show today. One is the mayor of Turtle Creek, Adam Forgy, who happens to be also running for the same seat that Summer Lee has coming up in the election that'll be next year. We're going to talk to him about what this means nationally for us as well. And then at 7 o'clock, Audrey Russo, who really was the first to kind of, let me know that Bloomberg was reporting the deal was done. She had an article in the Post-Gazette not too long ago talking about why this works, why it needs to get done. We're going to talk to her about the significance of why all the technology in this region never been a better place for this deal to get done, and how technology is going to take the steel industry to heights that you and I have never seen while continuing to use the human element. And then probably the most important mayor in this entire thing, because he worked for U.S. Steel for 30 years. He's in the heart of it. Nobody has done more to promote it. Rich Latanzi, my buddy from Clairton, will be here at 7:30. So I got a jam-packed show today, and we will continue to talk about this going into next week. But right now, it's just a chance for you to talk and just sing the praises. I mean, look, do you understand what this has done? This has saved our region. This has saved our city. This has saved our identity. There's so much to this. Let's go to John in Greentree. Then we'll get to Ken and Craig. Go ahead, John. Good morning.
Hey, Rob, by President Trump stalling and delaying, didn't they tack on an extra billion on the deal?
Couple of billion, yep.
Couple billion. Maybe that was his plan all along.
It was. He just, listen, he wanted to get a better deal. He just wanted to let the thing simmer for a while and, just let them think a little bit, and wanted to know how bad they wanted it. There was no way, honestly, even though I was worried, especially when the former President Joe Biden, put the gavel down, I was really worried about this. But then I kept thinking about it. I'm like, he's bringing in all these foreign entities and these companies and bringing in all this money to our country, and he wants to make that revolving door work both ways. There's no way a guy who grew up in manufacturing and real estate and concrete and brick and mortar, there's no way he's going to let this deal. And when I found out he was coming to Pittsburgh May 30th, that's exactly, I said, this guy's going to come and stand up and salute the world when this deal gets done. So he knew what he was doing. Whether you like this guy or not, he's pretty shrewd when it comes to business. All right, appreciate the call. Good stuff. Let's go to Ken Lowerborough. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Yeah, you're looking at a president that has brought in over $1 trillion in new businesses in this country. This region, that's great. You ought to be happy. You've been on the sidelines for this for a very long time. I mean, it's just that I think you ate breakfast and ate dinner and thought about this before you went to bed. But like I said, this deal was a great deal, and under Biden, it may have been a good deal, but it's a lot better now, and the money is there. But here's the thing we have to watch out for. We planted the seed, but you got to look at these mayors. These mayors wanted this. Now, you're going to have to give a hand out to these. No, what did I not see about U.S. Steel on the news while this deal was going through for the past 6 months or whatever? No EPA regs. No fines on the companies. Now, the news media needs to leave this company alone and let it grow, if it's going to grow. I'm sorry to say, but business has to be business to survive, and this region needs that. This area up here where I'm at out in Westmoreland County, we're trying to do better things, but even with administrators like people that are in charge of the county, we're spending tens of millions of dollars in wasting things up this way. We can't have waste. We have to have the people that are here be happy that their taxpayer money is being spent wisely. And at this point, certain things they're spending in Schreiber $40 million on a dead industry up there. I mean, we've lost businesses. We continue to lose businesses. And what we're doing, we're penalizing the taxpayers of Westmoreland County for trying to rip down old buildings that businesses may not come into. And when the county got a hold of it, it became a non-taxable entity. We need tax money here for the people, businesses that will grow. There's so many different things that are going on up at this end. And we had the loss of Penn State up here. I mean, we knew it was coming. The head of Penn State was running it into the ground. And they let him walk away in retirement. But he got caught, and unfortunately we lost the school because of his incompetence up this way. But like I said, I'm glad for you. I'm happy Nippon Steel's going, and that's just, we need more. We need more up here.
Well, let me just tell you about the Penn State thing, and that did sadden me. And, we are going to survive, at least for today, with the Beaver County location. But a lot of this has to do with the crumbling of our infrastructure and what has happened in the steel industry and what's happened in other aspects of manufacturing. And maybe, just maybe, this thing will kind of start reversing things. And, some of these places that have suffered a very long time with population numbers will get a boost out of this because there will be more people moving into this region. That's another thing that we haven't even touched as far as the population is concerned, because you're going to have people coming from Japan and all over the country to help build these facilities and refurbish. I mean, this is going to be all hands on deck. I don't think listen, this is, I think, going to even be bigger than the cracker plant. And the cracker plant was the largest construction project that the country had seen in over 50 years. And I got to say, especially if they're going to build a brand new steel mill along with refurbishing Edgar Thompson and all the things they're going to do around the country, $14.9 billion, this could be a real game changer for sure.
Well, the cracker plant was great, I do admit, but at the beginning of it, they were shutting it down. Things were going wrong. They were fining them. You got to let business at least get started before, get them. They have to crawl before they walk, and they hit them quick. The Penn State thing up here, I understand the loss of population, but if the head of chancellor wasted millions of dollars in a dead town, and the main campus up here in New Kent, he didn't put any money up there. That's where the money needs to be. And it's just bad. It's bad decisions made by people in charge. And you got to have smarter people in charge, unfortunately. I mean, you can see where they waste. The people that are listening to me now, they know where this Penn State chancellor wasted the money in town. They know it.
So what's going on? Let me ask you something. I haven't been there in a while. What's going on in New Kensington? I always liked New Kensington.
Well, let's see. One of the worst school districts in the state. I mean, one of the worst school districts. Safety 5 years ago was terrible. Terrible in New Kensington. They made it a little better, and the roads are horrible. I defy the mayor of New Kensington to find me 10 roads that don't have potholes in them. And it's just not there. And like I said, Schreiber, they bought Schreiber, turned it a business industry that was paying taxes, and the city bought it. So it turned it into a non-taxable entity, so they lost money there. Then the county had to bail them out, so it's still a non-taxable entity. On our county taxes, we have a separate tax now. They're saying it's because the loss of, I think it was the loss of money they needed for the pension, but they had $10 million extra till they wasted it on Schreiber. So between Schreiber and New Kent and the county, I think they're pouring $40 million into 71 acres along the river. And how much more are we going to pour in?
All right. Well, let me get back to this U.S. Steel story, because this is big. And look, for all of you, I mean, Anthony, and Ted and everyone, you all should be just wanting to talk about this today. I mean, Kathy and Imperial. I mean, everyone. This is what we've been talking about. This has been the pulse of my show, morning, noon, and night. You know, we in our news department, we've even done editorials on it. This is a massive deal. This is going to help. You know, I mean, even in that Mon Valley, the Catholic Church is retired steelworkers. This is such a. I mean, I would pray, you're at synagogue today or you're going to Mass or church this weekend. If you're from here, especially in the Mon Valley, the Ohio Valley, the Beaver Valley, you should hit your knees and say a prayer because this is something to be so excited about. This is a great day. This is a victory for all of us. We have finally got to the finish line, or we're close. Let's put it that way. I'm going to tell you something. I only slept like 3 hours last night, but I'm wide awake. I am wide awake. This literally was such a game changer for me yesterday. Just unbelievable. All right, 866-391-1020. Here's Greg up on Mount Washington. Hey, Greg.
My man, praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Rob, you helped them out 100%. Your PR skills helped them immensely. I was so happy when I seen that on the news yesterday. Oh, my God. You know, I came from that era, man. That's how I ended up downtown working. I used to work for a railroad. And we did work through J&L and U.S. Steel. And I lost my job through that, man, when Ronald Reagan got in. And it was a long way coming back, but I came back, Rob, and I get my Social Security and my pension now, man. And I hope everybody in the Mon Valley, all them places, all get good jobs. Everything happens for the best. And God bless them for bringing that deal through. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
All right, Greg. Yeah, I think that's how we all feel right now. This is just such a satisfying feeling. I mean, do you understand? We'll talk more about this on the other side of the news. But do you understand what this is going to do for job security? I mean, you understand what this is going to do for the USW? You understand what this is going to do for, places like, think about this. Clairton, Braddock, West Mifflin, East Pittsburgh. It's going to give them a chance to start building and producing. Look, you're going to have international companies, national companies, companies that are going to be starting up because of this. If they need a welding company, there's going to be a welding company, new trucking companies, existing trucking companies. This is going to be such a boom for this region. Freshly paved streets. One of the things that the Royal Dutch Shell did when they were building that cracker plant, they had to really fix the infrastructure around that location along the Ohio River. So bridges got fixed, roads got made and freshened up. I can't even tell you the amount of concrete, steel, rebar. Building trades, 8,000, the rental equipment, millions of dollars worth of rental equipment. But the shops, the eateries, the little diner, the bar at the end of the street, Catholic schools, public schools, parishes, synagogues, all of this is going to benefit from this story. And families will stay together. That's the most important thing. 866-391-1020. Your thoughts on the president saying it's a go. Nippon U.S. Steel. More of your calls next.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. After President Trump threatened the EU with a 50% tax on all its imports, its trade commissioner says they want to make a deal.
I'm not looking for a deal. I mean, we've set the deal. It's at 50%.
He's also imposing a 25% tariff on Apple if they don't start making iPhones in America. A federal judge issued a temporary restraining order preventing the Trump administration from revoking Harvard's ability to enroll international students.
You don't know that you can finish your degree. You don't know if you can stay and work in the U.S. There's still many unanswered questions.
Wondering whether this is a good option for international students to come, at least at this stage.
The FAA expects record-setting air travel this holiday weekend, but Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says they are prepared.
We're seeing a few cracks or age in the system, right? We're seeing some of that, but yeah, listen, it's ready. It's safe.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Call Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Registration is now open for the 2025 Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. One great weekend takes place the last Saturday and Sunday of September. From the 5K to the 10K to the Dollar Bank Junior Great Race, there's a start line for everyone. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's a Thursday. I'm Colin Dunlap. I'm not here.
Hey, it's your Pratt Pack, and I am so excited because of the news. And, you know, we have like a wall of TVs here at Odyssey KDK in the newsroom where Rob Taylor is already preparing his 6 a.m. news. And I look up, and every monitor has got the U.S. Steel logo on it. And it just keeps coming back, keeps coming back. Nippon Steel keeps coming back, keeps coming back. I told you this would be big. And I know a lot of you probably are like me. It's almost surreal, right? But if you want to talk about it, and if you work for the brand, you work for the brand, whatever. Past, present, maybe in the future you'd like to, or you just live in those communities, you want to talk about it. And if you're one of the beloved politicians that I had on, I mean, painstakingly, even came out and visited you to do social media stuff, you're always welcome here. We just have a limited time, Saturday and Sunday morning, because of all of the paid programming things we have. So I did line up a couple of guests late last night. Coming up after the news at 6:30, the mayor of Turtle Creek, Adam Forgy, Audrey Russo, who kind of gave me the story via Bloomberg, just literally before it blew up everywhere else. And I was able to get up on social media and do a few things. She'll be here talking about why now more than ever technology in Pittsburgh is going to help this process and make it more seamless, stronger, and better for future generations in the steel industry, and why the human element is still so very important, the great brand that is the USW. It's 7:30. A guy who has fought harder, I don't know who, than this guy. He's in the heart of it all. 30 years, card-carrying member of the USW, worked in the steel industry, worked in the Mon Valley, Edgar Thompson. He is none other than Mayor Rich Latanzi of Clareton, so he'll be here today as well. I know Michael Bartley had a lot of my friends on last night. Rob's going to recap all that stuff and share some of the stuff that I have throughout the day in our news department. But let me just say this. What I'm really excited about, and I've always believed this, I mean, even in the worst of times, I always believed that somehow, some way, that we would find a way to give these river communities and these communities that were the industrial giants of their time a chance to have a facelift. You know, I was just seeing what U.S. Steel did for Braddock for their library, and I was looking at that yesterday, and I know what they're doing for their football field. And see, people don't talk about these stories enough, and they should. And I really wish I could get Mr. Barrett or Mr. Morey on the air, but I know that's not going to happen. But I'm just so grateful for these two gentlemen who have done everything humanly possible to get this done. And you could see in their eyes and their demeanor that it really wasn't about them. I mean, they know where they're at in life. They know where they're going and what they've achieved. It's about the workforce. It's about their rank and file. It's about growing an opportunity. And listen, Nepal's not going to spend that kind of money unless they know this is a great deal for both sides. And it is. And they're going to have a chance to make money, which is wonderful. And with the tariffs and everything that's happening right now, this is going to benefit us in this country. You see, not only is U.S. Steel going to be partnering with them to make steel for around the world, but here in our country too, and vice versa. It's going to be such an incredible opportunity. But what I don't think any of you understand, because I've seen it firsthand, wait till you see the construction. Wait till you see the movement, the amount of heavy equipment, all the things that go with it, the thousands of carpenters and people that are going to be going there every day and on their way buying stuff for their breakfast, their lunch, maybe a late dinner on their way home. They need a piece of clothing as far as their working gear is concerned. But it's going to give these communities in the Mon Valley to maybe those who need a grocery store or two, those who need a bank, a clothing place, a shop, a diner of some sort. And I got to tell you, if I was 20 years younger, I'd be turning this microphone off and I'd be heading to some place and getting me an old bar that hasn't been operating for years, where I'd open up a bar somewhere on Main Street in one of these towns and I'd serve the best food, the coldest beer, and I'd say, USW workers, welcome, and I would be open till 2 in the morning and reopen at 7 in the morning. We are going to see an influx of people in the Mon Valley that none of us have seen in our lifetime. Even in the 60s and 70s when I was growing up, the steel industry was already starting to feel whatever, but it just didn't feel right. And by the time we got to the late 70s and the gas rationing and double-digit inflation in the Jimmy Carter administration, then Ronald Reagan, who many, and I'm starting to see now, didn't really do all that much to save the steel industry, it basically evaporated, disappeared. It was gone from the landscape like a magician waving a magic wand. But now, abracadabra, it could all reappear. And I'm still somewhat young enough that maybe I'll have a chance to see some of this stuff come to fruition. It's going to probably take a good 10 years to get all the stuff done and the grass seed planted, and more importantly, people to come in and start doing business. I can tell you right now, property values going up in these communities. There are people inquiring about empty real estate or the possibility of adding something that, to an existing place, or even buying a place that's been run by the same family forever. Think about it. Local bakeries. I mean, there's so many things that could come from this. But then you think of all of the other building trades. You think of like Teamsters, truck drivers. Listen, I know so many people in the trucking industry. I mean, it would blow your mind. Talking to Pat Gallagher, PGT Trucking's brother, not too long ago. We were just chatting it up one day. I've known those two forever. And it's a windfall. I have so many people that work on the railroad. This is going to be massive for Norfolk Southern and CSX. This is, and you think about one of the things that we struggled with in recent years were coal cars, right? Coal hoppers and coal from the mines in West Virginia. Now we're going to need it more than ever. So that's going to ramp up freight trains. It's going to create more opportunities for people to matriculate from being a brakeman, a conductor, to an engineer, working in the yard. I mean, working in the roundhouse, fixing trains. I mean, it's just out of sight when you think about what's going to happen here. And yeah, some young man or woman can take the place of their mother or father or grandparent and go to work in the steel industry. This is an exciting time in our country. Embrace it. Talk to me about it. This is something we've been waiting for years. And Mr. President Donald J. Trump said, enough, let's do this thing. All right, Kathy in Imperial. Hey, Kath, good morning.
Hey, Rob. Well, I couldn't not call you after you, said, hey, Kathy in Imperial, what do you think of this? So I will. Yeah, this is exciting. It just goes along with, the mantra for the Trump administration is one of them is promises made, promises kept. He ran on this in his campaign. He's worked hard to let the people of America know that this is our home. He wants to see us manufacturing here, our own products here, because first of all, we have the ability to do it. And he's making way all over the place for that to happen. And from being, this is my hometown. I went to school downtown Pittsburgh on Smithfield Street at Pittsburgh Beauty Academy. I remember how the city was then and just growing up how it was. And it is beyond exciting to think that all that life is going to come back. I'm just over the moon about it. I mean, the whole narrative that, this was a security risk with Japan, that's another thing too. Obviously that's been looked into a great deal because President Trump does care about our safety, and I trust that, we're secure in that way. That was a big hot button for everybody. Well, because of the history with Japan and all that. So anyway, yeah, Rob, this is an endless possibilities.
Well, here's the thing, Kath. There is just no way this guy was going to let this thing slip through his fingers, because this is his whole blueprint. This is his business. This is what he does. He just wanted them to think a little bit. Honestly, in a way, as much as, I'm happy he's doing what he's doing, it's another indication of the stars were aligned. With all due respect, and obviously he's dealing with some health challenges, my thoughts and prayers go out to him, but if Kamala Harris would have won, or he would have won for re-election and got elected, we would have probably lost U.S. Steel. And
no doubt about it, yeah.
And that would be costing thousands upon thousands upon thousands of families a paycheck. I mean, do you understand now they're going to be able to buy homes again? We talk about affordable housing. That was the big thing with the mayor's race. Bottom line is people are going to be able to afford to buy their own houses now because of those paychecks. That's what affordable housing is all about.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you do. You work for what you get, and now the door has been opened for that. And, I think all across the board, we're going to see that. I mean, this is hitting home right now, but all across the board, these types of things are happening. And he put it out there that this is going to be the golden age of America. And I believe with things like this continuing to happen, it will be, and, that on top of that, and the new administration in Pittsburgh, whoever that may be, which I feel like we really needed. I don't think Mr. Gainey was what the city needed. Let's just put it that way at this time. And he had his areas where he had passion for, but it wasn't what we need right now, and that's exciting too. So those two things partnered together with U.S. Steel coming back to life and new administration in Pittsburgh. I'm getting pretty excited about that, Rob.
Me too. Kath, good hearing from you. Thanks for calling. And listen, I did call certain people out that have been part of my show for years talking about this, because it's your chance to bask in the glory as well, because you've been a proponent of it. So I'd love to hear from you. We've got about another hour and 15 minutes of open talk. We have a couple of guests lined up as well. I'd love to hear from you. We actually have more than that, because we're in open talk till 8 o'clock today. No Pittsburgh Works at 7. So your thoughts about it. I mean, this is just a really good day. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. We'll be back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neill Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0, series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDK, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Don't miss your chance to step up and make a difference for 56 local health and human services agencies in this year's Highmark Walk for a Healthy Community. To register for the walk or just to donate, visit Highmark online at walkforahealthycommunity.org. 100% of all funds raised goes directly to the local nonprofit organization of your choice. So step up, let's get walking, and let's make a difference in our community and ourselves. Sign up or donate today. See you Saturday, June 14th at 8:30 a.m. at 400 North Shore Drive in Pittsburgh.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, the other thing that nobody really is looking at, and we're going to take a look at it right now, you know, we've lost so many, like, those resources that we really count on and need. You know, we joke about certain things, you know, like, you know, okay, the streets didn't get plowed. What's the big deal? Yeah, but if you're basically snowed in, and you're in a community that you need to get out and go to work or do what you need to do, and, you know, there was never a problem back in the day, but now if it's a slight dusting and a little bit of a freeze thaw and there's a little thin coating of ice on Main Street and you can't get from point A to point B because you don't have the resources, you've already run out of salt, and you don't have the money to buy it, it's a big deal. Trash pickup. Don't have money to pay those who do it. Your fire department may be a volunteer fire department, but you don't have the resources to be able to maintain your equipment. And the most important part, you're going to be able to pay police officers a good wage. And you're going to have them wanting to be a part of it because they know that there's people generating money in that community, and that community is growing as opposed to declining. Wouldn't it just be wonderful to start seeing us adding in the plus column as opposed to subtracting? Do you realize how much we have had to subtract in recent years when it comes to communities? I mean, even the community I live in now, community I used to live in, I don't know why I was thinking of this morning when I pulled out of my house about 3 a.m. I was at the red light, and I was looking over the bridge thinking about Rochester, where I once lived, and I was thinking about New Brighton, where a little bit further where I once lived, and now I've been in Monaca long time between Part A and Part B. And just thinking about how this is actually even going to benefit us there. It will, because there'll be companies that'll be doing business with U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel. And I have friends who are steel workers who make the trip to Edgar Thomson every day. I have members who are in the trucking industry who drive those 18-wheelers every day. People that I can look out of my front window and look down on the Ohio River who are on those barges who make a living. The railroad tracks across the way, Norfolk Southern, the railroad tracks behind me, CSX. All of these people are going to benefit because of this. All of them are going to benefit from it. And we need to understand now more than ever that if we do not continue to promote opportunities like this, Shame on us. I mean, do you understand what this could do? Do you understand the amount of stability this could give our country? Having an opportunity to do things with money that we haven't seen in generations. And it's going to be clean burning. It's going to be environmentally sound. It's going to be brand new stainless shining steel, glistening steel. They're going to build from the ground up. Just imagine you're driving down the street and there's this giant Victorian home. I mean, just absolutely breathtaking. You know, and I'll give you an example. A house went up for sale in my neighborhood. So, you know, I like to Zillow and check to do those virtual tours. And I'm looking at this virtual tour, and I get halfway through it, and I just shut it down. Because I said, I'll never be able to afford that. And I'm happy where I'm at. But, I mean, you're like, it just isn't going to happen. So don't even waste your time. So I just shut it down, okay? And then I kind of go back to cutting my own grass and weeding and doing what I have to do and realize that it'll never be done. So when I pass this house on to my kids, they're going to have to make the most out of it, right? But anyway, it'd be like if you're driving down a road and you see this giant Victorian house, you know, in a great community like Squirrel Hill, Shady Side, Oakland, whatever, okay? And you're like, I got a checkbook that's unlimited. I'm going to get that house and I'm going to paint it the color I want. I'm going to put the drapes the way they were back in the 18th or 19th century. I'm going to put carpeting in there. That's what U.S. Steel is going to go through. Nippon's going to come in here, Edgar Thompson, all those three entities, and basically go in and just tear everything down. It's like, you know, one of those do-it-yourself home improvement projects that you see. They get a sledgehammer, and they bust up the kitchen counter, and they knock down walls. That's what they're going to do with this. And it's going to be all brand new. It's going to be incredible. We are never, ever in our lifetime going to see anything like this again. And we're a part of it. And what it's also going to do is going to give that young man or woman in a classroom in places like West Mifflin, Thomas Jefferson, Clairton, who just sit there and are like, I don't want to go to college. I just want to go to work like my mom or dad or my grandmother or grandfather did. I want to work at Edgar Thompson. And you know what? They're only going to know, like if you're a sophomore in high school right now and you're a child of a steel worker, the conversations around the table, maybe if it's the breakfast table today, Dad, Mom have a rare weekend off, you know, 3 days, a holiday weekend. Dad's like, you know, we're going to go to Kennywood today and we're going to celebrate. Because not only are we going to be able to celebrate for many years to come, but now you're going to have an opportunity if you want to get in the steel industry, because you've always said you wanted to be just like dear old Dad or Mom. By the time you get out of school, if all goes right, they'll be really close to cutting the ribbon. I mean, think about it. Fresh concrete. Lights going on in buildings that have been dark forever. Police officers maybe being able to travel by two in a cruiser that's brand new. A brand new fire engine. Street cleaning, things that you need. Tax base, money coming into these communities. So they're not doing fundraisers to make it work. They're having fun because they're raising money. You know, I've been thinking about all these mayors. I mean, from Swissvale and Rankin, I met them all. West Mifflin, East Pittsburgh, Braddock Hills, North Braddock, Braddock Borough, Braddock. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Clairton. How they must feel today. How it must just be a completely different vibe waking up today knowing that we slayed the biggest dragon in the room. This thing could have went in such a wrong direction. It could have went in such a wrong direction, but it didn't. Because we never took our foot off the pedal. You know, there may be a family business that does laundry, could be anything, dry cleaning, within the region of one of these mills. And now they got an opportunity. They got an opportunity. Or the local barbershop or hairdresser. I mean, it's limitless. You know, somebody had a family bar for 3 generations wondering if they can hold on. Now they can. Maybe a new Sheetz convenience store. Hey, maybe a Coons Market someday. Who knows? I mean, think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about money being spent. Fresh money, new money, and paychecks. So you do the due diligence. Say you have 5,000 building trades members come there, okay? Making $35 an hour. Multiply that, of course, times 8. times 5, take out 25% at the most for whatever. You're still going to have a nice paycheck, but they always have a few bucks in their pocket, and they also have the ability to go spend money in these communities. I'm going to tell you right now, I just hope that if and when this thing does get finalized, because it ain't over till it's over, that everybody sits down and realizes how fortunate we are that Nippon did not walk away. Nippon sees something in us that I think we need to start seeing in all of us by looking in the mirror and realizing we have something to prove, something to do. So I'm really excited. All right, coming up right after Rob checks the news, back to your phones. We've got some calls waiting in the wings. And then at 6:30, the mayor of Turtle Creek, Adam Forgey. 7 o'clock, Audrey Russo. And at 7:30, the mayor of Clairton, Rich Latanzi. But this really is an opportunity for you to talk, to express, because this really is all about you, especially those of you who live in these areas that are affected by it, which you have seen evaporate. Maybe some boards come off some windows. Maybe we get some life again. Look, it ain't going to happen overnight. But these school districts, that's something else we're going to talk about, who've been struggling for the longest time. The numbers as far as graduation rate, well below 100 in some of the most historic schools in this region. Maybe that all changes now. Maybe we have families saying we can stay. Think about if you're in your 40s and you're working for USW at Edgar Thompson. You're breathing a big sigh of relief right now. Now you can see yourself getting to the finish line. And isn't that what life is all about? All right, Jane, West Mifflin, she's going to join us on the other side. Love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. Rob's got the news. Then we're coming back with more of your Pratt Pack on this glorious Saturday in Pittsburgh and our country. The president saying it's a go. Get it done. Nippon and U.S. Steel.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling with great news.
Air Pro and Bryant are now offering the $1,000 rebate program. Buy a furnace, take $1,000 off. Add a central air conditioning system, take another $1,000 off. That's $2,000 savings.
Plus up to 60 months interest-free financing or low 3.9% interest, subject to credit approval. So call someone you know. Call Air Pro Heating and Cooling at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 47 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump on Friday afternoon announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the site Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur within the next 14 months. The exact details on the partnership were not announced by President Trump or the two steelmakers, but Trump did say he would be in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally, end quote. Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for nearly $15 billion in December 2023, but lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. News of the partnership has elicited reaction from many elected officials in Amman Valley, including West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly, telling KDKA-TV,
when you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
Stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. 4 people are in custody after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the Waterfront Shopping Center. That incident happened Friday. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV reported out of Whitaker, and moments later a chase ensued. The SUV was seen going towards the Lowe's at the Waterfront before crashing into a tree near the store. Those in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 toward the river and 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. Police caught up with all 4 alleged suspects, and an investigation into the incident is underway. CBS News correspondent Jim Crisula reports a famed musician taking a break as he deals with health concerns.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Billy Joel is canceling all of his scheduled concerts. The 76-year-old piano man has revealed on social media that he's being treated for a condition that involves a buildup of fluid in the brain that can cause neurological symptoms. Joel says he's been dealing with hearing, vision, and balance issues. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
The July 5th concert scheduled for Acrisure Stadium with Billy Joel and Rod Stewart has been canceled as well. If you bought tickets, you will be automatically refunded. KDK Radio News Time coming up on 6:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Memorial Day is a federal holiday to honor American military personnel who died while serving in the armed forces. It is a day for visiting cemeteries and memorials for the 1.9 million service members who died in the line of duty. This year we want to share a story about a Marine killed in action during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Sergeant Michael Bitts was a close friend of Marine veteran Devlin Robinson and died rescuing wounded soldiers during a battle near Nasirah. On the Big K Morning Show, now State Senator Robinson said Sergeant Bitts died when his vehicle was hit by a mortar round. Robinson said his friend was funny, a Marine's Marine, and a father of 5.
His wife was pregnant while he was killed, so he never got to meet the 5th child.
Robinson says he thinks of Sergeant Bitts frequently. His fallen friend is only one of the Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. honor them this weekend.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, a tradition that we have been doing for almost, 40 years now, paying tribute to the men and women of the military Memorial Day weekend. We'll do our show Monday night. Lots of things lined up. I hope you'll be here to join me for my Memorial Day show Monday night at 6 on KDKA. Here's Jane in West Mifflin. You're on KDKA. Hi, Jane.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
I've never called a radio station before, so I'm a little bit nervous. But you're the first person I thought of when this Nippon Steel deal went through, because I know how hard you've been fighting for it and talking about it. And I just want to congratulate all of our mayors for working so hard. I've been sending letters and emailing and everything to try to push. Of course, no one's going to hear me. But my husband's a steam fitter. My son-in-law is a railroad engineer for Norfolk. And I have a 20-year-old grandson who's hoping for an opportunity. And I just feel like this black veil's been lifted off of the Mon Valley. And I'm just so excited for this area. And go ahead.
No, I just want to say I think you're the shining example of what I was saying. This really affects more people than just those in the steel industry. And your family is going to benefit from this in so many ways. And I'm so happy for you. And look, much more than me, but it was my bully pulpit. And yeah, there were people saying, come on, Rob, enough already. And I just couldn't take my foot off the pedal. Even on my own dime, I was out doing social media videos. And I really cared about this because I knew what was at stake. And now we have a business that we can take stock in and have a stake in for the future when it comes to people like your children and grandchildren. So the big picture is it's not so much for you or I, Jane, but it's for your children and grandchildren as it is for mine.
Exactly.
And I'm very happy.
Rising tides raise all ships. So let's go.
All right.
I'm just so excited. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Listen, that's the type of call that I want to get from everybody listening today that is connected directly or non-directly connected to U.S. Steel. This is massive. And if there was anybody I wanted to hear from today, it's this guy, Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, take your time. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Well, this conclusion was the only one that could happen if we got the politics out the way and got one man out of the way, which is McCall, who was holding this whole thing up. You know, and unfortunately, he's had a lot of influence with the senators, including Fetterman, but McCormick wasn't falling for the nonsense. Anyone who knows anything about McCall knows he wanted Cleveland Cliffs to get involved in this. He wants them to be the only player. So you have Steel went bankrupt. So what? Good. And Cleveland Cliffs could buy it for 50 cents on the dollar or a dime on the dollar. So, and you saw everyone else was happy about the outcome, which was the only right outcome, except McCall. And the people have to look at this because the rank and file was all for this. When I keep hearing people say, oh, the union was an impediment. No, the union was an impediment. The union leadership was an impediment. And they swayed more influence with the government than the rank and file. What Trump did was listen to the rank and file, which is what you're supposed to do. So I have no problem with this. It was the right thing to do. He couldn't sit here and tell folks that he's trying to bring corporations back to America and not approve this deal. Because you have someone a Japanese company wants to invest in America. No different than when Toyota or any other car company build in America. I mean, it was just too easy, and it was being surrounded by ignorance. And now it's not, and that's a good thing. That's what a president is supposed to do. I expect that from Donald Trump or any other president who's not being influenced by unions, who like McCall was trying to do. And so it's good for our area, and it was the right thing to do, which we've been saying since the time we heard this Rob, you and I have talked on this issue. I told you why they're doing it. It's not altruistic. It's a good deal for Nippon. There's no tariffs now on Nippon steel. There's no tariffs, and they could ship to Europe. It's easier than shipping from the Far East. But they're making the proper investments. Thank goodness. And they're keeping the headquarters here. Who that's why when McCall was saying that, you have to understand, what is he saying? They're keeping the headquarters in Pittsburgh. Cleveland Cliffs wasn't going to do that. So it's a benefit for, now it's something less you and I have to talk about. Now we could talk about all the other shenanigans that the Trumpsters up to. But now this one is off the table. And that's a good thing.
Anthony, let me ask you, big picture, how do you see this thing unfolding, say 5, 10, 15 years down the road? What happens?
I see the Nippon working with the unions, modernizing the plants. There's going to be automation. There's going to be automation on all their steel plants around the country, which is needed. Rob, these steel plants, when you look at them, compared to the Japanese and what happens in Germany or other places where they're still doing steel, are dilapidated. Man, they're 100-year-old, 200, 150-year-old steel plants. They've needed investment. And U.S. Steel didn't have the money to invest. And it wasn't any Elon Musk or Bezos coming to the rescue. Warren Buffett. Do you ever hear Warren Buffett talk about acquiring U.S. Steel? No. It's not a moneymaker. It's still a dirty process. But it's cleaner when it's modernized. And the Japanese know how to do it better than anybody. How did they learn how to do it? We taught them. So how they're doing is repaying America for teaching them the skills on how to make steel. If anybody, and when I was a part of U.S. Steel back almost 50 years ago, we had classes on how the America taught from steel making around the world, coming from Ireland with Andrew Carnegie and that group. He brought those steel making from Ireland to America. That's how he became, in the other century, the richest man in the world. So we know how to do it, and we taught them how to do it, but we didn't make the investments. So that's where we're at, man. It's a good thing.
Do you think these communities that, I've been talking to all these mayors, will they get a facelift? Will they benefit? Will there be new businesses? Will it help their schools, their tax base? Do you think in the big picture it'll help them too?
Yes, because most times the Japanese executives will move in these areas. They'll refurbish some of those homes that are dilapidated. Those are good homes out there, and unfortunately, they don't have the resources to build them up. So yes, it's a good thing. They're going to they're moving it from Texas here, a right to work state. They don't have to do that. I mean, people go on emotion, Rob. You've been talking to me for more than 30 years. I don't come with emotion. I come with facts anytime we talk, Rob. Now, people may not like those facts or maybe even agree with me, but I don't come in here with hyperbole and making up things on emotion. That's never been my style.
Well, I know one thing. I'm kind of exhausted, to be honest with you, because it's just been such a whirlwind. And last night, just like really, I was like a sponge. I mean, I was done. I had no strength left because I just couldn't believe that somebody actually did the right thing. Even though it's not done yet and anything can happen, at least the big picture, this guy, whether you like him or not, said, you know what? It's about jobs first, jobs last, billions coming here, keeping steel in Pittsburgh, keeping the process moving forward, global economy, doing exactly what I want some of these other companies to do, to come here, build, and live. So why not? And at least he got it, And
he would look like a hypocrite if he's going after Apple for not building in America, but you have a Japanese company who wants to partner up with an American company to modernize their plant and tell them no. I mean, that's stupid. It's hypocrisy. And he would have been called out on it, and I would have been one of the first to do it. But now it's a good thing. And, I'm very reluctant to say anything nice about Donald J. Trump. But on this, he did the right thing. And I wish, unfortunately, Biden would have also, but he was more influenced by McCall and that crowd than the rank and file. And when you do that, when you don't listen to the rank and file, is when you get in trouble. Thanks, Rob.
All right, my man. Have a great day. So glad you called. The only guy left is Ted. I mean, up there in Mount Washington. But anybody else wants to jump in on the conversation, feel free. 866-391-1020. Very good first hour plus today. We're in open talk until 8. We do have some guests lined up. Mayor Adam Forgey, also running for the same seat in Congress as Summer Lee currently holds. We'll get his thoughts about the big picture. He now the mayor of Turtle Creek. Bottom of the hour. And then at 7 o'clock, Audrey Russo, Tech Vibe Radio, the CEO of the Pittsburgh Technology Council. She's been a proponent of this for a very long time, saying it's got to get done. Had a really great piece in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette not too long ago. She'll stop by talking about that automation in the modern world, where we are, and how it will work hand in hand with the rank and file. And then the guy who really is probably the most important. All these mayors are important, but when you think of Edgar Thompson, you think of places like Clairton and Braddock, right? Well, we've got the mayor of Clairton on today, the Honorable Rich Latanzi, 30 years a USW steelworker. We'll get his thoughts, and I know he's got to be beaming as well. So he'll be here today with us at 7:30. All right, short break. We'll come back. More of your calls on the other side. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. This is our only story today, and maybe throughout most of the weekend. It's the biggest story of this generation. We'll be back.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neill Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0, series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks, 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDKA, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7 The Fan.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, Mayor Adam Forgey coming up at 6:30 at Turtle Creek. 7 o'clock, Audrey Russo, CEO of Pittsburgh Tech Council. 7:30, the mayor of Clare, Rich Latanzi. Here's Jake in Cranberry. Jake, I know you got a lot to say, so go ahead.
Congratulations, Rob. Congratulations, the Pittsburgh area. It's a wonderful. Like you, last night after hearing the news and everything going on, I'm exhausted as well because it's been a fight, and I had faith that it was going to happen, and it did, and that's why I voted for this guy. What are we, 4 months into his presidency? And this happens? How huge is this? All of the infighting, this, that, and the other, you can't do it. It won't happen. It did happen, and this guy makes it happen. His trip to the Middle East, same thing. He's making it happen again. And you can keep fighting against progress. You can keep fighting against making America great again. This guy keeps doing it. It's just amazing. And again, even though I knew it was going to happen, I don't have a crystal ball, but this guy's track record, this is what happens for America. The opportunities for young people who want to also make it happen, who want to have that job, that family-sustaining job. It's here again. It hasn't been here. The U.S. Steel was fighting to survive. Then they finally said, it's over. It's done. We can't do it anymore. And, I wish that it didn't have to be like this. But you take the situation as it is. The plants are staying here. The jobs are staying here. And as you have been pointing out for years, right? The ancillary jobs that come with these big-time factory jobs. The communities, how it's going to be for all those, smaller communities. And they've been shrinking and shrinking. None of them have to. It's like the Marcellus Shale situation happened all over again. There's hope. There's prosperity. There's opportunity. That's what America's always given everybody who came here. That's why people come here, for the opportunity. Well, this is a big, giant one. I don't know if the timing was right. It would be me running down there, banging on the door, wait until they open the gates. Hey guys, can you hook me up? Can you give me a job? It's amazing, and it's just a great feeling. Ronald Reagan said, "It's morning again in America." And this isn't just for Pittsburgh or the Mon Valley, right? It's for America. This is what we do. This is what we should have been doing, not shipping our jobs overseas. All the stupid Republicans and stupid Democrats getting rid of all our jobs. And now things are turning around again. Rob, God bless you, because you've been fighting the fight. God bless Donald J. Trump, and God bless America.
All right, Jake.
It's amazing.
Listen, Jake, when you think about what this is going to do for people your age and people younger than you and couples and children and generations, and I mean, I can't even put a value on it. I can't put a dollar amount on it, but I can tell you one thing it's going to do. It's going to be the most important investment, keeping people content, giving them a place to go, an ability to make a living. And when you have that, everything else falls into place. See, the other thing that nobody really wants to look at, one of the major reasons why you've had the decline in the American family and divorce and crime and drug abuse is because you took away that opportunity for people to go from one generation to the next, to get up and go somewhere, to make a living, 8 hours on the job, 8 hours at home, 8 hours of sleep, eat and repeat. It kept people happy, it kept them safe, it kept them grounded, and it kept the cash flow. When you take that away from the equation, it's a house of cards. Everything starts to fall in. Now we'll have a chance to start building that house of cards again.
It's a good job is the best social program you can have. So for the kids, for the families, everything, and everything surrounding it. And we were told this isn't the way. Well, guess what? I'm happy that IT jobs are here. I'm happy that Google and Facebook are here doing their thing. We need the other stuff. And for America, for the military, we need those things made here. So it's over for you washed up politicians saying we don't need jobs like that. Get out of the coal mine. Go build solar panels. Yeah, that's great. We'll build solar panels, but we're going to do this as well now. It's amazing, and like you said, the feeling that you get. It's a beautiful thing. The investment in America. Now, America has to stand up and take the opportunity.
And they got to make the most of it. It's that simple. We have to deliver, but I believe we can. Jake, I got to get to the news. I appreciate the call. We're going to get the mayor of Turtle Creek, if he's up and didn't hit the snooze alarm. You know, one thing, asking people to get up this early to do a radio show, I've been doing it for years, but every time I do it, I cringe because I know, especially on Saturday, but I got to believe they all want to chime in on this. Biggest story, really manufacturing story in my lifetime, but it's definitely in my broadcast career. I mean, this is the icon. If you're from here, you got one form or another of the steel industry running through your veins. I mean, and how many people have worked for U.S. Steel, connected to U.S. Steel or non-directly connected, but had a job because of what they do and what they did? I mean, this is all of us. It's who we are. So if you want to get in here and talk, you can do that as well. But we've got some guests coming up, including the mayor of Turtle Creek, Adam Forgey, after Rob checks the news next on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack. Happy days for the city and our country.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh and Heinz Hall with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 47 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump on Friday afternoon announcing a partnership with Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters
right here in Pittsburgh. Trump saying on the site Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steelmakers would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur in the next 14 months. Now, the exact details on the partnership were not announced by President Trump or the two steel giants. Trump did say he would be in Pittsburgh Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally. Nippon Steel had proposed to buy U.S. Steel for nearly $15 billion in December 2023, but plenty of lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. The news of the partnership has elicited reaction from many elected officials in the Mon Valley, including North Braddock Mayor Cletus Lee telling KDKA-TV,
"It's like early Christmas, man, here in the Mon Valley, and he's protecting at least 11,000 jobs for Pennsylvanians."
And stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. A new law set to go into effect in 2 weeks will make it illegal for Pennsylvania drivers to have a phone or any device in their hands while they're driving. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The law is named after Paul Miller, who was killed when the truck driver smashed into his car while reaching for his phone. State police say starting June 5th, they will begin to enforce the law that makes it illegal to have a phone in your hand while you're driving or at a red light or stop sign. AAA's Jim Garrity said at a Friday news conference their data shows checking the phone at a red light is still dangerous.
Even on the roads you take every day, you don't know how long they're going to last. And as soon as that red light turns green, you're still thinking about what's on your phone. And we have research to prove it.
State police will hand out written warnings for 1 year before imposing $50 fines, which will also include court and other costs. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Penn State Board of Trustee member Jay Paterno says plans to close 7 satellite campuses are contrary to the university's traditional mission, telling KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin an example is closing the schools when the governor says there's a shortage of nurses.
We closed 3 campuses that have nursing programs. Explain that one to me. I mean, it just does not make sense.
Paterno says under state law, Governor Shapiro needs to sign off on the announced closures, and his decision may be affected by what he wants his legacy on education to be. Well, this Memorial Day holiday weekend expected to draw more than 39 million people on the roads through Monday. AAA says that's an increase of 1 million people compared to last year. Overall, AAA says 45.1 million people are expected to travel at least 50 miles this weekend. That's by car and the air and other transportation. AAA says 4.8 million people will travel by car this weekend in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Gas prices, if you're wondering, in the state right now, an average of $3.31 per gallon. In Allegheny County, that number jumps to $3.49 per gallon. KDK Radio News Time, 6:33. The AccuWeather forecast next.
It's another gigantic 2-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May 25th at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Philly Gourmet 100% pure beef patties, 1.5 to 2 pound box, $7.99 each. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. And Woolly shrimp rings, 10 ounce packages, $3.99 each. In our produce department, sweet mini peppers, 8 ounce packages, 2 for $3. And all purpose red potatoes, 5 pound bags, 2 for $5. In our deli department, all natural countryside Swiss cheese, $3.99 a pound. And Wonder Bar German style bologna, $2.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of Utz potato chips, 8 ounce bags, $1.88 each. Selected varieties of Turner's iced tea, 64 ounce jugs, 3 for $4. And French's yellow mustard, 20 ounce bottles, 2 for $3.
So get in on the giant 2-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, Audrey Russo coming up at 7 o'clock, and then the mayor of Clairton, Rich Lattanzi. So, Rob, you've been in the business long enough to know this is a game changer, this story, isn't it? Cletus Lee, good guy. Nice to hear that he was on last night with Michael Bartley. Just some of your thoughts. Go ahead.
With everything, just happening here, in Pittsburgh, you had the primary election, you had the mayor's race in Pittsburgh, all these different races going on. I think it came almost out of left field to hear this announcement Friday afternoon by the president. But obviously, everybody's, just beyond happy that this is happening. And with everything, you think about the NFL draft coming here. You think about the Arts Landing, the new park that's going to be that they're making in downtown Pittsburgh. It seems like, kind of is Pittsburgh, kind of is about to be on the world stage, the national stage. And then for this news, it just kind of makes everything even better for the region, so a lot of good positive check marks happening for this region, and that's just another one.
Well, I knew that it was deadline time. It was go time because, he was supposed to have an answer, but I thought he'd wait till after the holiday, but he didn't. And man, my phone just went crazy yesterday. Now this rally, he's talking about the 30th. Is he definitely coming?
Well, that's what he says.
It's a great
Friday,
photo op. I'm sure he'd like to be a part of that.
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't happen. So Friday, May 30th. I don't, like I said, I don't see why it wouldn't happen. He announced it yesterday. I'd say it's pretty much in the bag that it's going to happen. I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why he would say, Friday, May 30th, and then not have it.
Well, here's the thing, too, and no one knows this region better than you, but when you think of the Mon Valley, and you had Cletus Lee on, but you think of Mr. Lattanzi from Clairton and Chris Kelly from West Mifflin, Swissvale, Rankin, so many places, Braddock, from the borough to the, regular Braddock to Braddock Hills. This is going to give them a cash stream that they haven't seen in their lifetime. And I haven't in my lifetime. So this is really kind of going back to the greatest generation type of stuff. If in fact the $14.9 billion does come, most of it here, and they actually follow up on what they say they're going to do, and I have no reason to doubt it.
Yeah, and when I think of the time that I lived in Ohio, in Columbus and Dayton, and just other places, Cleveland, and et cetera, the Pittsburgh region is so unique to, because you talk about other places, they don't have the homesteads, the Swissvales, like you said, the Mon Valleys, the Clairtons.
Historic stuff.
Yeah, that's historic. These are historic places that really, every time I think about the Pittsburgh Steelers, right, I think you can't think of the Steelers without the homesteads and the Braddocks and the steel workers. It's just so unique to be able to talk to people, who are not from Pittsburgh, and they always ask you about the Steelers and the steel mills, and to have this news just go all across the nation, just, basically go viral, is a great thing for our region.
Yeah, when you look up in every monitor in the newsroom before 6 o'clock in the morning, you've got the U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel logo on it. And then, people like Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, Barron's, all the major networks, CBS News. Mm-hmm. That's massive. But the thing that I don't think people understand, places that you were mentioning, they were the Cranberries, the Swickleys of their generation. And maybe even bigger. You look at all the growth in Peters Township and places in Butler County, obviously in Cranberry and Wexford. I don't think people realize what it was like on Grant Street 100 years ago and what it was like in Rankin and Swissvale and Braddock. Pretty incredible period. And just maybe, and that's the thing that I really hope for in my life before I do decide to retire. I always wanted to be a part of this radio station talking about adding to places like that, because the reason KDKA grew was because of the population and the listenerships that we had in the places that you and I are talking about. So
yeah, and like you said, I'm just reminiscing, and then when you talk about Clairton and you talk about Rankin and Swissville, these are diverse places. They have people of many ethnicities, black, white, and other and more, and it's just it really affects everybody when you're talking about these areas. So when they're better, when there's more money going into the economy in these Mon Valley areas, it's better for everyone, all races.
Well, the other thing that you and I are both a fan of, the city of Pittsburgh, and even though it really wasn't a part of the mayoral race, whoever the mayor is moving forward, they're going to have an opportunity to really gain from this, because you're going to have U.S. Steel staying put. Mm-hmm. You're going to have Nippon, if promised, which I believe they will deliver, bring their U.S. headquarters here. So that really takes care of some rent checks, fills up some space in these high rises. And you're going to have people moving to Pittsburgh to basically be a part of that construction project. You'll have the building trades involved, thousands upon thousands of men and women. So it's going to help the city of Pittsburgh too.
And I think there's people who have the ability to kind of want to move wherever. They can move to New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Raleigh, Birmingham, wherever. When you start getting that momentum in the news, when this news that happened yesterday, and it was all over the country and everything, that is the type of momentum that Pittsburgh needs for these people who, oh, you know what? Let's see what Pittsburgh's about. Let's see raising a family there. Let's move there. The momentum in the media for a city or for a region, I think, does wonders. The NFL draft is going to do wonders. This news is going to do wonders. And, people who are right now not living in Pittsburgh and watching this, now they've got Pittsburgh on their mind as a place to where maybe they want to move to.
Well, because, one of the things he talked about, along with $1 billion, 70,000 jobs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's somebody right now who could be listening on the Odyssey app who was from here but moved away when his dad lost his job 30 years ago, and he's now working maybe for a steel entity somewhere else, saying, hey, maybe I can kind of go back home now. So we could actually see a mass exodus back to Pittsburgh, and it's also going to help the school districts in the Mon Valley, places like Ringgold and all these great schools, Clairton. Mm-hmm. It's going to help the Pittsburgh public schools. It's going to pave literally new streets, literally. And it's just, it's good news. It's a great story. And I think the nation, and especially our region, we need good stories like this.
And when you hear Cletus Lee, the mayor of North Braddock, and you hear Chris Kelly and the mayor of West Mifflin, when you hear them just so elated, you can hear it in their voices.
I talk to those people more than I talk to my own family in recent months. And I got to tell you, I've never been with a group of people that were so driven. It wasn't about party affiliation. It wasn't even about what the governor thought or what the president thought. It's about what they knew they had to do to get this done so their constituents could stay put and also, more importantly, have an opportunity to put back to the communities that gave them so much. You got Rich Latanzi coming on here within the hour. Rich Latanzi worked 30 years for U.S. Steel.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and if you're not from those areas, you may be saying, well, wow, what's up with the passion? Well, these are smaller communities, but they're so unique, and they have so much of a history, and that's the situation. The history is there. You can go a lot of places and talk about Clairton or the McKeesports and things like that, and there's just so much history with those names.
Yeah, lots of history. But, man, what a great day. Good stuff, Rob. Good stuff by the news department. Michael Bartley last night. And we're going to get some of those folks on a little bit later for you today. It's just been a journey. This has been going on for years. And I don't think I've worked harder at anything in my life because I understand the importance of it. I understand the carpenter jobs, the electrician jobs, the USW, the Teamsters. All of it's important. But what it's going to do to build back the folks that really matter, the folks that really matter here in Western Pennsylvania and the tri-state. Gary, Indiana. Texas, Arkansas, California, Michigan. It's a big deal. It's a big, big deal. All right, 866-391-1020. We'll get back to your calls. Coming up, Audrey Russo, Pittsburgh Technology Council, and then at 7:30, the mayor of Clareton, Rich Latanzi. It's your Pratt Pack on the beat of the good news that the president has said, all right, if you want to do a deal, get it done. We'll be back.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neal Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0, series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks, 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDK, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and brother Lester. I was out of town when I got the shocking news that a car accidentally crashed through our building into Dad's office, destroying his desk. Thankfully, Dad wasn't there and the driver wasn't hurt. When I called Dad, he was upbeat, saying, "Everyone's all right and repairs start next week." Dad went outside and changed our sign to read, "Now with drive-through service." He quipped, "Hey, we could make a commercial about people being so excited to invest with us, they're driving into our building." I think what I love most about my dad is his ability to stay calm and positive. I had my share of fender benders as a teen, and I recall with gratitude that Dad was always pretty darn loving and matter-of-fact. His uplifting attitude can be felt by all of us here at Botkin Family Wealth, and it's an asset in our work. We help our clients avoid making emotional investment decisions. Is there a hole in your financial plan like there's a hole in our building? We can help you fix it. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, no matter where you look, this story is just a blanket of warmth. It's good. It's going to protect, preserve, create so many opportunities for so many people. You know, and I've been talking to a lot of these different public officials, both Democrats and Republicans, for years. And I really went to the grassroots. I mean, I went to the Mon Valley and I sat with them and broke bread and did social media interviews. And look, anybody that runs for public office in a community the size of a Rankin or a Swissvale or a Braddock, especially because many of them have seen better days and have been able to weather the storm. How they've done it, a wing and a prayer, but God bless each and every one of them. What Rich Latanzi has gone through, how he has seen Clairton really go through some horrific times, but they weathered the storms. And these are the people that I'm happy for today. The people that have told me, you know, via text messages, they broke down and cried. People a lot stronger than me have seen more than me. And this is going to give them a chance to have hope. You know, when they're at church service this weekend or synagogue today or a family picnic or a parade, they're going to have a chance to actually smile and to see your children and grandchildren have the ability to actually, if they want to stay. I mean, imagine if you're a parent and how much you love your children. Look, I know it crushes me every day that my kids are grown and gone. I mean, it's just can't go back. That's why, you know, I'm pushing ever so hard to get to that beach and to retire and disappear, because I do need some R&R. It's been such a long time and so many things I've seen and done and been a part of. And then to have my beautiful children kind of grow and be on their own, you don't even have that foundation anymore. But the thing that I knew while they were growing up, that I had the ability to find them work if they wanted to stay here. I had enough connections in my contacts to be able to get them a good job, to get them the education, and to get them solidly planted to be able to be where they're at. My oldest has got a great job. He just got another home. He and his beautiful wife, they live in, Washington County. He's got 3 beautiful kids. My middle son's a homeowner already, 26 years of age, cyber security, great job, solid. My daughter, 23 in July, rock solid, doing great with a wonderful opportunity. So I'm fortunate. But the thing that worried me the entire time I was watching them grow up, and while they were being raised and working 10 jobs to try to make ends meet so they wouldn't have to worry, as I did, had to scratch and claw, was were they going to be able to stay here? Because let's face it, there's a lot of good things in Western Pennsylvania. We love Western Pennsylvania. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I love the 4 seasons. I love what this tradition of Western Pennsylvania is all about. And it has nothing to do with our sports teams. It's the culture. It's that melting pot, right? People from all walks of life, races, religions, ethnicities. It's that secret sauce. I love it, okay? But think about when U.S. Air had their problems, okay, and everybody had to leave. Think when the mills closed and everybody had to leave. Thank goodness for the building trades, because it's given people, young people, a chance who want to build things to stay and make a good paycheck. But now with the addition of saving all these USW jobs, adding to those USW jobs, the Teamsters and others, and yeah, the carpenters, plumbers, electricians, steam fitters, boilermakers, all of these people, our kids are going to be able to do exactly what I always hoped my kids would be able to do, and grandkids. I love it in Western Pennsylvania. I want to be able to visit my grandfather. I want to be able to visit my parents. I want to be able to buy a house around the corner from where I grew up. I want to be able to have that tradition of when I'm cutting my grass on a beautiful day like today, I can see over the hill to my mom and dad's house. Look, I have done everything humanly possible to promote jobs, jobs, jobs. And more times than not, I've been left at the altar because jobs seem to evaporate and disappear as quickly as anybody even mentions them. But that's not the case here. This is one time I can honestly say that we are now going to be guaranteed to be making steel in the Steel City for the next 100 years. And look, I know there's a lot of stuff that has to be done and anything can happen, but for today, and I don't get many, I'm going to take 1 hour to 2 to 3 and actually think there's something good going to happen, because more times than not, I've lost hope because I'm already saying it's not going to happen when it even hasn't started to happen. That's how much negativity has been around us and in this country and in this world for the last 20 years. It sickens me. It sickens me. There were times when I would wake up in the morning and go, oh, no, not again. Okay? But this is one time, I don't care who you are, you're not going to take this from me. even though it means nothing for me, it has nothing to do with my future, because at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to my 100-year-old house and do what I do. Clean up, fix up, red up, and get ready for the next day on the radio. And it's okay. I'm content. But this isn't going to affect me, but I know in my heart, for at least now, the next few days, weeks, I know that there is a real possibility that my children and their generation are going to be able to stay right here in Western Pennsylvania, because we're going to have jobs that matter in the building trades, in the steel industry, and jobs that will be enabling them to do exactly what I did, grow up in the best place on planet Earth. This is a win-win no matter how you look at it. Whatever your party affiliation is, it doesn't matter. This is a win-win for Pennsylvania. And what lies ahead, no one knows. But for today and in this moment and the next few weeks, let's embrace it. Stay with us.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-bill.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service
excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International. It's 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump on Friday announcing a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters right here in Pittsburgh. Trump saying on the site Truth Social that the, quote, planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs, add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, and the bulk of that investment to happen within the next 14 months. Exact details of the partnership were not announced by President Trump or the two steelmakers, but Trump did say he would be in Pittsburgh on Friday, that's May 30th, for a, quote, big rally. Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for $14.9 billion in December of 2023, but lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Now, the news of the partnership has brought forth quite the reaction from many elected officials in the Mon Valley. Here's West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly telling KDKA-TV.
When you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
And stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the partnership between Nippon Steel as well as U.S. Steel. 4 people were in custody after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the Waterfront Shopping Center in Homestead. That incident happening on Friday. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV reported out of nearby Whitaker. Moments later, police located that SUV. A chase ensued, and the SUV was heading towards the Lowe's at the Waterfront before crashing into a tree near the store. Those in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 towards the river and 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. Police caught up with all 4 alleged suspects. An investigation into the incident is underway. Well, there's 2 movies making a whole lot of money this holiday weekend at the box office. Here's CBS's Stacey Lynn.
Just in previews alone, Lilo and Stitch has already brought in $14.5 million.
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment,
setting a record high for the year, while Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning earned $8.3 million.
Smart people on every side are close to panicking.
We'll just call it Mission Stitch Possible. Both movies combined are making this Memorial Day weekend huge. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time, 7:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So early in the morning, but she was nice enough to say, okay, after she did me the ultimate favor and sent me the story from Bloomberg before anyone else. I literally was shaking so bad I had to pull over and turn the car off, and then the phone started to blow up, and we went live on social media, on the platforms, and we were up and running. She is the CEO of the Pittsburgh Tech Council. Of course, Audrey Russo. Big show tomorrow with the man that is my boss, Michael Spacciapoli, president, senior vice president and market manager at Odyssey. They're going to explore how multimedia, this company, is taking 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK into the future. So I'll be here with a cup of coffee listening to that. But right now she's here to talk about why this deal works. So Audrey, you said in the Post-Gazette, you said on my show, it is a deal that had to get done. And I know it's done, but how good do you feel right now? Good morning.
Well, it's great, and I had to share it with you on text because I knew how passionate you've been and animated and supportive and anxious and excited. So, of course, I had to share it with you. And I'm wearing my 412 sweatshirt.
Nice.
Of course.
Nice. So
yeah, I mean, this is pretty terrific. It's monumental. It gives us a lot of exposure. We've really gotten exposure. If you look at all the media outlets, it's almost as if the world is watching, not just the nation, but the world.
So talk to me about how it will work with technology, because right away people say automation, will that take jobs, create jobs? But you were the first to say with AI and everything, it'll work hand in hand. And one thing we know about Japan, they are really light years ahead of so many people in technology. So I see it adding jobs in the way of AI and automation, but also the human element sprinkled in as well. There will be new jobs created. So when the president said 70,000 jobs, I can see many of them, not just in the USW, but in the world of technology, and that'll be a good partnership.
It's a great partnership. I mean, think about steel, right? If you think about steel making in the 50s and 60s, the amount of people that are on the plant floor, they were, automation was occurring all through that journey of making steel. And what really transforms manufacturing is getting people out of dangerous situations in terms of production. And that's what's happened. It's happened in steel. It's happened in aluminum. It's happened in titanium. I mean, you can take any of the metals that transform themselves into use. So yes, we're going to see additional automation. I hope so. But I also know that the commitment in this deal is that Nippon is honoring the relationships and the history with the U.S. steelworkers. So the investment, the potential investment in the Mon Valley has not been there in beyond a generation. So this is a time for ignition, and the downstream opportunities are going to be profound. If you look at any of these towns, and I was not living here then, but you can see all the remnants and the imprint of what kind of communities these were, that had vibrant restaurants and vibrant places for people to go, and the schools, etc. So, there can be a tremendous amount of resurgence there. Automation is changing the way people work. It's changing it. Yes, you're going to see shifting in particular jobs. A lot of those jobs were completely repetitive, and those kind of repetitive jobs take a toll on the humans, the opportunities here for us also include research and development. Why not be the place where steel was in mass production in 180 years, 80 years ago, 60 years ago, and now we're doing research. We're researching what is the new steel, and the opportunity for people here to be a part of that is, a tribute to our legacy, but also a tribute to these communities that were decimated through the change of manufacturing that perhaps this region wasn't ready for back in the day.
Listen, Nippon, you don't become the fourth largest steel maker in the world, and now this deal hopefully will get done soon. They'll become the third largest unless you're doing it right. Automation has really helped them leapfrog many people in this industry. But why would that great country and that great brand say, maybe tariffs could be one, but what would be the reason why they would want to come here to be a part of U.S. Steel?
They were never part of the tariff conversation. The tariff conversation is relatively new. This deal proposal occurred during the Biden administration. So this has nothing to do with, a presidential strategy. This has everything to do with timing and the fact that Nippon has been pushing for this opportunity and this deal. So both, Biden and even Trump during his election campaign were not pro this. But, recently the president, through CFIUS, through asking each one of the people that were voted on, participated in the ruling of this, asked each one of them for a document explaining why they were for or against this deal. And, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but I do know that our president likes to make a deal. And he saw that this was an opportunity that so many leaders in our region, Senator Kim Ward, huge advocate for this, Mike Kelly, Senator McCormick, they actually used their sphere of influence backed by the representation of this region to being advocates for this deal up to the president, up to last week.
Well, I guess I should preference by saying the tariff situation I meant now that this is in place, and obviously it wasn't in place when this whole thing,
right.
That's where I was going with that. But
okay.
My thought process is this. They are historians. They know about Andrew Carnegie. Their main person was actually educated in this country, been in love with the steel industry since the jump. So our history is awfully attractive, and that's one of the reasons why maybe they wanted to form this partnership, because they want to be a part of maybe igniting that again. Listen, you are who you are. If you love something, whether it's Japanese culture or what happens in this country, you want to embrace a little bit of that because it's been a part of the recipe of yourself. So I have to believe one of the reasons was U.S. Steel's an icon. The Carnegie, Frick, Morgan, those stories and those men are legendary. Grant Street was Wall Street. And they're competitors. And they're thinking, what better place than right here where it all started to take the next step? You don't spend billions unless you're going to make money. And they still believe this is going to make them stronger, more viable, and they're going to be able to make more money in the long term after this initial major investment.
That's right. You nailed it. As usual, you nailed it.
So what are you going to be talking to my boss about tomorrow? I'm kind of interested.
That's fun, right? What kinds of exciting things are happening in terms of real digital, transformation? I think that is going to be a ton of fun. So what's happening in your world? Because, everyone loves a good story, right? And everyone loves an opportunity to be able to either talk about themselves, talk about the work they do, talk about the thoughts that they have. And that hasn't changed, but the world has gotten a little crowded in terms of easy entry into podcasting. Not everyone's on radio and has the terrestrial, that you folks have. And what you bring to, what your organization and your boss bring to the table is a new vitality about what the next chapter is. So that's what I'm interested in talking about.
Well, think about it. November 2nd, 1920, the reason we were on 24 hours a day because of the shift workers, the steel workers, which eventually created the 11 o'clock news, DuPont, KDKA, Bill Burns. morning edition, evening edition of the paper. And now, automation, the new brand, the new legacy, the workers, the steel workers. We do a lot of digital stuff. We do a lot of streaming stuff. We're actually streaming this live on the Metropolitan Window video screen. If you click on KDKRadio.com, click on KDK Watch, you can see it and hear it unfold in front of your very eyes. And we're still at, KDK, now 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. So the times they are changing, but you have to evolve with the times, and that's what we're all doing, correct?
Yeah, I think it's exciting. Can't wait to have the conversation.
Yeah, he will be here tomorrow right after the 6 a.m. news. He is Mike Spacciapoli, Senior Vice President, Market Manager at Odyssey, and they're going to explore how the multimedia company is taking 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK into the future. She is the CEO of the Pittsburgh Tech Council, Audrey Russo, and the show is Tech Vibe Radio. But for now, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend and keep up the great work.
You too. Be well.
We'll be back. Stay with us.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neill Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0. Series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks, 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDK, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone, outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
When you struggle with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, you get used to not feeling 100%. I thought that was how it had to be. Until I discovered the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. They told me about new medications that weren't around back when I was diagnosed. They helped me find a specialist who gave me a new treatment plan. I'm feeling better than I ever thought I could. Don't settle for not feeling your best. Take action today to take care of yourself. Spill your guts. Learn more at
Okay, he's a little early, but hey, why not? He's been a guy who's been such an advocate for this, spent 30 years working as a USW member. He's the honorable mayor and a really great guy of Clairton, Pennsylvania, Rich Latanzi. Rich, I don't know anybody else who's got to be more happy than you. Just your thoughts about what it was like when you heard that the president said, let's get it done. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's been a long, long journey. And, yesterday we got that great news that Clairton and the Mon Valley and possibly the United States is saved with steelmaking. And it was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it. And it was wonderful news. A lot of hard work that paid off.
So, when you look at this down the road, and obviously we're a little older, but hopefully we'll see a lot of it in our lifetime, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, what do you see the future because of this impending deal? Still a little bit more to go, but hopefully we can get it to the finish line. Go ahead.
Well, I see some longevity. I see like our grandkids and, their kids enjoying the good union steelmaking jobs that, I enjoyed. And, people talk about history. I don't know if somebody's going to say, hey, you remember back there in 2025 when there was a big decision, to keep U.S. Steel and a merger with Nippon. I think it's definitely history in the making. And this was very instrumental in keeping the Mon Valley alive. For so many years, we were on a shoestring and, just getting along. U.S. Steel don't want to make any major investment because they didn't know what the future held, the environmental issues, so on and so forth. Now, Nippon, they're coming in with a boatload of money and they want to invest in steel. They have some good ideas and, they got some ideas for helping with the environment. I think it's a win for everyone.
Yeah, they have been just such a stellar performer in this. Just never say die. They just continue to work along with U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel. So grateful. The investment, it's massive. I don't even think people can underestimate that more than me when it comes to the significance of it. So you got to talk about the money. But more importantly, what this is going to do for the spirit and the people of places like Clairton and in the Mon Valley, it's going to give them a reason to think that there is hope. Maybe some of the stuff that's been gone for a while may actually start to return. It may take a little bit of time, but at least there's the possibility now, something we didn't have of late, Rich.
Correct. And I guess I remember, a few years ago, U.S. Steel making some big announcement that they were going to invest in the Mon Valley and possibly a new hot mill, a few other things, talking about $2 or $3 million investment. Now we're talking about Nippon coming in with 14 plus billion with a B, $1 billion. There's a lot of things that could be achieved with $14 billion. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen in Clairton. There is talk of a new mill, but even talk of a couple new batteries, which brand new batteries would be good. They would be here for 100 years. And just the quality of steel that could come out of these batteries and, being environmentally safe for a while, there's so many pluses with that. But, I can't even imagine. I mean, when U.S. Steel announced they were going to put a couple $1 million into Mon Valley 5-7 years ago, was exciting. Now we're talking about $14 billion throughout the Mon Valley, possibly some things in Gary, Indiana, but hot mill, some additions to the Clairton Coke Works, blast furnace at Edgar Thompson. These are all components that make the steel and the steel making possible. So it'd be like you having a stove in your house and your wife said, "Hi, for some reason it just won't cook over 325 and I'm making this cake and it just didn't come out right." Now you're going to put a brand new stove in your house. Now you're going to get the results that you've been looking for.
That sounds good. Rich Latanzi, Mayor of Clairton, just a couple more minutes. So when I think of what they're going to do, and I kind of made an analogy earlier today that if you saw this beautiful Victorian house in a place like Clairton or some of the old guard, Wilkinsburg, Shadyside, Squirrel Hill of the great city of Pittsburgh, and you had an unlimited cash stream, you could basically go in and knock the walls down, completely refurbish it, take it back to its original look. Do you really foresee them going in there and just basically going top to bottom, side to side, and just making pretty much everything brand spanking new again?
I can't see that happening, no. That would be a major overtaking on that. I do see them going in and replacing the components that need to be replaced, not necessarily the whole mill. And I think that, just like you being a football team, if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm going in, I'm saying, okay, we need help at quarterback. We need a little help on the line. I'm not changing the whole team. I'm just going to change the components that's going to make me more competitive.
Some of the things you talked about them adding, though, it will make them competitive for the next 100 years. So that's a pretty big makeover, isn't it?
Correct. And I think we talked about this before. U.S. Steel, as I know it, they survive in the appliance business in the small steel parts. And, just washers, dryers, refrigerators, stoves, small components, real small ones. But now you got Japan and you have Nippon. They're global. They're recognized in the automobile industry. And there's a lot of room to work. With the tariffs, you had China that had 60% of the global market. Now with the tariffs that Trump's putting in place, I see it being a more level and a fair playing field for all steelmaking. So I'm looking for U.S. Steel and Nippon as a merger to make some noise in the global market and to tap into the automobile industry and, I don't know, shipbuilding, planes, whatever,
Well, that's what I was telling Audrey Russo earlier, and I had to kind of correct her that I was saying it wasn't in the conversation when this whole thing started, but now tariffs is in the conversation, and if it gets done, Nippon could benefit, U.S. Steel could benefit. It could really be a win-win for both. So it'll make us more than competitive and give us a chance to really make some profit and continue to add to the bottom line. So there are some really amazing things happening here. The last thing I want to ask you, one of the things that I've often heard about this region, when it comes to getting permits to build things, it can get a little difficult. I believe that everybody involved must take a hard look at this and realize this is a game changer. So if you have to be a little bit more quick when it comes to getting those permits done, people in those positions need to understand there's a lot banking on this. So if you are going to be signing off on these permits, you got to be thinking about long-term and big picture, correct?
Correct, yes. This here has to go to the top. It's got to be, it's got to be a project there that we got to say, okay, we got to expedite this. This is for the good of the whole country. It can't be just another project laying in a pile. So yeah, the people at the top there, the county level, the state, the legislators, everyone's going to push to get this stuff going fast because we got some momentum right now. We don't want it to stall.
So how are you going to spend your Memorial Day weekend?
Well, I'm going to be leaving to go away on Tuesday for a week with my wife for our 10th anniversary. We're going to have a Memorial Day celebration in Clairton on Monday. And my grandkids always stay every Saturday. And my son's coming in for a visit. So, yeah, I'll do some family time. And it's been a long time. We're going to just sit back and relax and enjoy the family.
That sounds good to me. Listen, I can't thank you enough. You've been above and beyond the call of duty for me. And I'm glad that we're to this point. Now let's just get this thing done and get going and start rebuilding and helping great communities like Clairton, where you have done an incredible job. Make no mistake about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for all you've done for U.S. Steel. You've been a big advocate, and everybody knows that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. We'll be back. Much more. Stay with us.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
That's are us. When dreams sunk in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 412-556-BATH.
Baths are us. When dreams sunk in, baths are us.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, President Trump on Friday announcing the partnership with Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump saying on the site Truth Social, he planned the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Now, the exact details of the partnership were not announced by President Trump nor the two steelmakers, but Trump did say he'd be in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally. Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for $14.9 billion in December of 2023, but lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. And reaction has been pouring in ever since the announcement on Friday, including from Clareton Mayor Rich Lattanzi, speaking just moments ago with KDKA Radio's Rob Pratt.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Stay with News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Well, a new law set to go into effect in 2 weeks will make it illegal in Pennsylvania for drivers to have a phone or any device in their hands while they're driving. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado with more.
The law is named after Paul Miller, who was killed when the truck driver smashed into his car while reaching for his phone. State police say starting June 5th, they will begin to enforce the law that makes it illegal to have a phone in your hand while you're driving or at a red light or stop sign. AAA's Jim Garrity said at a Friday news conference their data shows checking the phone at a red light is still dangerous.
Even on the roads you take every day, you don't know how long they're going to last. And as soon as that red light turns green, you're still thinking about what's on your phone. And we have research to prove it.
State police will hand out written warnings for 1 year before imposing $50 fines, which will also include court and other costs. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Oh, this Memorial Day holiday weekend expected to draw more than 39 people on the roads through Monday. AAA says that's an increase of 1 million people compared to last year. Overall, AAA says 45.1 million people expected to travel at least 50 miles this weekend. That's by car or air or other transportation. AAA says 4.8 million people will travel by car this weekend here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Gas prices in the state right now average $3.31 per gallon. In Allegheny County, that number jumps to $3.49 per gallon. KDK Radio News Time is 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer-team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Brian Caranta and Michael Diolis will be hosting Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Curious to hear what they have to say about this big deal. And they will be here shortly. Then at 9 o'clock, it's MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value, which is always a big home improvement weekend, Memorial Day weekend, kind of kicks off the summer. And then at 11 o'clock, we're going to be talking Amtrak with Andrew Benacki, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then my man, Joe Potashnik, JP Roofing and Siding. He'll be here today at noon. So we have a busy day. And then, of course, right through the weekend. And then next week, our Memorial Day show is coming up on Monday night, starting at 6 o'clock. The big story today, and it has to be, nothing else really matters than this story. And it's one of the reasons why we've been taking calls and welcoming special guests to the broadcast. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel, the president basically green-lighted it yesterday. And I've tried to look at it from every angle. And I'm going to kind of focus on a very important aspect of this that a lot of people, once again, because they're looking at the immediacy of it, they're looking at the refurbishing of the Edgar Thompson works, they're looking at the money that's going to be coming to this region, they're going to be looking at the building trades jobs, all of this stuff, the materials, right, ancillary jobs from the trucking industry and what have you. Do you understand what this is also going to do for education? You know, I have said many times, even though I was not a straight A student by any stretch of the imagination, more like a straight to C- D+ student, but I found a way to get it done. But I had the material. I had the brick and mortar and the books and all of the things, the pens and papers and pencils and things that you need, right? But because we have lost so much of the manufacturing base in places like the Mon Valley and even the Beaver Valley and the Ohio Valley, a lot of the teachers actually spend their own money buying this stuff so their kids have it, you know, art paper and stuff like that, because school districts don't have the money. They don't have the tax base anymore. And if you would ever just sit over a cup of coffee and Google some of your favorite school districts that you remember, if you're my age, a little younger, from the 60s and 70s. And I'm just going to throw these names out. Beaver Falls, Rochester, New Brighton, because that's Beaver County. Or you could be doing Ringgold, Monessen, Denora. It doesn't matter. Pittsburgh Public Schools. The enrollment numbers are gone. I mean, when you think of places like Fifth Avenue and Shenley, gone. The reason they left is because the industry, the mills left. You know, at one time, U.S. Steel had 225,000 workers. That number is like 25,000 now. Now the president's talking 70,000. So say if we just add another 10,000 here, after the 10,000 or so building trades do what they do to make everything better. Imagine, just think what that's going to do for the Clairtons of the world, the Ringgolds, the Monessen, what that's going to do. It's mind-boggling. And when I think of great communities that have had to merge their school districts like Swissville and Rankin and others, now they're going to have a cash flow again. They're going to have money coming into these schools again. And they're going to be able to do better brick and mortar. They're going to have better facilities, better athletic fields. They're going to have better tools, computers, laptops, stuff like that that are necessary for a young person to learn, to get educated. I see nothing but good. Look, Woodland Hills, great school district. And when you think about what it once was before it became Woodland Hills, it just goes to show you the world is changing, and it's going to continue to change. And I'm hoping that the cash flow into the Mon Valley will make people reconsider. You've got great schools like TJ and Clairton that are literally miles apart. Could their resources come together? Could they build a bigger brand? Who knows? Anything's possible, but now that you have guaranteed paychecks, you're not going to lose so many of the hardworking people from a West Mifflin or in that Jefferson Hills area. I mean, Thomas Jefferson has a beautiful school, beautiful. Clairton is so rich in history and a great place. And I'm telling you right now, everyone in the sound of my voice, if you call the Tri-State your home, we're all better for this story today. And I think about, a mayor like Rich Latanzi, who wants a strong police force, but is struggling to find money and resources. I mean, do you understand? Oil has to be changed in vehicles. Tires have to be changed. Vehicles have to be, circulated in and out. But you have to have the right equipment and the right paycheck to make young people want to say, I want to be a part of that. It all begins and ends with the mills. Look, I can tell you right now, I've talked to people like Henry Wehagen, who was a police officer in Braddock, FOP 91, what Braddock was like back in the heyday. You had police officers walking the beat. You see, when you start removing all of this stuff, chaos and decay sets in. This is not just about jobs, even though it's always been about jobs. It's about the area, securing it, making it safe for generations, keeping businesses alive, keeping them growing and moving forward. It just saddens me that we've let it get to this point. And that's why whoever is responsible for making this process seamless, the permits and things that they need to do, those building permits to be able to get in there and get those workers digging and going and moving, you got to say, let me do my part. You have one of the most prestigious companies in the world, Nippon Steel, working with the icon that is U.S. Steel. And I got to take a little time to commend Mr. Barrett. And I know he's not the only one, and he would not want to take all the credit. But here's a guy, Big River, went there. There was complaints on why they went there and didn't go here. The $1.5 billion that was going to be invested, and then they pulled that off the table. Look, this man knew what was happening. He looked at the world stage. He was watching closely their brand, where they were moving forward. And I know this, you can't keep ticketing them because of air quality over and over and over and expect anybody to say, hey, this is a great place. We want to stay here forever. You got to have give and take. And Nippon's going to do everything and invest everything humanly possible with personnel and cash to make it all right. So why don't we start this day, this Saturday, in the month of May, Memorial Day weekend, as the day in which we all try to come together. That bridge that I always talk about, right? Built with U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel. We meet each other in the middle. And we try to start moving forward in a positive direction for the region. And set aside all of our differences. I understand we have a job to do. But right now, our job, that single most important job, is getting this thing done. Don't stand in the way. Don't make excuses. Let's make it work. And I'm going to save the last segment for the USW worker that I admire, respect. And I've met a lot of people in this industry, and I've said this many times, sports world, entertainment, political figures, obviously, people that have changed the course of history. I've done it all. But meeting Leo Gerard years ago was one of the greatest days of my life because I love the steel industry, grew up around steel mills. They were the backdrop of my life. Always enjoyed how they worked, the process, what it was about, and the names that I remember. This day is really in honor of the J&Ls of the world, the Bethlehem Steels, the American Bridges, the Crucibles. Long live these giants of the steel industry who are no more. But one thing is for sure, we did not let the icon go. And the people of Nippon are willing to share the name, share corporate headquarters, share in the glory of this historic day in the steel industry. I have been a part of many epic broadcasts, many major stories, just about every major story over the last 40 years. I've been in front of this microphone talking to you. But I don't think there is a bigger story to cover than what we're doing right now. And as I was kind of drifting in and out of sleep, checking the clock every 20 minutes, because I just couldn't wait to get in here, I kept thinking to myself, did this really happen? So I'd pick up the phone and I'd go to the Wall Street Journal or to Barron's or CBS or KDKA, and I'd scroll until I'd see the story, the Post-Gazette, the Trib, scroll until I'd see the story. Because I knew the president would not let this thing slip through his fingers because there was too much at stake, and this was right up his alley, and I know he was just trying to get more out of the deal. But there was in the back of my mind saying, you know what, Rob, seems like everything you hope for and have wished for in the last decade always falls short. So don't get your hopes up. Just keep doing what you do and let the chips fall where they may. And as I said earlier, about an hour ago, this may be the only thing, it may be the only day. But for this one moment in time, no matter what you do to me or what you say to me, I'm going to believe that there is a brighter day and there is hope. And my next wish is for the rank and file to come together and prove to the rest of the world why we are the best when it comes to making steel in America. Your Pratt Pack, an historic day on KDKA, historic time, and we're going to cover this story every step of the way. KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning.
This Memorial Weekend, we pay homage to those who have laid down their lives in service to our country. Their voices will never die. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. O'Neill Cruz homered twice, and Adam Frazier scored on a wild pitch in the 10th. Bucks over the Brewers 6-5 2 teams later at PNC Park. 4:05 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. NHL postseason, Oilers Stars. Edmonton wins 3-0 series tied at 1. NBA postseason, it was the Pacers over the Knicks 114-109. Indiana has a 2-0 lead there. Golf, Charles Schwab Challenge, Ben Griffin and Matthias Schmid are tied for the top spot at 11 under. Rookie driver Robert Schwartzman has the pole for the 2025 Indianapolis 500 to be run at the Brickyard tomorrow. And the Riverhounds later will take on Rhode Island today. And beginning today at 3 o'clock on KDK, it's high school basketball, some round ball classic action. Again, today at 3 o'clock on KDKA. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin with Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad, Les, and sister, Sarah. I was out of town when I got the shocking news that a car accidentally crashed through our building into Dad's office, destroying his desk. Thankfully, Dad wasn't there and the driver wasn't hurt. When I reached Dad by phone, he was upbeat, saying, "Nobody's hurt and repairs start next week already." Dad went outside and changed our sign to read, "Now with drive-through service." He joked, "Hey, we could make a commercial about people being so excited to invest with us they're driving into our building." I think what I love most about my dad is his ability to stay calm and supportive. Years ago, I decided to leave college to join the Marine Corps. My family was a bit alarmed, except for Dad, who told me he was proud of me and that I would do great things. His positive attitude can be felt by all of us here at Botkin Family Wealth, and it's an asset in our work. We help our clients avoid making emotional investment decisions. Is there a hole in your financial plan like there's a hole in our building? We can help you fix it. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team as they discuss pasta recipes, hot or cold, for summer salads. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Love it. Absolutely love it, love it, love it. What a great day today. All right, so let me just tell you, I'm going to end on this note. I know there's been some deep feelings on both sides of this story, and I've talked to everyone, whether on the air or out in public. All I'm saying to each and every one of you is that you have to find a way to meet each other halfway. Because without you, the rank and file, the administration, management, it doesn't work. We need you. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to come from that great country of Japan who've been making steel a long time as well. And you're going to be on the same team now. You're going to have to find a way to get into the end zone together. And look, it can happen. And just think what the meeting of the minds will do when you bring greatness together, how it will be such a game changer. And it will do so many incredible things. So many incredible things. When I look at the future that I have seen in my past, I know that it's only going to be better because of this partnership. Listen, I never for once did the national security thing. That never even crossed my mind. Not once. The only thing that I kept saying and why I was so bent on trying to get this to this point, and again, we're not there yet, but we are a lot better than we were yesterday and the day before, right? And the future looks better today and tomorrow and beyond because of what the president did. But the only way that it would be sustainable for future generations was a major cash investment. Not creditors, not half stock, none of that stuff. It had to be cash on the money. And that's exactly what it was and is. And that's why this thing is going to be a win-win. And listen, they're the fourth largest steel maker in the world. They make steel for all around the world. And, as you heard Rich Latanzi talk about washers, dryers, refrigerators, the smaller stuff. But what made U.S. Steel the behemoth that it was, because for years it made big steel. Massive steel, girders, beams, big stuff. But now, because of Nippon, we're going to be back in that business. We'll have our specialties, I'm sure, here in this part of the world, but we'll have a chance now to not only compete for jobs in this country, but jobs that if we went to try to compete outside this country because of all of the other top 10 steel makers, we weren't even in the conversation. And speculation is when this deal does get finalized, they will go to number 3. And that's like being on the outside looking in. You go to number 3, you're in the playoffs. You're in the hunt for the championship. Give or take a few deals here or there, maybe another merger down the road. Who knows? But Nippon Steel never forget this. Even though I'm sure there were words said, you didn't always agree, they stayed focused and on point. Mr. Morey coming over here at a moment's notice, a 24-hour plane flight. If he needed to be here, he was here. Chris Kelly will tell you that. Made a call. Next night, he was there. They see something in us. And I've said this so many times in the past. I wish we could see what they see. And I think if it makes us believe for 1 minute the way our parents and grandparents believe that they could do anything, for those of us who are on the fringe when it comes to things we're dealing with in our own life, maybe we're all going to be better for it. Maybe we're all going to do tremendous things moving forward. I know now I have hope that it will all work out, because for the longest time I kept saying, we keep subtracting, losing more manufacturing opportunities, jobs. How are we going to keep communities upright? I've noticed the displacement of communities that I grew up in that were rock solid forever, that are not so rock solid. They're disconnected because you've got empty buildings, you've got infrastructure that's crumbling, you have school districts that are dwindling as far as population and graduations are concerned. The majority of schools where I grew up, they don't graduate even 100 students anymore. That's why this type of stuff has to happen. Because what it does, it takes everything you've been subtracting from one side of the ledger, just like any good accountant will tell you. The more you're putting in the plus column, the better off you're going to be. So as long as we keep adding as opposed to subtracting, we're all going to be better off. Look, this may be the most important 3 hours I've ever done on this radio station, because I've seen the hard work, rolling up our sleeves, getting calluses on our hands, actually bleeding at times, our heart and soul trying to get this message out. And at least for today, as I mentioned, maybe it's only a day or two or a week or a month, but for right now, I'm going to have a little bit of hope, because finally something actually fell in our favor. And all I can say is thank you again to everyone, including our president. Now let's get it done, and let's not lose it now that we have a firm grip on it. All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor, you visit urgent care over and over again, and it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try some antibiotics and nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure done in the office of Pittsburgh Sinus Centers called balloon sinuplasty. Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections. Set an appointment today with Pittsburgh Sinus Centers and find out if balloon sinuplasty is the solution for you. Call 724-903-8048. 724-903-8048. That's 724-903-8048.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees to Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump Friday afternoon announcing a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the social media site Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur in the next 14 months. The exact details on the partnership were not announced by President Trump or the two steelmakers, but Trump did say he's coming to Pittsburgh Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally. Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for nearly $15 billion back in December of 2023, but lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Clareton Mayor Rich Latanzi joined KDK Radio's Rob Pratt earlier this morning. Here's his reaction to the news.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Keep it here to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. 4 people were in custody after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the Waterfront Shopping Center. This incident happened Friday afternoon. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV reported out of Whitaker. Moments later, they located that SUV. A chase ensued, and the SUV was seen going towards the Lowe's at the Waterfront before crashing into a tree near the store. Those in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 towards the river and 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. Police able to catch up with all 4 alleged suspects. An investigation into the incident is underway. Well, Penn State Board of Trustee member Jay Paterno says plans to close 7 satellite campuses are contrary to the university's traditional mission. He tells KDK Radio's Marty Griffin an example is closing the schools when the governor says there's a shortage of nurses.
We closed 3 campuses that have nursing programs. Explain that one to me. I mean, it just does not make sense.
Paterno says under state law, Governor Shapiro needs to sign off on the announced closures, and his decision may be affected by what he wants his legacy on education to be. KDK Radio News Time is 8:03. Remember, it's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you're concerned about your trees, call 412-884-TREE. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
How would you like to go to the beach or pool feeling comfortable without wearing a cover-up this summer? How would you like to be in front of pictures instead of hiding behind people in the back where only your head pops up? How would you like your doctors to tell you how proud they are of your weight loss? How would you like to fit into clothes that haven't fit in years? How would you like to have such self-esteem and self-confidence that you are beyond happy? Yes, yes, and yes. Let's make all these things happen. Call me, Dr. Shufo, at 1-800-900-THIN.
My dad served in Vietnam, the 82nd Airborne Division. He never talked about it, and my mom knew not to ask. So Dad buried himself in work and self-medicated and would lose his temper sometimes. Loud noises would put him on edge. It got rough. So I finally said to him, Dad, you gotta get help.
As a family member or friend, you may be the first to notice when a veteran you love has been going through changes. Things like withdrawing, drinking more, or increased anger could be a sign of a larger health concern, but help is available.
Dad finally went to VA for one-on-one and group therapy and got some really great tools to help him manage things. And I got my dad back.
Listen to hundreds of inspiring stories at maketheconnection.net and learn how you can support the veterans in your life. Treatment works. Recovery is possible.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
When you struggle with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, you get used to not feeling 100%. I thought that was how it had to be. Until I discovered the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. They told me about new medications that weren't around back when I was diagnosed. They helped me find a specialist who gave me a new treatment plan. I'm feeling better than I ever thought I could. Don't settle for not feeling your best. Take action today to take care of yourself. Spill your guts. Learn more at...
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. You can join the movement to end hunger by donating, volunteering, and advocating. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, it's that time for Secure Money Advisors on the Money, and guess who is back? Our fearless leader, Brian Caranta, along with Mr. Diulis. And, of course, we've got lots of stuff to get to, but let me remind you, as I always do, that we are streaming live on the Metropolitan Window video screen. If you click on KDKA.com, KDKA Watch, you can see Mr. Diulis and Mr. Caranta live and in living color. And if you like the book that Brian wrote entitled Right Track Your Retirement, it's righttrackpittsburgh.com, and to make a free in-house appointment, that very first visit free, that will pay dividends for the rest of your life, 800-656-8616. Brian, welcome back. I get one question, then you can do your thing.
Go for it.
I'm so happy to have you back. U.S. Steel and the president, Nippon Steel, says get her done. What's it mean?
It's incredible.
It's incredible. I was so glad to hear it finally. It's a great thing for Pittsburgh. It's a huge win. It's a huge win. People may feel divided on that, Rob, but I don't. I mean, what it's going to do for our city is just fantastic. How do you feel about it?
Listen, I haven't slept. I've been pretty much nonstop since I got the word at around 6 o'clock last night between social media and booking guests and doing my show today. I'm euphoric. I'm just really happy because
you've been fighting this you have been on this since day one, and that's what I admire about you is you took this personally. I've seen it in your emotions.
Well, let me just kind of go full circle and to give you guys a pat on the back. What you have taught me just by being in this classroom every week about, the slow pace gets you to the finish line happy and healthy. This will continue to create those generational wealth paychecks that people will be able to work with people like you. They'll be able to work with their 401k and go slow, knowing that they have a paycheck that's going to be a responsible and a very good paycheck every 2 weeks. So when they get to the finish line, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, and, it affects the entire community, too, if this deal didn't get done. I mean, you can go down to, many places in Pittsburgh and see what happens to a small town when, a big company leaves. And so, you think about not only the people that are working at U.S. Steel, right, but you think about all the businesses that support those people.
Right.
And, it's this butterfly effect that affects, the entire economy, local economy. So when I saw that pop up, I was very excited. And the first person I thought of was you, to be honest.
Listen, my audience was probably like, if he says anything else about the show, but then in the end, and is what you guys do at Secure Money Advisors every day, it's always about jobs.
Yes.
That's what it's about.
You got jobs and income. And, how do you expect some of these folks that have been at U.S. Steel to continue to accumulate wealth when they don't have the paycheck to do it anymore? Could you imagine, you're in your mid-40s, you got kids, you got a mortgage payment, car payments, and that job leaves? Now what?
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
It is.
And it happened to people. I mean, it happened to a lot of, you look at just even U.S. Steel. Or not U.S. Steel, U.S. Airways. Remember when U.S. Airways moved its hub to
Philly?
Yeah. You just saw what that did to, these areas. Moon Township, Freedom, all those areas.
Everybody's good. Everybody's good in the neighborhood, and this is one day no one can take hope away from me. At least one day.
That's right.
Yes.
But I think when I do listen to your show quite a bit. So, and you grabbed onto this thing, you didn't let go. And there was a lot of time throughout this where we thought the deal was going to go through. Remember, I texted you. This is going back, my gosh, probably 4 months ago or something. And I texted you that there was word that the deal just got done, and then it didn't.
Yeah, but here's the thing you did for me, and you talked me off the ledge many times because I was just distraught because I'm looking at the big picture because I have kids and I've got grandkids and I want them to have the opportunity. If they want to stay here, they can. But you kept saying Trump knows how to do deals. And
that's right.
Listen, I think he just let this thing dangle, let everybody kind of simmer, and said, look, Nippon, you want us? Just kick in a little bit more. And they did. And he basically stepped aside and said, look, 70,000 jobs, $14 billion. It's the art of the deal.
Yeah. I mean, and you can see markets reacting to his aggressive deal making. I mean, my gosh, what was it, mid-April? That the market dropped like 20%, S&P dropped roughly 20%, entered bear market territory. NASDAQ got crushed, entered bear market territory. But yet it bounces back.
It did.
It bounced back. And, after the rhetoric kind of slowed down with some of his deal making and his tariffs and everything else, and telling Apple he was going to charge them a 25% tariff on anything they were going to bring it. So once that rhetoric slowed, the markets popped back up again. The markets just don't like uncertainty. And so, but not only do we have to have a strong economy and people getting good, healthy paychecks, but we also have to have a market that is stable and not full of uncertainty. So people are confident to make investments into the economy without the fear that things are going to go south. And there's an energy right now surrounding Wall Street that I've never seen before. that's very positive, and I think we're going to see things really skyrocket.
Well, I'll close because you guys got a great show lined up. We want to get to it, but Newt Gingrich, who I've had a lot of respect for a long time, who I've had on the air, probably no one knows the Constitution better than him. He simply said he expects by next summer to see the biggest boom that this country has ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So now's the time to get in on the ground floor.
Yeah, well, look, you know, Michael and I were talking about this on the way up to the show. You know, we actually drove up together today. You know, I had to drive his young. I had to drive him here, you know. So, but you know, we were having a cup of coffee together this morning. I haven't seen him in a while because I've been traveling so much. But you know, we were just talking about the beauty in the way that we are managing our clients' wealth. You know, and a lot of our clients have very complex financial situations, and we're able to take a lot more risk with our clients' money than your traditional Wall Street firm that is managing somebody's account as they enter in retirement, because we use a very sophisticated but yet simple barbell strategy where we have guaranteed income and accounts on one side, and on the other side we have market risk. But when we're protecting the money that we are, and it's different for everybody, it allows the stock market money to be long-term money. And anytime you can be long-term, and when I say long-term, that means you're not going to touch it at all, you can actually increase the amount of risk that you take with that money because of the safety on the other side. Mm-hmm. And that's the one fundamental that we see missing a lot in people's portfolios, is that they're trying to get this level of safety and certainty by reducing the risk of their overall investments, but not actually removing the risk.
Right. And that's a great way to put it there, Brian. And the barbell strategy is understanding that the safety side of the plan needs to be truly safe. You know, not somewhat safe, not a little bit shielded from risk. It needs to be protected. That way they can focus that side on guaranteeing the income, securing their retirement, and then the other side of the plan, the risk side, that's where you can take the real risk. And that's where you can have the long-term money and see great growth.
That's right. That's right. And I'll tell you a great story about Bitcoin and risk and how Kate, my wife, was freaking out when we come back after this. But I got to tell you, Rob, the biggest threat to retirement is uncertainty. And that's why I did take the time to write Track Your Retirement. It's a simple yet powerful guide to help people reduce risk and build income. But most importantly, we want to provide you with peace of mind. We don't want you feeling uneasy about your financial future, and our strategies do that for you. And if you're at a point where you can't afford to take risk, or you're not sure how you need to generate income from your portfolio, not sure how to take Social Security, not sure how taxes are going to affect you, or your biggest fear is running out of money, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and claim a free copy of my book today. And while you're there, you can schedule a time with the team to come in and meet with us. And we're not there to sell you anything. We're there to help you solve problems.
All right, 800-656-8616. Brian, Michael, back with segment 2. It's Secure Money Advisors on the Money for this Memorial Day weekend at KDKA. Good morning.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. You can join the movement to end hunger by donating, volunteering, and advocating. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back with Brian and Michael, part 2 of Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Don't forget, Right Track Your Retirement to get Brian's book. And, of course, it's righttrackpittsburgh.com and 800-656-8616 to call and get that first in-office review absolutely free. Here's Brian Caranta. Brian.
So I was telling you, I got to tell you the story about Bitcoin, right? Now, by the way, this is not financial advice. I have to say this. This is not financial advice. I do like Bitcoin. Right. I only for crypto. I only like Bitcoin. That's it. We've got an administration that's pro crypto. We have a lot of good things going for Bitcoin right now. But Katie came over the other day and she was standing behind me and she goes, "How much are you buying in Bitcoin?" She goes, "You're going to ruin our whole financial situation." And I said, "Babe, let me show you something. See all this here? This is yours." She goes, "What's that?" I said, "Those are guaranteed income annuities. Let me show you how much it's going to pay you when we retire." She goes, "Oh, okay, I'm good."
Right. No more worries about the Bitcoin.
No more worries about the Bitcoin. I am telling you, the barbell strategy, right, I'm in my 40s. I follow that strategy, right? Matter of fact, the income annuities I have, I will leverage more than most people will because I'm doing something that a lot of people don't do, and I'm buying them super early because, right, the longer I have it,
the longer it can grow, the longer it can defer, kind of like Social Security.
Yeah.
The longer you wait, the more you can get from it. My only regret is they don't make them for 26-year-olds.
Well, trust me, when I was 26 and I was screaming at the top of my lungs about protection, I was saying the same thing. I was like, why can't I buy one of these at 26?
Right.
So when I turned 40, I went on a buying rampage for income annuities because I had, at that point in time, just like you, the only place you really could right now is if you wanted safety is to buy a CD, but that doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Maybe for a small portion of your money, if you had maybe a future
short-term money.
Yeah. Maybe if you were going to buy a house, but you already did that, right? So, but I want to talk about the traditional Wall Street advice of the 4% rule because they always will tell us that in years that the markets are going well, we'll take the 4% out. But if the market goes down, we'll pull from your cash account, right?
Right.
But my question is, how do you know when the market's going to be down? You don't know that in advance. So like somebody coming out of 2024 into 2025 is probably taking money out of their accounts right now, their Wall Street accounts.
Yes, the market was up last year, so they're taking money out of their accounts right now. But what about March and April?
Yeah, down 20%, and they took a withdrawal. Even though, what is the market flat right now?
Just about.
Yeah, just about flat. So they're compounding losses right now, not realizing it.
Yeah, so folks, whenever you're pulling money out of a retirement account, when the market is going down, you're compounding that loss because the market's going down, so you're losing there, and you're locking it in by pulling monies out as well. So when traditional Wall Street advisors say, well, we'll pull from the cash account, when do they know to do that?
Yeah, when do they know to? So does that mean that if we have less money in our accounts at the end of this year, that we're going to go to cash next year, even if the stock market's up? So the advice does it when you actually try to apply it. it doesn't work.
In theory, it makes tons of sense
until you actually start to apply it.
Exactly.
Because
In
you're
practice.
like, well, how do I know if the market's going? You don't know. It's in hindsight that you know that, right? So, I mean, what are some of the biggest fears that you see right now in the conference room every day as people are coming in?
You know, Brian, I had some folks come in last month, during April when the market was uncertain, and they're using the traditional 4% roll. And they have a lot of money. They've saved over $1 million for retirement, and they're using this 4% roll a couple years in. And what they said to me is, Michael, how do we know we can keep this up? Last month the market was down. This month there was 3 days where the market was down 12% in 3 days.
Right.
How do we know that we can continue this?
Yeah.
And I don't have that answer because maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know what the stock market's going to do by the end of this year, what it's going to do by the end of next year. Because when you use a strategy that's built on hypotheticals, built on variables that are unpredictable, you don't know if it's going to work or not. And
there's so many variables.
Yes.
With stock market money.
There is.
What about even just think about this on a very micro level? What's the market doing on the exact day you make the withdrawal?
50-50 shot. It could be up. It could be down.
So just on the luck of the draw, the whole year could be up, and the day you decide to take the money out to live off of, it's down.
Right. It could be that day where it's down 5% is when you decided to cash it out. And that's the problem with using the stock market. It was built for accumulation.
That's it.
It's built for growth.
Right.
And we believe in the stock market when it is used for growth, when it's used for accumulation. But the traditional approach fails to switch you to a distribution mode.
We're the only industry, the financial community is the only industry that doesn't refer out to a specialist. Meaning, if I go to my doctor and I have something wrong with my knee, my primary care physician is going to refer me to a knee specialist.
Mm-hmm.
The financial community does not do that. The folks that work in the accumulation phase, the financial planners that work in the accumulation phase, are the same people that tell their clients that will take care of your retirement. And I just don't think it's right. I think it doesn't align with the fiduciary responsibility.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's what we specialize in. We specialize in retirement income creation. We are distribution planners.
Right.
So we're 55 plus only. That is who we work for with, some children of clients, of course, but we don't focus on helping you grow your money.
Yeah.
We focus on helping you make sure your money's going to be there for the rest of your life.
And the thing is that we will turn people down because they're at a point where they just want high risk. And we're not going to do that. Come back to us when there's other people out there that can do that better.
Right. There's other people that specialize purely in growth.
Yeah, that will trade the account more aggressively or whatever.
Right.
Right. And so, our strategies are designed to keep you from running out of money, going broke. Right.
That's right.
And that's all people want is peace of mind. So anyway, folks, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement. You won't regret it. It will give you security, clarity, confidence, and most importantly, control. That's the one thing we all crave is a level of control with our finances. And while you're there, schedule a time to come in with the team, or you can just call 800-656-8616 and schedule a meeting with our team.
Coming back with Brian and Michael and more Secure Money Advisors on the money for a Saturday with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Rob Taylor next with the news at 8:30. Good morning.
It's graduation season, a time to celebrate the end of an era and the beginning of a whole new story. At Diamonds Direct, we believe moments like these deserve to be remembered beautifully. Honor your graduate with a timeless gift, a birthstone ring, a classic pendant, diamond studs, or an heirloom piece they'll treasure forever. No pressure, all sparkle, and expert guidance every step of the way. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Homegrown strawberry season has begun at Janoski's Farm in Clinton. That's right. You can purchase them by the quart in the farm market. Larger quantities come later this season. And we've had some people saying, hey, are you going to do that picking your own strawberries thing that you did that was such a success last year? I will be the one that will let you know that. But I can tell you right now, strawberries are available first of the season by the quart in the farm market. So get to Janowski's, and remember, all roads lead to the farm. Janowski's in Clinton.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Hi, I'm Elton John. If you share my vision of a world where everyone is treated with love, respect, and dignity, join me. Learn more about the Rocket Fund at eltonjohnaidsfoundation.org. Follow us at EJAF on Instagram. Thank you.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends, weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the site Friday afternoon on social media's Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Now, the exact details of the partnership were not announced, but Trump did say he'd be in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally, end quote. Now, the news of the partnership has elicited a reaction from many elected officials in the Mon Valley, like West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly telling KDKA-TV.
When you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
Stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Well, CBS News correspondent Jim Kursula reports a famed musician is taking a break as he deals with health concerns.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Billy Joel is canceling all of his scheduled concerts. The 76-year-old piano man has revealed on social media that he's being treated for a condition that involves a buildup of fluid in the brain that can cause neurological symptoms. Joel says he's been dealing with hearing, vision, and balance issues. Jim Kursula, CBS News.
And that means the July 5th concert, scheduled at Acrisure Stadium with Billy Joel and Rod Stewart, has been canceled. If you bought tickets, you will be automatically refunded. KDK Radio News Time is 8:32. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Spring in Pittsburgh, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year transferable warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We are back with Brian Caranton and Michael Diolis. This is Secure Money Advisors on the money for that first in-office review, absolutely free. Here's the toll-free number. You can call and leave your information right now. They will get back to you after the holiday. 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616. And for the book that is a must, I love it and you will too, Right Track Your Retirement. We're written by Brian. Very easy read. Can be a big asset to you in your future when it comes to your financial planning. They'll send it to you for free and pick up the shipping too. RightTrackPittsburgh.com. Brian.
Michael, clarity, confidence, control. We ended on that. By the way, I do want to talk about this one big, beautiful bill because there's a lot of great things in this bill that I want to talk to you about that I really want people to know about. But before we do that, let's talk about confidence and control and safety. So annuities. I have fought an uphill battle for over 20 years in regards to annuities. They're finally getting the attention they deserve. 20 years ago, they didn't. Everybody thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
But when you know something's right, you got to fight the good fight. But I mean, let's start with the basics. What exactly is an annuity? How would you explain that to people?
So at its core, an annuity is a contract that you purchase from an insurance company. In exchange for sending money to the company, what they do for you is they protect that money and they provide you with income. whether that is through, guaranteed monthly payments, whether that's through guaranteed interest, whether that's through protecting principal and allowing you to grow your money, they are protecting your money. That is what an annuity does for you.
Am I going to get rich buying an annuity?
No. I think it's funny you say that. We have people come in, and I just had somebody come in yesterday.
Yeah.
And we were talking about utilizing an annuity. And what he said is, I just think I can do better than that in the market. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, I can earn a better rate of return in the market than this annuity will provide. And that's the biggest misconception. Mm-hmm. You're not buying an annuity to get rich. You're not buying an annuity trying to double your money. You're buying an annuity to make sure you don't go broke.
Yeah, great point.
It's to make sure that you have income for the rest of your life, no matter what the world throws at you. It is an insurance contract, not an investment.
Yeah, what concerns me about the fact that somebody says, I can earn more interest if I'm in the stock market. I would agree with that as long as you weren't planning to take income. Because if his plan is to invest that in the market and take money out, and he's thinking he's going to earn a better rate of return, I would argue that point and say, good luck, because if you're withdrawing, number one, you're disrupting the compounding of your money, right? Number two, if you're withdrawing money, you're going to be taking money out like people are this year when the market's down and compounding those losses. So it's really hard to earn a better rate of return when withdrawals are coming out. That's the rub there.
And can you guarantee you'll earn a better rate of return?
No.
I think a lot of people have this recency effect. Since 2008, the housing market crisis, there's been a few hiccups, but the market has been phenomenal for the past 15 plus years.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the last decade.
Yeah.
What if that was the next 10 years? From 1999 to 2009.
The lost decade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's a great story.
What if that happens again, where people started in 99 and by 2009, they had less money being invested in the stock market?
Yes.
So if your strategy is, well, I could probably make more than an annuity. Could you?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've sat with those folks that retired around 98, 99. And a lot of those folks are at the point of running out of money.
Right.
And I hate when I've met with folks like that because there's nothing we can do to fix it.
Well, and the scariest part too is you're not going to run out of money in the first 5 years.
Right.
Not even in the first 10 years.
Yeah.
If you're using a strategy that's not foolproof, you could run out of money in year 20.
Right.
You retired at 62. Now you're 82 years old. What do you do now?
Yeah.
Do you go back to work?
Mm-hmm.
And people do. And
I mean, you see it.
You see it.
If you go shopping on the weekends, you'll see it.
Yes.
But that's a great point. And I think the concern is that, and I've had people say this to me before. They go, we retired at 62. Things were okay. We started to see our account balance starting to go down a little bit, as we got into our late 60s, early 70s. We started thinking that it would recover itself, but it's just slowly trickled down. Then in our 70s, we're going, okay, maybe we only have 10 years of money left. Maybe we only have 5 years. Can you imagine living in retirement with that hanging over you? Mm-hmm. Because I say the worst day of retirement is not the actual day you run out. It's the day you figure out that you're going to run out and there's nothing you can do to solve it, right? Except think about it all the time. And then it takes you away from the present moment of being retired. And the only joy in life is in the present moment.
Right.
It's not constantly thinking about bad things that are going to happen in the future. But when that's hanging over your head and you know that, heck, I might be 82 and have to go back to work.
And I'm sure you've seen this too. We're seeing people have a desire to retire younger and younger.
Yes.
Not just 65, but 62, 60, even in their 50s.
Yep.
But on the other end, people are living longer and longer.
Yeah.
Not just 78, 82 years old. I had somebody in our office today, it's been a client of yours for a long time, 98 years old.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, that's amazing. Congratulations to her and her long life. But imagine you want to retire at 60 and then you're 98. That's 38 years. That's longer than you've been in your workforce.
Well,
right?
There was a recent paper written on the fact that we could spend more time in retirement than we do in our working years because people are living longer. And it's a great thing. But
it's a great thing, but it's a problem because
it is a problem.
Think about that 4% rule that was created 33 years ago now.
Yeah, when interest rates were different and the markets were different, by the way.
People weren't living as long 33 years ago, right?
We've been talking about something called sequence risk for the last probably, 15 years, trying to educate people on the fact that the rate of return that you get on a monthly basis, on an annual basis, matters in retirement when you're making withdrawals. It was always shocking to me how many people don't understand the mathematical risk of sequence risk, right? And this is the rate of return, folks, that you receive on a year-to-year basis. And if you have, let's say you retire and you lose money in the first 2 years, your probability of running out of money 10x's almost.
Right. And you give a great example of that in your book, Right Track Your Retirement.
Yep.
You give an example of a brother and sister, Bill and Jill.
Yeah.
And in Jill's scenario, what you'll see is she had an average return between 6 and 7%. Using that 4% rule, ran out of money.
Yeah. Talk about averages for a minute. Yeah.
So we hear people come in saying, I'm going to average 7%. This is what my advisor told me. And I'm taking 4%, so I should be fine, right? Folks, averages lie.
Yep.
Let me explain what I mean by that. If you started with $100,000 and you lost 50%, you now have $50,000.
Yep.
And then if you gained 50%, based on that new $50,000, you're at $75,000, right? Because you're starting with a lower amount. So your average rate of return minus 50 plus 50 is a 0% average rate of return, yet you're down 25% still. This is how the mutual fund companies are legally allowed to report this on their prospectuses.
Isn't that unbelievable? So if we're a mutual fund company and our first year is a minus 50% and our second year is a plus 50%, we can state that our 1 year return is 0%.
Right, our average.
But when you actually apply that to the money, we're down 25%.
Yes, and that's what sequence risk is showing people. Because if you're taking money out while something like that is happening, it can be a major, major problem.
We've been looking at moving potentially, and I put an offer in on a home, and I made a nice offer, and I don't want to go back and forth, so I made a nice offer. I said it's my offer, and they didn't take the offer, right? And my real estate agent comes back and she says, you got to come up a little bit. Well, I bet you would like me to come up a little bit. It's how much you want me to come up? She goes, I think 100,000. I go, I bet you would.
Right.
She has an incentive to make the transaction.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really in my best interest.
Exactly.
Now, I've been in the money business for a long time. I will say that the house is still up for sale. And I just saw last night that it just came down $100,000. And I'm sure that they're kicking themselves that they didn't take that deal.
Right.
But understand, it's really easy for a financial advisor to say, take risk with your money, especially you get paid a fee or commission to do it.
Right. So, and whenever your money goes to cash, whenever you're out of the market, you can no longer charge that management fee. So why do a lot of advisors say, keep all your money in the market, take risk?
That's a great point, Michael.
Because they keep receiving the
That's
fee.
a great point. You can't charge a fee on risk. Folks, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book, and set up a time with the team to come in and get a second opinion. Here's the one thing I promise you. Nobody from my team will ever sell you anything. We're there to truly help you solve problems. And if you don't have any challenges when we sit down with you and you're on the right track and you're doing all the right things, we will shake your hands and keep telling you, keep doing what you're doing. You don't need us. That is one thing that we really pride ourselves on, is the fact that we're not there to transact and move money just to move money. So righttrackpittsburgh.com, go there right now, get a copy of the book, schedule an appointment, or Rob will give you the 800 number that you can call and schedule a time.
800-656-8616. Back with more of Secure Money Advisors on the Money on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. And we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone.
That prevents child abuse. And access to health care in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable child care.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
At least 1 in 7 children in the United States have experienced abuse or neglect in the past year. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources informed by science that help communities, parents, and kids thrive.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to preventchildabuse.org to learn more.
That's preventchildabuse.org.
Let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
So what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final segment. A couple of minutes left with Secure Money Advisors. Look, just telling all of you, start early, get a plan, and get it done. Best way is to get the book absolutely free, Right Track Your Retirement. They'll send it to you free and pick up the shipping too. Brian wrote it. You're going to love it. It's an easy read. RightTrackPittsburgh.com. Go in and meet Michael and Neil and the staff and get that first in-office review. Now's the time to plan. 800-656-8616. Brian.
Yeah, and let me just say too, Rob, it's not a sales pitch. It's an opportunity to sit down with a trusted advisor who has a fiduciary responsibility to do what's in your best interest, help you organize all of your financial documents, right? Roll up your sleeves, identify any problems, and show you solutions to fix those problems and secure your retirement. So there's no pressure and there's no judgment. We're not going to criticize anything you're doing. It's just education and support to help you get on the right track. So don't wait till it's too late, like Rob said. Call the phone number, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. So, Michael, the big, beautiful bill. There's a lot of stuff in it. Anything you like or dislike?
Well, one thing that I think most people like is an extension of the 2017 tax cuts.
Yep.
So back in 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act started, and it reduced federal income tax across the board, right? Especially for, middle-class Americans. right? The brackets right now are 10%, 12%, 22, 24. Prior, they were 10, 15, 25, and 28. So these are about 3% savings across the board for federal income tax for all Americans, which is great.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, the wage and income gains, this is a projection that suggests that families could see up to $13,300 more in take-home pay, and workers could gain up to $11,600 more in wages over the next 4 years. What about the bonus depreciation, Section 179?
Yes, that can help a lot of business owners out there.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's bonus depreciation being back to 100%, which will help a lot of business owners save on taxes on the front end as they're trying to build their businesses, which is really great.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're a business owner, and a lot of our clients that are business owners, their financial situation is very complex. So, but if they need new equipment to be able to write, a $100,000 piece of equipment off in year one, I mean, that's huge. So
that's huge for them.
Yeah, this is Section 179. If you don't know much about it, learn about it. The gig economy and IRS reporting, right? The repeals the 1099K gig worker rule and raises the 1099 miscellaneous threshold. It's going to reduce paperwork for small businesses is basically what it's going to do.
It will.
Anything else you like?
The tax exemptions. A lot of people didn't think this was going to be something that happened, but federal income tax on tips and overtime pay are to be eliminated.
Yeah.
So if you're a waitress, if you're, a government employee like a police officer, a firefighter, and you work a lot of overtime, right now they're talking about eliminating those taxes.
All right, folks. We'll see you again next week. 800-656-8616. Get a copy of the book, righttrackpittsburgh.com.
Stay with us. News coming up next, and then ManyConnect, the Inside Connection.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
It's another gigantic two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May 25th at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Philly Gourmet 100% pure beef patties, 1.5 to 2 pound box, $7.99 each. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. And woolly shrimp rings, 10-ounce packages, $3.99 each. In our produce department, sweet mini peppers, 8-ounce packages, 2 for $3. And all-purpose red potatoes, 5-pound bags, 2 for $5. In our deli department, All natural countryside Swiss cheese, $3.99 a pound, and Wonder Bar German style bologna, $2.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of Utz potato chips, 8-ounce bags, $1.88 each. Selected varieties of Turner's iced teas, 64-ounce jugs, 3 for $4. And French's yellow mustard, 20-ounce bottles, 2 for $3.
So get in on the giant two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone.
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable child care.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
At least 1 in 7 children in the United States have experienced abuse or neglect in the past year. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources informed by science that help communities, parents, and kids thrive.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to preventchildabuse.org to learn more.
That's preventchildabuse.org.
Let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters right here in Pittsburgh. Trump making that announcement Friday afternoon on the social media site Truth Social. And the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create, according to Trump, 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur in the next 14 months. Now, the exact details on the partnership were not announced, but Trump did say he would be in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally. And Nippon Steel had proposed to buy U.S. Steel for $14.9 billion back in December of 2023. But local lawmakers and national lawmakers as well, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Well, the news of the partnership has elicited a reaction from many elected officials in Amman Valley, such as Clareton Mayor Rich Latanzi, who was on KDKA Radio this morning with Rob Pratt.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
And stay with News Radio KDK for more on the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Well, a new law set to go into effect in 2 weeks, June 5th, will make it illegal for Pennsylvania drivers to have a phone or any device in their hands while they're driving. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The law is named after Paul Miller, who was killed when the truck driver smashed into his car while reaching for his phone. State police say starting June 5th, they will begin to enforce the law that makes it illegal to have a phone in your hand while you're driving or at a red light or stop sign. AAA's Jim Garrity said at a Friday news conference their data shows checking the phone at a red light is still dangerous.
Even on the roads you take every day, you don't know how long they're going to last. And as soon as that red light turns green, you're still thinking about what's on your phone. And we have research to prove it.
State police will hand out written warnings for 1 year before imposing $50 fines, which will also include court and other costs. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Penn State Board of Trustee member Jay Paterno says plans to close 7 satellite campuses are contrary to the university's traditional mission. He tells KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin an example is closing the schools when the governor says there is a shortage of nurses.
We closed 3 campuses that have nursing programs. Explain that one to me. I mean, it just does not make sense.
Paterno says under state law, Governor Shapiro needs to sign off on the announced closures, and his decision may be affected by what he wants his legacy on education to be. KDKA Radio News Time 9:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Mark Clark is here. MediConnect, the inside connection this holiday weekend. Don't forget, we always have live advisors standing by until noon, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. So a very important, significant weekend. Men and women of the military who made the ultimate sacrifice. So we always like to make sure, whatever we do this time of year, that we never lose sight of that. Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I'm spectacular.
Great. It's beautiful. Beautiful day in Pennsylvania is what some radio guy out in central PA always used to say. No matter what it looks like out there, it's chilly, it's cold. I love Memorial Day. We used to have a big family picnic every year. Our family would come to our house, and we don't do that anymore. But it's an exciting time. I love summer, so picnics and outside concerts and going to places like pirate games and going to the park, riding your bike, playing golf. I love all that stuff. So Memorial Day is like the unofficial kickoff of summer, right?
All right. So if you had your pick of either a hot dog or a hamburger, what would it be and what would be on either?
Well, that's a tough choice, but I would say probably a cheeseburger with lettuce, tomato, pickle. I'm not an onions guy, but if I did go the hot dog way, I'm talking hot dog with ketchup, mustard, and relish on top of it. Although I've been known to really like some chili dogs. Chili dogs are good. I enjoy those. Those are good. But when it comes to a picnic, probably cheeseburger first. Yep.
Well, I got to tell you, this rendition of Rob Pratt, not the one who was a few years ago.
Yeah.
I love just plain hamburgers with a little Heinz ketchup on the side.
Yeah.
Maybe some lettuce, tomato on the side, onions. But The bread thing, sadly, I no more. But back in the day,
yeah,
I could have two-fisted either a hot dog or a hamburger.
Well, I had been known at times in my life to have a hamburger and a few hot dogs, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 hot dogs, right? They're just good picnic treat, but I don't do that anymore. But,
here's the thing. There's ways to go around it. And the thing about outdoor picnics, parties, we're going to be talking about it tomorrow in the Coons Cooking Hour, you can eat a lot of healthy stuff, vegetables, corn, fruit salads.
Yeah.
I mean, there's seafood. There's tons of things you can
Absolutely. I love putting fish on the grill that up with some vegetables. That's great stuff. And, the older you get, Rob, the more you realize, you know what that old saying Mickey Mantle said, if I would have known I was going to live this long, I would have taken better care of myself.
But, here's the thing. Memorial Day used to be my dad's favorite holiday.
Okay.
My dad was a Navy veteran, nothing of significance other than he just served his country. And I miss my dad. He'd been gone a long time, since 2000, but everybody gathered on Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, I look at myself now of Medicare age, now 3+, 68. I have the hairline. I have the same liver spots, the wrinkles, and of course, the skin that seems to not bounce back as quick as it used to.
Right.
And I see myself as I saw my dad at this stage of his life. And when you get to this stage in your life, the most important thing is family, friends, and a good health care plan when it comes to MediConnect and Medicare. My dad would have been the first to step up and call you, because that's the biggest concern of everyone who's put in their time on this earth working. They want to make sure they have the right health care just in case.
Absolutely. Rob, it's, our health care is really important. And not only is there risk to your health if you don't have the right health care in place, but there's risk to your finances. Your finances, one of the biggest risks to your finances in retirement is your health care. And so it's really important to put those pieces of the puzzle together. It's really important to understand how to do that in the right way. How are you going to get the best coverage for the minimum amount of out-of-pocket costs? What we do at MediConnect is we help you build on the foundation of Part A and B of Medicare. We help you decide whether you're going to have a supplement or a Medicare Advantage plan. We also help you put a roof on that house, per se. We have these products called indemnity plans. And really, to round out, no matter whether you have a supplement plan or a Medicare Advantage plan, doesn't really matter. You're still exposed to some big costs in certain situations when it comes to your health care, and if you have to seek certain treatments. And so it's really important to get a Medicare or a indemnity plan in place. And the longer you wait, the more that costs, because your age affects it. And so if you're interested in indemnities, you definitely want to call 888-818-6334. Our live advisors standing by right now. They'll be able to set an appointment with you this week and help you look at indemnity coverage for a few extra dollars a month, depending on your age. It's all rated on your age. You can get extra coverage that will protect you and give you the most comprehensive protection possible. And so you definitely want to call us at 888-818-6334. You don't want to miss this opportunity. So we have some great stories about how people have been helped. In fact, I have a coworker who says that years ago she worked at a different place and she had all the paperwork sitting on her desk already filled out to turn in for an indemnity cancer type policy. She delayed turning that paperwork in, and just a few months later, she got diagnosed with cancer, and she just wanted to kick herself. And because now she couldn't get that coverage, and if she would have, it would have helped her through that. And so it's really important. Our agents, our benefits executives can go over that with you. In about 30 minutes, they can go through what an indemnity is, the different types of indemnities that are out there, what it's going to cost you. We can quote a couple different companies. There are different types of those products, but I encourage you that if you have a supplement plan, if you went that route, or if you went with a Medicare Advantage plan, even if you're a current client already, we can hook you up with the agent that you have. And you want to talk about these. You don't want to ignore this, because you want to be careful that you're not risking more of the money you save for retirement because you just didn't protect yourself with a few extra dollars every month. Rob, it's May 24th, and so we want to talk about the history of May 24th a little bit. It's a great day. We're going to talk history, birthdays, all of that. May 24th, 1883, the Brooklyn Bridge is officially open to vehicular traffic. It's hard to believe that the Brooklyn Bridge has really been around that long, but there it is. It's an icon. It's a staple in the New York skyline. How about May 24th, 1935? The first television commercial was aired in the U.S. on the NBC network, the Peacock network, right? Thanks, NBC, for bringing commercials. Now we can't get them. We see more commercials.
I'll be honest with you. You know, you have these things where you can block the ads on social media.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see the ads.
You want to see them. I got you.
I do. I like them.
Sure. You know, I like the creativity. TV ads, people talk about the Super Bowl ads, and yeah, they spend a lot of money and they try to be real creative, but I love the study of TV commercials just in general. Like, you watch them, you try to figure out whether that jingle is catchy or not. You know it's catchy if you're singing it a couple hours later. But yeah, I love all that creativity, the Madison Avenue kind of thing, all that creativity. I have kind of a secret love for video and that kind of production. But yeah, I understand totally. How about May 24th? This is an interesting one to me. May 24th, 1962, astronaut Scott Carpenter becomes the second American to orbit the Earth aboard Aurora 7. And I was looking that up, Rob. Did you realize he was the sixth person ever to fly in space? How about that? And then I looked up how many people have flown in space now. As of 2023, and I know there's probably been several more since, including Katy Perry, right? As of 2023, there had been 676 people that had flown in space. Would you fly in space?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've actually done it.
You have?
Yes.
Okay.
It was never recorded, but I actually have been known to fly into space a couple of times. Hey, let's do a couple of birthdays quickly, and then we'll get to our trivia question. Go ahead.
Absolutely. May 24th, 1941. The great Bob Dylan. I know so many people that just love Bob Dylan, such an icon, movies and history, and just he's a legend, right? Bob Dylan, singer, songwriter, great musician. He's 84. I guess he's 84 today. So let's see. May 24th, 1966. Kristen Scott Thomas. She's an English actress. She's well known for The English Patient or 4 Weddings and a Funeral. You would know her. I had to look some of these folks up, and then I know this one. May 24th, 1970, Allison Hannigan. She's best known for her role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then how could you miss her in How I Met Your Mother, right? There you go. And then we got one more, 1981, May 24th, 1981, Patti Smith, American singer, songwriter, poet, known for her influential punk rock album, Horses. So, and now we get to our trivia question, right? It's always a big deal. I always try to make a big deal, but Rob, which U.S. president was the first to ride in a car while in office? Which U.S. president was the first to ride in a car while in office?
All right, if you think you know the answer, 412-922-1020, 412-922-1020, you'll get a $15 Get-Go gas card. We'll come back. Mark Clark is here today, The Inside Connection. This is MediConnect on KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so here was the trivia question Mark gave you just moments ago. Which U.S. president was the first to ride in a car while in office? And the winner is Teresa in Gibsonia because she had the correct answer, which is William McKinley, the very first to ride in an automobile. Who will be the first president you think to fly to space?
That's a good question. And we're getting to an era or a time where more and more people are doing that, right? I mentioned Katy Perry and a bunch of women, flew up on
Blue Origin.
Yeah. And more and more people are doing that. I think it's going to become something that maybe not the common person gets to do, right? I don't know what it costs to do that. But I think more and more people are going to end up doing that here in the future. I'm not much for skydiving, but I do think if I had a chance to go into space, I mean, you have to try it, right?
Absolutely.
Only a few people would ever get to do that. But, congratulations to Teresa. We'll get that Get-Go gas card out to you this week. And
let's do some seminars, and I'll tell everybody, 888-818-6334. You can call to register there. They are free, but you got to register, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Mark, seminar.
Absolutely, yep. This week, May 27th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in the Meadowlands. That's 810 Highlands Meadow Drive in Washington, PA. I'm actually doing that one, Rob. May 29th at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. is our live webinar. The way you register for that is you go to MediConnectInsurance.com, go to the seminars tab, click webinar, you put your email address in there, and then 5 minutes before it starts, you'll get an email with a link inside that will take you right to that live webinar. We get great attendance, great opportunity. You can hear directly from our CEO, Lance O'Brien. He obviously does a great job. June 3rd, 6 p.m. We'll be at the Fairfield Inn in Monaca. That's 1438 Broadhead Road. June 11th at 6 p.m. Northern Tier Library. That's 4015 Dickey Road in Gibsonia. June 17th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn in Monroeville, 3936 Monroeville Boulevard. And then June 25th at 6 p.m., Upper St. Clair Recreational Center. That's 1551 Mayview Road at Pittsburgh. Definitely want to join us there if you're turning 65 in the next 6 to 12 months. You don't want to miss out on those. In those seminars, we make sure you know how Medicare works, how it's going to work for you. I want to definitely say thank you and honor all the people that have died in wars for the U.S., right? Rob, here's a little fact or fiction for you. So Memorial Day, fact or fiction. Memorial Day originally honored the dead for the Civil War. Fact or fiction? Yeah, that is a fact.
Fact.
Absolutely. It used to be called Decoration Day, and it was observed after the Civil War to honor the members, the people in that war that had died in that conflict. But then it wasn't until World War I where it started to honor military people who died in military service in U.S. wars, all U.S. wars, and it became a official federal holiday in 1971. But its origins, its roots come from the Civil War.
All right,
How about
so
that?
let's talk about Medicare 2025, unpacking preventative benefits and Part B give back. Go ahead.
That's it. Yeah. So there's a lot of questions we get. Really important information, questions people have, tons of questions on two things: preventative care benefits and Part B premium give back. People want to know what that means. They want to know. They want to know the details of that. They're not just buzzwords, Rob. It's important to understand that these two things can really have significant impact on your health care when you're retired. So let's talk a little bit about preventative care. Did you know that under Medicare, many preventative services are covered 100%? This means there's no cost to you. Things like annual wellness visits, things like mammograms and colonoscopies, right? Screenings for diabetes, cardiovascular disease, even depression. You can even get help for nicotine addiction. How about things like flu shots and pneumonia shots? All of that stuff. There's lots of other stuff, preventative care things that could be covered 100%. Now, some of those things like mammograms and colonoscopies, if they become diagnostic during the procedure, you might have a copay for that, but a general colonoscopy, 100% covered. These benefits are meant to catch things early, and it really, what do we always learn? What do they always tell us? Early detection, early treatment really helps you recover from things like cancer, like other diseases. So it's really important. The earlier or the better. You want to do these preventative things. If you haven't scheduled an annual wellness visit yet, in 2025, then put that on your to-do list. You have to do it, right? I know my wife makes me go to the doctor a couple times a year. I have asthma. I've had some other issues, right? And, I'll say, oh, I got this rash on my arm, dear. And she's like, go to the doctor. I'm like, really? Do I have to? Anyway, it's important. Preventative things are covered by Medicare, lots and lots of things. Look at the details of your plan. Usually in the summary of benefits, you can get a pretty comprehensive list of what it's going to cover. If you need help looking at that, call 888-818-6334. We can help you with that. Now let's take a look at Part B give back. Rob, a lot of people don't understand what that is. So Medicare Part B has a monthly premium. For most people, the standard premium is $185 a month. Some people pay a little bit more because you've earned more money in your life. Some people pay less because you're on Medicaid and Medicare, and they pay for it. I know depending on where you live, there are different plans available, but Part B Give Back is a benefit for that you find on Medicare Advantage plans, where a portion of your Part B premium will be refunded to you in your Social Security. So in our region, in some counties in our area, different zip codes in Pennsylvania, we're finding Part B givebacks of $25, even up to $100. Now, there's some trade-offs here, though. It's important to understand that there's some trade-offs. If you get a higher give-back plan, there could be a narrower network, a more narrow network of doctors and hospitals you could go to. There could be also higher copays when you use the service. They make up that money somewhere. And I have to caution people, the Part B give back is really attractive, but some of those Part B give back plans are not what you call MAPDs. MAPD is a Medicare Advantage plan with prescription drug coverage. Some of those Part B give backs, the bigger ones, are just what we call MAs, Medicare Advantage, but it doesn't have the prescription drug coverage. And so what's that mean? It means you don't have credible prescription drug coverage. So if you can't prove that you have other credible coverage like PACE or VA coverage, then you could be putting yourself in a bad position just to get a little extra money back in your Part B. You know what, Rob, if you want to know more about Part B givebacks, or if somebody out there wants to know more about whether a Part B giveback plan is right for them, just call us right now, 888-818-6334. There's no cost, no obligation. Our benefits executives will help walk you through that. It'll only take about 30 minutes to do a little checkup on your plan and see if one of those Part B givebacks is important to you. Maybe you want to know whether the preventative care on the plan you're already on. Maybe you want to know whether the procedure you're thinking about or the test you're thinking about. Maybe you want to check and see if it's going to be zero cost, covered 100% by your plan. We can help you with that. 888-818-6334. We've got people standing by until noon today. Let's cover the seminars one more time. I think we have a couple seconds here. But let's go to the seminars again. May 27th at 6 p.m., I'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in the Meadowlands. That's 810 Highlands Meadow Drive in Washington, PA. May 29th, we have 2 webinars. That's 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. Just go to MediConnectInsurance.com or call our number, 888-818-6334, and you can register for that. You'll get an email 5 minutes before the seminar. Click on that. You'll be right there in the seminar. June 3rd at 6 p.m., Fairfield Inn in Monaca. June 11th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Northern Tier Library. That's in Gibsonia. June 17th at 6 p.m., Holiday Inn in Monroeville. That's on Monroeville Boulevard. June 25th at 6 p.m., Upper St. Clair Recreational Center. That's 1551 Mayview Road in Pittsburgh. All of those seminars, all you got to do is register for them. That's really just so we can make sure we have a seat for you and we have materials for you. There's never a cost, never a charge. Great opportunity to learn.
All right, sounds good. Don't forget, that's 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the Seminars tab. Coming up, Community Mailbox, a few questions that we have received this week that we think you will find fascinating. Now, let me tell you what's happening the rest of today. We'll get to Rob Taylor. In a news update, still the big story. The president yesterday green-lighted the deal between Nippon and U.S. Steel. We had a couple of people on today talking about it. You're going to hear from some of those guests that joined us if you're just tuning in. One was the mayor of Clairton, Rich Lattanzi, really motivating and moving questions and answers from the mayor of Clairton, and they are so excited in the Mon Valley about this big investment. We're also going to have some great Pittsburgh Works programming still to come today. Next hour, busiest home improvement weekend of the year, True Value Home Improvement Show. And then Amtrak. We're riding the rails with Amtrak on AAA Central's Talking Travel with Andrea Benacki. And then today, up on the roof with Joe Potoshnik at JP Roofing. So lots more to come with your Pratt Pack. Stay with us for this holiday weekend on KDKA. Good morning.
I'm with Joe Potochnik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Reaction continues to pour in after President Trump's announcement on Friday afternoon that a partnership has been reached with Japan-based Nippon Steel and Pittsburgh-based U.S. Steel, which will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters here in Pittsburgh. And Trump made that announcement on the social media site Truth Social about that planned partnership that he says would add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, along with 70,000 jobs. Now, Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for nearly $15 billion back in December of 2023, but lawmakers vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Clairton Mayor Rich Lattanzi weighed in on the announcement on KDKA Radio this morning with Rob Pratt.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Stay with News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
If you or someone you love is blind or vision impaired, discover what's possible at Visibility. Hi, this is Larry Richard. For over 100 years, Visibility has empowered individuals through innovative training, support, and life-changing programs. From low vision rehab and assistive tech to daily living skills and employment services. Because losing vision doesn't mean losing hope or dreams. Be inspired. Visit visibility.org today. Visibility.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mark Clark hosting today's edition of the Inside Connection. Don't forget, 888-818-6334. We have those live advisors until noon today. So this is the community mailbox, and we're going to begin by talking about dual special needs plan. And this came from a question saying, I'm on Medicare and Medicaid. Do I still have options outside the annual enrollment period? So to dive into that and more, once again, here's your host, Mark Clark. Mark?
That's a great question, Rob. It's an important question this year because there were some rule changes to Medicare that affect people that are on these plans. So if you're on both Medicare and Medicaid, you likely qualify for what's called a DSNP or a dual special needs plan. These plans are tailored for people who have both Medicare and Medicaid. And what the highlights of them are this: zero copays for primary care doctors or specialists or ambulance rides or hospital stays in a lot of cases. A lot of really generous dental, vision, and hearing allowances. A lot of generous over-the-counter benefit cards. A lot of rides to the doctor. All kinds of extra things. Because if you qualify for both, usually means that you have some issues that keep you from doing certain things, or maybe you have a lot of medical issues. And so it's important to know, though, that starting in 2025, changes were made to what's called special enrollment periods. If you're these dual special needs plans fit in the category of Medicare Advantage plans, but special enrollment periods were affected, and unless you make a change to your Medicaid program or extra help status, you can no longer switch multiple times per year. People that were on these plans before, they had a free enrollment period. They had an enrollment period every quarter except for the last quarter of the year. And so they could change their plan 3 times a year. However, that's changed. Now, yes, you can change. Technically, these days, you can change every month if you wanted to, but that would require that you change your Medicaid provider. And in Pennsylvania, there are 3 Medicaid providers, but there are only 2 that are coordinated to work with specific Medicare Advantage dual eligible plans. And so you really don't have a lot of choices there. And what we find is people get a little reluctant to change their Medicaid. We can help you through that process. Our agents can specialize in helping you understand what change would need to be made. There are certain limits to how soon you can do it. If you don't make that Medicaid change in a certain time before halfway through the month, then it won't be effective until 2 months after. So there's a lot of rules surrounding this. Basically, what I'm saying to you is that if you're unhappy, if you have one of these plans and you're unhappy with your current plan for some reason, you may be locked in for the rest of the year unless you're wanting to change your Medicaid, and then you're going to have one specific plan you're going to be able to change to when you make that change. And so I know it's a lot of gook, right, Rob? A lot of legalese there, but I'm just saying that there have been rule changes for people that are on these dual eligible special needs plans. And so if you want to make a change, you want to call 888-818-6334, and we'll walk you through what's going to have to happen. There's several options. There's a couple options. There's a couple of different ways we can tackle that for you. However, it's a little more complicated than it used to be. Our next question, Rob, from the mailbag really is, I received a letter saying my prescription copays are going up. What should I do? Number one, if you're worried about your prescription drug coverage and what it's going to cost you or what it's costing you now, you want to call 888-818-6334. Our benefits executives are standing by until noon today. You can call today. They'll schedule you this week. They'll help you do a little review. They'll show you what plans might be available that you might be able to switch to if you have a special enrollment period. But it's so important, number one, not to panic. If you're on extra help, that's also known as low-income subsidy, those increases might not apply to you. But this is also a signal that you probably need to review your prescription drug coverage, whether it's a standalone prescription drug plan or a Medicare Advantage plan. If your medication charges or costs are going up, we're the people you want to talk to. 888-818-6334. In fact, our client experience department specializes in this. That's the department that Lauren Uran is the director of or the manager of now. Client experience department is a super vital part of this. If you're a current client, you're not sure if your plan still fits, you want to call them directly at 888-805-3453. That's 888-805-3453. You can talk to our client experience department directly. And here's a great shout out to them, right? Just in this last week, I'll spotlight a recent win. A shout out to client experience department who helped a client dispute a plan change. They are a plan charge that they never authorized. After some fast detective work by our client experience department, they were able to make some phone calls and basically they were able to help fix that issue for a client. And that's what client experience is all about. If you're a current client, if you're somebody that's already worked with us, whether it was recent past or way back when, call our client experience department at 888-805-3453, and you can talk directly with them. They'll help you. Your agent can still help you, but, sometimes a direct line is the most important thing there. So important you understand those things, so important that you get our help when you need it. We're here to answer your questions every day of the week. All you have to do is call 888-818-6334. That's our main line number. We'll connect you to somebody that can help answer your question, to help you with issues you're having. I want to cover those seminars one more time, Rob. I definitely want to take a look at this. I want people to know that this education's valuable. It's so important that you get educated before you turn 65. You don't want to try to answer these questions. I can't tell you how many times I'm at a seminar and somebody raises their hand and says, I wish I would have known this last year when I signed up all by myself. People can make mistakes. Don't make the mistakes. Don't make the common mistakes. Let us be the experts for you. Let us help walk you through this. Here's our seminars. May 27th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn Express, Meadowlands. That's 810 Highlands Meadow Drive in Washington, PA. May 29th, we have 2 webinars. That's 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. You just register online or call 888-818-6334. If you go online, click the seminars tab, click the webinar. You'll register there. 5 minutes before the webinar starts, you'll get an email. You can click on that email. It'll take you right to the seminar. June 3rd at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Fairfield Inn in Monaca. That's 1438 Broadhead Road, Monaca. Definitely don't want to miss that one. June 11th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Northern Tier Library, 4015 Dickey Road in Gibsonia. June 17th at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Holiday Inn in Monroeville. That's 3936 Monroeville Boulevard. And June 25th at 6 p.m., Upper St. Clair Recreational Center. That's 1551 Mayview Road, Pittsburgh, PA. Definitely don't want to miss those seminars. Don't want to miss the webinar. It's so important that if you're new to Medicare in the next 6 to 12 months, you want to talk to us. You don't want to try to do this on your own. You don't want to just take the advice of your coworkers or your friends or your family. In fact, even if you get some other opinions, I would recommend get other opinions. I sat with a couple this week. I'm training some new agents. I sat with a couple this week, and they said, well, we've sat with somebody else, and this is what they said. What do you think of that? And, I will never criticize somebody else's opinion, but what I'll tell you is I will tell you the truth. We will tell you the truth. We'll help you compare the different types of plans that are out there. We're not going to force you into something. We're going to show you multiple options. We work with multiple carriers. All you got to do is call us, 888-818-6334. We're happy to help. We're happy to guide you down that path. So important you get help at certain times in this process.
Yeah, good stuff. And remember, the best way to register for those seminars is very simple. You can call 888-818-6334. You can do it now. We have those advisors standing by until noon. These are free events, but you have to register, or the simplest way, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. I know a lot of people who are getting ready to turn 65 or have just turned 65. They're thinking, I've got until the fall. But you know what? Why not go in and have an interview, because there's never a charge for your services, and at least kind of have all your ducks in a row and be prepared for that annual enrollment period. Do it now where there's no stress.
Yeah, it's really a good point, Rob, because this is a time of year where we're busy, we're still writing, we're still working, we're still helping a lot of people. But especially if you're turning 65 towards the end of the year, let's say September through December is when you're turning 65. Come in now. You know why, Rob? We'll be able to take our time with you.
Yeah.
And I will encourage you that because there are more and more people turning 65 every day, the estimate is 10,000 people per day are turning 65 in the United States every day. So you know what that means, Rob? It means that the Social Security offices are overwhelmed. They're swamped. They're understaffed. Unfortunately, they don't have as much staff as they really need. And, it's a process. And so you don't want to drag your feet on this. And we will be able to help you understand the steps you need to take and when to take those steps. When do I need to make an appointment with Social Security, Mark? When do I need to turn the Part B paperwork in? How do I sign up for Part A and Part B? Our agents are fully educated. They fully understand how to help you navigate this system. And I will encourage you that we've seen some of these Social Security offices, not to their fault, not to criticize them, but there are delays in the system right now because they're just swamped and overwhelmed. There's so many people turning 65 and wanting to get onto Medicare. And so take this time right now. Summertime, not that it's a slow time for us, but it's definitely not the same pace as annual enrollment period, which it starts in October and ends at the beginning of December, October 15th through December 7th. And so if you give us the opportunity to work with you now, we can sit down and get to know you and show you what your options are going to be like and take our time. And that way, when the time comes and we have to get you signed up and get it all the ducks in a row, we'll have it all ready. It'll be ready to go. All we got to do is press the button.
888-818-6334. We'll be back. Final segment, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, in just moments, right here on KDKA. Good morning.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
That's are us. When dreams sunk in, that's are us. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 412-556-BATH. Baths are us. When dreams sunk in, baths are us.
3 powerful, simple words. Love lives on. They're the foundation on which TAPS was built. They sit with us on the dark days. TAPS is America's organization caring for the families of America's fallen heroes. And TAPS and the Good Feet store have partnered to turn compassion into action and honor those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. For more information, visit taps.org and goodfeet.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment, Mark Clark. Don't forget MediConnect Inside Connection live advisors to get that free appointment. They never charge you for their services. 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Little story time from Mark, something you can relate to. Go ahead, Mark.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's important that people understand real-life stories. Even as a preacher, I always try to use real-life stories to illustrate what Scripture says, what Scripture teaches us. I always thought that if Jesus used stories to teach us, then it's probably a pretty good idea that I should do it too. Here's a great story about a woman named Evelyn, 74-year-old retiree, retired school secretary from Greensburg, PA, a lovely woman who's been on a Medicare Advantage plan for a couple years now. When she first enrolled, she was thrilled about the dental and vision coverage, but she didn't pay much attention to what's called the over-the-counter benefit. And the over-the-counter benefit, Rob, is it's an amount of money. I always say it's like having a bucket of money or a handful of money that a carrier's going to give you. They just give it to you either every month or every quarter, and you can use it to buy over-the-counter products. And, a lot of people don't understand all the benefits of their program. Even if the agents, they've had a good agent who's explained it to them when they signed up, even if they should be given what's called a summary of benefits when they enroll in a plan. Even in those cases, a lot of times people don't understand what their benefits are and how to access those benefits. Evelyn was one of these people. She didn't really pay much attention to her over-the-counter benefit. Fast forward to last fall, and Evelyn was at one of our seminars in Westmoreland County, and she approached one of our agents, and the agent asked, "Have you been using your quarterly over-the-counter benefit card?" And she looked at with a puzzled look on her face, and she said, I think I threw that out. I thought it was junk mail. And it turns out that Evelyn had $85 a quarter over-the-counter benefit allowance on her plan, and she had never touched it in nearly a year. That's $340 she could have used toward everyday health items like cold medicine, vitamins, a blood pressure cuff. So basically, one of our team members helped her understand how to activate that card, get that benefit working for her again. And then she went to, and we even showed her how to shop at a CVS or a Walmart. And she ended up going to one of those retailers and getting vitamin D, vitamin B12, compression socks, heartburn relief products, even a heating pad for her arthritis. And so, I can't overstress how important it is that you work with somebody like our benefits executives who are constantly being trained and updated and learning more about the products that we offer. you want to work with somebody that does this every single day. Somebody like us, somebody from MediConnect that gets trained, that we focus on understanding the products that we offer, where we literally have roundtables of agents each and every month where we discuss situations that we've faced with certain clients, and we talk about what's the best way to handle those issues. It's just rave reviews. We learn and we grow from each other. We help each other. You want to get our help. You want to call 888-818-6334 today. It's so important you get our help. It's so important you get help from somebody that knows what they're talking about. Just like Evelyn, she could have been missing out on that $340 each year of over-the-counter benefit. And think about how that adds up year after year after year if you're missing out on it. I know you might think, oh, I want somebody else to get that benefit, or I don't need all of that stuff. You know, I've known some clients that use their over-the-counter benefit to get Band-Aids and toothpaste and toothbrushes, and then they donate it to the local food pantry. People need this stuff, and why not take advantage of it? It's part of your plan. You're not robbing anybody of anything. It's just important that you use the benefits to your benefit. Maybe a family member needs a toothbrush. I don't know. Maybe you have a family member you need some deodorant. I'm just joking a little bit, Rob. I have a sense of humor. You know, we talked a lot about a lot of things here today. But wrapping up the Inside Connection today, we talked about the Brooklyn Bridge and when it was open for automobile traffic. We talked about William McKinley, our 25th president, who was the first president to ride in a car while in office. We talked about birthdays, Bob Dylan's birthday today, and talked about in our Medicare segments unpacking two powerful underutilized benefits, preventative services. There's a lot of services on your plan, on your Medicare and on Medicare Advantage plans. Those services are covered at 100%. They're preventative in nature, and you want to make sure you take advantage of those things. Why not? Get the checkup, get those tests, get those things that you need. We also talked about Part B givebacks. There are plans that will give you a refund or a rebate. They'll give you money back toward your Part B premium. In our region, it can range somewhere between $25 and $100. There are some issues, though. You have to look at those plans because you might be paying higher co-pays. You might be giving up drug coverage. You got to be careful. And then we talked about the change in rules for DSNPs and extra help enrollees. We can help everybody with all of those things. Key takeaways, especially you want to make sure, especially in these times, that your plan still fits you, especially if your health needs change, your finances change, your medications change. That's why you want to call 888-818-6334. You know, we'll have agents available until noon today at 888-818-6334. Client experience, you can call them during the week, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 at 888-805-3453. And Lance O'Brien will be with you next week. He'll be covering more topics, covering more about MediConnect. Seminars coming up May 27th, 6 p.m., Holiday Inn Express in the Meadowlands in Washington, PA. May 29th, webinars are 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. Go to the website, MediConnectInsurance.com, and register for the webinar. June 3rd, 6 p.m., we'll be at the Fairfield Inn in Monaca. June 11th, 6 p.m., Northern Tier Library in Gibsonia. June 17th, we'll be at the Holiday Inn in Monroeville. And June 25th at 6 p.m., Upper St. Clair Recreational Center. That's on 1551 Mayview Road at Pittsburgh. You don't want to miss out on this. You don't want to miss out on all the information we can give you, all the ways we can educate you, all the ways we can help make sure that you are getting the benefits that you deserve, that you already have available to you. So many times people call us and say, I wish I had this benefit. We look at the plan they're on. They already have that benefit. They just don't know how to access it. We can help you understand how to access every benefit on your plan. We can help you understand your medication coverage, all of that stuff, Rob. They need to call us, 888-818-6334.
That's because you're the best in the business.
We are.
You are, no doubt. All right, listen, toll-free number again, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Seminars, everything you need to know, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the Seminars tab. Have a nice weekend.
You too, Rob. Yep, everybody out there in Pittsburgh, happy Memorial Day.
All right, stay with us. News coming up next, and then we continue busiest home improvement show of the year, the True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials, plus no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
It's another gigantic two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May 25th at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Philly Gourmet 100% pure beef patties, 1.5 to 2 pound box, $7.99 each. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. And woolly shrimp rings, 10 ounce packages, $3.99 each. In our produce department, sweet mini peppers, 8 ounce packages, 2 for $3. And all-purpose red potatoes, 5 pound bags, 2 for $5. In our deli department, all-natural countryside Swiss cheese, $3.99 a pound, and Wonder Bar German-style bologna, $2.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of Utz potato chips, 8 ounce bags, $1.88 each. Selected varieties of Turner's iced teas, 64 ounce jugs, 3 for $4. And French's yellow mustard, 20 ounce bottles, 2 for $3.
So get in on the giant two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor, you visit urgent care over and over again, and it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know, let's try some antibiotics and nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure done in the office of Pittsburgh Sinus Centers called balloon sinuplasty. Imagine the relief of not having to deal with your chronic sinus infections. Set an appointment today with Pittsburgh Sinus Centers and find out if balloon sinuplasty is the solution for you. Call 724-903-8048. 724-903-8048. That's 724-903-8048.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump on Friday announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters right here in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the site Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and generate $14 billion to the U.S. economy. The bulk of that investment to occur in the next 14 months. Now, President Trump also said that he would be in Pittsburgh Friday, May 30th for a big rally, and that Nippon Steel, even though they had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for almost $15 billion in December 2023, lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale from happening to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Clareton Mayor Rich Latanzi joined KDKA Radio's Rob Pratt this morning, and here's what he had to say.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Keep it here on KDKA Radio for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. 4 people were in custody after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the Waterfront Shopping Center in Homestead. That incident happened Friday. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV that was reported out of Whitaker. When they located it, chase ensued, and the SUV was seen going towards the Lowe's at the waterfront before crashing into a tree near the store. Those in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 towards the river and 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. Police caught up with all 4 alleged suspects. An investigation into the incident is underway. Well, this Memorial Day holiday weekend expected to draw more than 39 people on the roads through Monday afternoon. AAA says that's an increase of 1 million people compared to last year. Overall, AAA says 45.1 million people are expected to travel at least 50 miles this holiday weekend. That's by car, air, or other transportation. AAA says 4.8 million people will travel by car this weekend here in Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey. How about the gas prices? Right now, average $3.31 in Pennsylvania, $3.49 in Allegheny County. KDKA Radio News Time is 10:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, listen up. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. There are no negatives to clothes fitting better. Being able to walk up the stairs not winded, getting up off the floor easily, decreased meds and off medications, better hip and knee replacements, greater self-worth and self-esteem, and absolutely feeling genuinely happy with who you are. That's exactly what we're going to do together. Call for making these changes become a reality. 1-800-900-THIN.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's another cool day today, but temperatures are starting to rebound with clouds and more sunshine for the afternoon with a high of 62, then partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low of 42, followed by a mix of clouds and sun tomorrow with a high of 66. Then Memorial Day Monday features more sun than clouds and a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, the guys from True Value have been promoting them all week. This is our show, busiest home improvement show of the year because it leads into the summer months, Memorial Day weekend, back end, front end. A lot of you have either got a 3 or 4 day weekend. Got to get to True Value, got to get going. We're going to begin with Andy and Mike, but I want you to get on the phones right now with all of your home improvement questions and stack them up because we want to help you. We want to get that job done. 866-391-1020 from Sarber True Value, Sarber True Value Rental. Let's begin with you, Mike. How did Rush for Crush go?
Oh, it went very well. UPMC Hillman's fight to to combat cancer and promote cancer research was a great event, and looking forward to it in 2026. It'll be back again, the Rush to Crush. So if you missed any of it, keep an eye on UPMC Hillman. They're doing amazing work trying to fight cancer. So
how many miles did you ride?
I did the 30 mile.
Oh,
yeah.
Only 30.
Only 30. Maybe
Okay.
next year I'll do the 60 with my friend John Carroll. He's
show off.
Rob, I think you and I would be dead.
Listen. No, Rush to save a life, my life. You found me like on Sycamore Street up Mount Washington, like prone like into the pavement. I can't even fathom that. Even when I was young, I couldn't imagine riding a bike 30 miles.
Oh, yeah, it's not that. No, it's not that bad, Rob.
No,
You can
it's
do
not
it.
bad.
They do it. They have a 15-mile loop to that, and it's all on closed streets, which is really fun. You know, it's kind of fun biking around Pittsburgh in closed streets because you don't need to worry about the cars and what have you, and it's a great event. So
You got one of these fancy schmancy bikes?
I do. It's got radar on it and everything, and tells me when cars are coming up behind me and everything. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
My man, living the life.
Congratulations, Mike. That was
Thank
good
you.
for you.
All right, let's talk some Grassy. Let's talk some
Grassy.
home improvement. Go ahead.
Sure. Look,
Yeah, well,
big-
this is a
big
fun
week- big
weekend, right?
weekend.
This is but this is a great weekend to get. I like to call them fun jobs, right? This is like getting the lawn ready or doing some mulching, some beds, or
getting into
fertilizing
your
flowers.
garden, and it's I mean, Mike, even with the rain this week, that it kept some people from doing chores and so forth. But boy, it was a busy morning before we headed to the studio here. But there's so much that you could be doing this weekend. The weather, it's going to be cool, so it's going to be comfortable for you to be outside doing the work. But customers this week, Mike, it was all over the board. We sold a lot of the Ready Seal, our favorite decking product, and it was great for this week because Ready Seal, if you're aware or not aware, it's a goof-proof decking stain that even you can apply it in the rain. And I had a guy who said, okay, I'm going to go home and do it. And it was just a little drizzly and misty, and he came back the next day. He goes, you really can use that product in the rain. It was raining, and I did my deck. I said, well, it's goof-proof. I've done my boat dock in it. I've done decks with it. I've done railing with it. It is an amazing product. It's called Ready Seal. But so people doing decking, people doing yard work, still sold a lot of grass seed. Still, one of the things with the yards that I was, I guess, a little surprised with, Mike, is I had some calls for fungus. They're getting red thread. They're getting some fungus in the yard. And, I was thinking, boy, that's really early in the season for that. But with all the moisture this week, I guess I'm not surprised that people are getting some fungus and some red thread and so forth in the yard. So it's something to keep an eye out on. If you do, you want to treat it. You don't want to ignore it because you're not going to have a yard left if you ignore it. But, gardening, a lot of gardeners, Mike, out there. How about your tomato stakes? I'm sure your people are buying tomato cages and tomato stakes. And I mean, it's all aspect of the weekend, from patio furniture to grills to gardens to yards to decking. What am I missing?
Yeah, Memorial Day
they're
week-
everywhere.
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend is a wonderful weekend. It's like Rob was saying, it's the start, the summertime, agenda, and it's a really great day. And obviously, it's one of the most pivotal weekends in the hardware store business. A lot of folks travel to your local True Value hardware stores in order to get all those kind of things you need to do to get prepped for Monday, and get the house ready to go. Of course, we've got all the nice things to do with the Memorial Day flags. It's great to get fresh new flags up. Annan Flag is who's partnered with True Value, American-made flag manufacturer, to do those kind of things. But and that you want to treat the lawn or paint the fence, all those kind of things it's a great weekend to do that. And like I said, I think moisture's going to hold off, going into Monday, and Monday looks like a nice day. So we should have a great weekend.
So go outside and get all your work done on Saturday and Sunday, and get ready for some big picnics on Monday. So get that Weber grill or whatever branded grill you're using. It's a good day to get it cleaned up, get all those parts out, spray it down with a good degreaser, whether you're using Simple Green or Jungle Jake, or you're using Spray 9 or Grease Lightning. There's so many different degreasers that you can spray it with. Rinse them off real well. Clean the inside of the grill too. I had a couple people in asking, hey, I turned the propane on. I know the tank's full, but I'm not getting anything. What should I do? And first thing I tell them, Mike, is check for cobwebs. If you haven't used that grill all winter long, take it apart and take a look for those cobwebs. You get a spider building a nest or a rodent that has built the nest in those burner tubes area or around the igniter, it's going to prevent you from getting that grill started. So get the grills cleaned, get that patio furniture cleaned, and get ready for some nice picnics on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun to have folks over to the house during Memorial Day weekend. It's such a pivotal weekend in for America and a great way to celebrate it.
So what do you think Rob will be having for his picnic on Monday? I'll vote a fried bologna sandwich.
Love it, man. Love it. No, that's not coming back either. But I know what's coming back. We're going to come back after the break, right? Listen,
sure, absolutely.
Isn't this a great time to be in the hardware business, though?
It always is, Rob. Every year, it's really a great refresher. And we've talked about it. It's one of the things we love about our business because we cycle through the seasons just like everyone else does with their home. Like everything's a little bit different. Wintertime, to early spring, to later spring, then into the summer months and what have you. And your home and everything around your home and businesses needs different things during different times of the year.
Let's just real quick, this battery-powered equipment.
Mm-hmm.
I see all the ads, Black & Decker. I mean, they're all out there. I mean, is there anything that is not going to be powered by a battery pretty soon in the way? I mean, just about every tool you use in and around your house?
Absolutely. I don't think there's much of anything you're not or you can't already get in cordless equipment. And Rob, we've been telling you for 8, 9, even 10 years that it was coming, and it's more than just coming. It's here from Black & Decker, DeWalt, Toro, Echo, Steel, you name the brands, they're going to have battery-powered equipment. But, I have a router, I have a jigsaw, I have a circular saw, I have a Sawzall. Your impact guns, my entire tool line is all cordless. I don't know if I even own a corded tool. I guess my table saw would be corded, a power miter would be corded, but into your lawn, your hedge trimmers, your chainsaws, your blowers, your trimmers, they're all cordless. Your snow blowers, all of them are cordless.
Well, that's to Rob's point, like the handheld power tools, like you just mentioned, Andrew, like drills and routers and all that, have been battery powered now for a long time. We really don't sell any corded stuff much anymore at all. And that was really the precursor to that. And it was designed because back in the day, it was nickel cadmium. You didn't need a little smaller lithium based or power base to it. Now, with the larger pieces of equipment like chainsaws and lawnmowers, you needed that more long range bandwidth of power. You can now get that with the advent of lithium ion, which has supplanted the nickel cadmium battery lineup. So the lithium ion gives you a more equal power range without a power drop off and more of a broad base power so that you can use it very effectively with a lawnmower nowadays.
So I know you can use in yours, Rob.
I do.
Your lawnmower,
really
your trimmer, and so forth, all Black & Decker 40 volt, but there's 40 volt, there's 60 volt, there's 80 volt. And even in our rental, the chainsaws we rent are all battery powered, and they do an amazing job.
All right, listen, we're going to get some calls in here, so call us, 866-391-1020. Anything you need, you want to talk about, we'll handle it. Mike, along with Sarver True Value Rental, Evie True Value Rental. These are the stores we'd love you to support this weekend.
Thank you, Rob. You can find them at TrueValue.com, but at stores like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance in Allison Park, PA. We've got our good friend Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply in Marshall Way in Mars, Pennsylvania. R.C. Walters & Sons True Value in Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA, and Slippery Rock True Value Hardware on Grove City Road, Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania.
Back with more in a moment. Call us 866-391-1020.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
The
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
We got a lot of folks that want to talk to the guys from True Value. Here's Kathy in McKees Rocks up first on KDKA. Hey, Kath.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I have a question.
Okay.
Back in November, my kitchen remodeler took my flooring down to the bare plywood. So he took up the subfloor and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered a floor. Now here we are now in May, and my flooring is just about ready to come in. I have animals. I've had spills, and I'm concerned because I have cats.
Okay.
And a couple of them have had a couple accidents on the flooring on this bare wood.
Mm-hmm.
The flooring lady told me to buy a product. Is it called Kilns? And it
Kills.
You can, yeah, and you can paint it on, and it would. So tell me what steps I would go through. So I would clean the floor, maybe use Nature's Miracle on that spot, and make sure it's thoroughly dry, and then put the kilns on.
Okay. You're going. Yes, you're thinking of this properly. That you can seal that wood prior to applying a new floor. But before you do that, you need to talk to your company or people that are installing the floor. Now, if they are putting an underlay down on top of the plywood before they put their floor down, that's fine. I got no worries, no concern. If they are putting a flooring down that is an adhesive to go on top of that plywood, then I would be concerned, will the adhesive stick to the kills or whatever primer you're going to put down on that wood itself. So you need to make sure you're talking to your installer to see what their step is going to be and tell them what you want to do and let them advise you whether it's okay to put that block out primer, because that's what you're doing. You're putting a block out primer down on that wood, which is great. It'll do everything that you want it to do. It'll block out any smells and stains and so forth that are on that plywood. But you need to know what their first step is going to be so they don't walk in and say, well, what do you mean you painted this? Now we can't put the floor down.
They're putting a Luan flooring down. I'm getting quite a bit of flooring.
Okay.
It's going to be my living room area, the entire kitchen, and the hallway between the bedrooms.
All right.
So they have to tear everything up. I feel like this is a pretty big job.
Okay.
And they're going to be putting a Luan flooring down. Right now, you understand, we're down to the bare plywood.
Okay.
It's on the rack.
You understand my concern, though. So, so you understand that. Sure, your Kills, KILZ, or there's other block out primers. They were very good at blocking out any odors or so forth from your cats.
Yeah, and the only other consideration, Andrew, too, like Kills as well as Zinsser both make a kind of a variety of block out primers. You know, straight up latex primer. And then
shellac base,
oil base, and then shellac base, and they kind of go in that realm. Like the shellac base is going to be the 100% that's not going to allow odors to come through. It's a little bit more of a pain to apply. It's a little bit more expensive. And
it stinks.
Yeah. So depending on, I would also, that's probably a good question to ask them too. Kills is like saying, put down a Chevrolet. Well, what kind of Chevrolet do? So a Suburban, a Blazer, or what have you. So what their recommendations for, obviously the easiest one's just latex, whether it's the Zinsser 123 or just regular, the Kills 2 or what have you. It's just a simple latex
Which
primer.
one do they want you to use?
Yeah. Because the latex primer could still allow odors to permeate through, because latex by nature has a little bit of, propensity to allow odors through. It still will do a block out, but, so there's also that question I would have for them too, what one they would actually recommend.
And then you could always spray an odor killer down on that floor like the day or two before you prime it, which are very good at killing odors. The two best, my favorite is a odor killer called Knockout. It's made by the same company that makes Sniper, which is your disinfectant, and they're organic. You could spray it on the wood. It'll kill all the smell, and then the day later you could put your primer, your block-out primer on it, and it'd be like a 1-2 punch.
That's what I really want this this is all, and if anyone's a pet owner, you know, cats sometimes, when their life gets disrupted, which it has been, and she's old, she's confused. She thinks the paint tray is a litter box.
Well,
it's just crazy.
Yeah. Knockout is an odor killer. Mike has it. I have it. Pfeiffer has it. It's one that vets use, and they'll spray a dog that comes in that was sprayed by a skunk, and it instantly takes the skunk smell out. It's that good of an odor killer. So we have a lot of pet owners that use it. It is called Knockout.
Now, I'm in my middle 70s, and I just have I'm sorry I'm holding up the line, but one thing. I would think that a latex would be easier for me to apply.
It definitely would.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Easy, obviously,
And then-
water cleanup, dries within 30 minutes. It's low
That's what I
odor.
want.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that's what they're recommending, that's great, because that would be the easier route to go.
Okay, and it dries quick. Okay, you guys, I'm telling you what, I listen. I've learned so much.
Well,
I've
thank
called a couple of times, and your information, you can't put a price on it. It's just crazy.
Oh,
I love
thank you.
guys.
Thank you,
very
Kathy.
much.
Thank you.
Well, we do go
Okay.
the extra mile to make sure that you get all the correct information. Can you imagine if I had to do this show by myself? Now that's a scary thought. Here's John and Shaler up next for the guys from True Value. It's the True Value Home Improvement Show, KDKA. Hey, John.
Hey, how are you today?
Good.
Good. I have a quick question. Maybe you can help me. I have someone gave me a gallon of white paint, outdoor paint, and I'm wondering, do you sell anything that I could tint the paint with? I either want to make it gray or like a brick red.
Well, yeah. Okay, there's two parts to that. All the stores tint paint. Okay, we have machines that do it. We don't have tubes of tint that you could take home and do it yourself, but for a very nominal fee, all your stores, if you brought that can in, we can throw some black tint into a white can, and it's going to make it gray. And you bring that can into my store in Bethel, my guys will throw a couple drops of black tint in there, shake it up for you, and you're good to go. It's not going to be an exact match to anything, but if you want it gray and it's white, we put black tint in it, and you're all done. Or if you bring in a little Rubbermaid food storage little container you don't want to use, and you want me to put an ounce of black tint in there, and you go home and do it yourself, I'd be more than happy to do that. And I think most of your stores would.
But one of the challenges you're going to find, John, is basically there's almost 4 different types of paint when you're in an interior or exterior. There's basically white and what they call white and pastel. So it means it's designed to be white, and it could have just a little bit of color to be a pastel. And then there's a tint base, and then a deep base, and then an ultra deep base. If you open up a can of ultra deep base paint, it almost looks opaque. It almost doesn't look white. It's almost 3/4 of the way down, because the idea is that paint then takes all the tints and all the properties back up to make it. So, and then colors are different and more difficult colors, yellows, and you mentioned reds. Very, very difficult. So if that's just a gallon of white, exterior, either white or pastel base, at best it's going to be pink. At best, you just can't draw that down to a deep red color. So grays are different. Grays are a bit easier.
Grays are easier
to get that to a gray. That would be a much more easier way to get more of a color you're looking for. But I just want to temper your expectations in terms of depthness of color. If it's just a straight white pastel based product, it's really not going to get you down to the deep color that you might be looking for.
I understand. Yeah. Okay, so I could actually just bring it in, bring the gallon in, and they'd shake it and mix it or whatever.
Right. We can get a white
gray.
We can get a white to a light gray. Yes. Not a medium or a dark gray, but
and
a
forget red.
Gray.
You're only going pink.
Light
if it's a
gray.
yeah.
I could do with a gallon of white paint.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Sure.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
All right, listen, other than put somebody on now, we only have a couple of minutes for the break. Fred, Bill, Mary, and Tammy, stay where you're at. We'll get to you on the other side. Some other quick things we can do over the next 3 days at home.
You can get yourself a new garden hose. I mean, we love selling garden hoses. We've got a lot of different choices of more of the collapsible ones, as well as all the quality Green Thumb products. What I love about Green Thumb, not only do they make a great garden hose, they make all the best hose end nozzles is from Green Thumb. So it's always something fresh to get a nice
and
new
along
garden
with
hose.
those garden hose mics, you're into all the hose fittings. Make sure your hose has good fittings on, or if you need new fittings put on it, all the different nozzles, the hose reels, everything to go with it, and a lot of gardening being done. So a lot of people planting flats of flowers. So do you need some pit moss, organic soil? You need any hydroblock noodles for the bottom of those flower pots, or any of your potting soil blends, your plant foods, your shovels, your stakes. It's a big outdoor gardening week, too.
Yeah, and do the show a favor. Any True Value store you stop into anywhere around the world, we've almost 5,000 True Value stores, but tell them you heard it on the True Value Home Improvement Hour. It's going to help out a lot, but the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour, Daniels, True Value Discount Appliance, Pfeiffer, True Value Hardware, R.C. Walters & Sons, True Value, Slippery Rock, True Value, Evie and Sarver, True Value Hardware.
You know, and Paul from R.C. Walters just sent us a message, Mike, next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend, he's going to have a customer appreciation sale. So good luck to you, Paul, next weekend on your sale you're going to have at R.C. Walters.
I'm sure he still appreciates his customers this weekend.
He does.
Too.
I know I do.
But just not
every
as
day.
much,
Every
not
day.
as much.
Even
maybe.
the ones that stopped by this morning at 4:30 this morning just to chat. We appreciate them all.
We're going to take a break, come back on the other side. Lots of calls to get to. Next hour, we're talking Amtrak with Andrew Benacki, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then Joe Potoshnik, JP Roofing, will be here in the noon hour, rolling on this Memorial Day weekend, your Pratt Pack at KDKA.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters here in Pittsburgh. Trump making the announcement Friday afternoon on the social media site Truth Social. He says it's going to create 70,000 jobs along with $14 billion in the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur within the next 14 months. Now, the exact details of the partnership were not announced, but Trump did say he will be in Pittsburgh May 30th, that's Friday, for a, quote, big rally, end quote. Now, the news of the partnership has elicited reaction from many elected officials in the Mon Valley, such as North Braddock Mayor Cletus Lee.
Christmas, man, here in the Mon Valley. It's like early Christmas, man, here in the Mon Valley. And he's protecting at least 11,000 jobs for Pennsylvanians.
And West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly also telling KDKA-TV.
When you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
Stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. KDK Radio News Time is 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Voss TV and Appliance has a huge selection of big brand names and prices you'll love. Third-generation family business. Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team provides meaningful service that actually serves. They answer phones, show up on time, and truly care about their customers. It's old-school service that matters, and you won't find it anywhere else. Visit Voss's South Hills showroom today. 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Love them. The lowest prices guaranteed.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings another cool day with clouds and some sunshine poking out by the afternoon with a high of 62. Then some clouds around tonight, but another chilly night with a low of just 42, followed by a bit less cool conditions for tomorrow with clouds and sun and a high of 66. Then Memorial Day brings more sun with a high of 69. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
We're back and we're ready to go to the phones. Let's say hi to Bill in Dayton. Hey, Bill, you're on KDKA.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I have a question. We have a finished basement. We get some water, some moisture along the outside walls because it's basically all below ground level.
Mm-hmm.
And a few years ago, I don't know if you still recommend it, but there's this system that you install, and basically the water hits it and flows along the bricks.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I believe you're thinking of a product called HydroBlock.
Yes.
HydroBlock is it's an amazing water management product. It's designed to be outside, not inside, and it's designed to collect water from where you don't want it and send it to where you do want it. So it's amazing for doing swampy yards and hillsides and so forth. It's not usually the best choice for putting up against the foundation of the house. It can be. We have done it. The dilemma with HydroBlock against the foundation is HydroBlock sucks water towards the board. So if you're putting it on the foundation, it is going to suck the water from the yard to the foundation, which may cause additional water coming in the house instead of preventing water from coming in the house. So there's a lot of great uses, but there's some that are not the right uses. Now, I say that and understand that I'm going to say 90% of the water that comes into a basement is generally caused by roof water, gutter water, downspout water, and your existing piping that is along the foundation of the house is not clear or is not properly flowing. So water coming into the basement, generally you have to look at your downspouts, your gutters, and in particular the water that the downspout, the piping that the downspouts go into. And if those pipings are real old where they're terracotta and they've separated or they've crushed, or they're plastic pipe that is cracked and separated, or joint seams that are separated, or it could just be full of roots, dirt, debris, and the gravel sand that comes off of the shingles and down your gutters and down your downspouts. So step one is checking your downspouts and the piping along the foundation to see what is going on. The easiest way for a homeowner to do that by themselves is on a nice, dry, sunny day, take a garden hose and stick it down your downspout. So either separate your downspout from the pipe going into the ground, or crawl up a ladder and just put it in where the gutter and the downspout is. Turn that garden hose on and let it run for half hour, 45 minutes. And at that point, go into the basement and see if those puddles are forming. And if they are, you know that that is what your problem is. So at that point, you can get a plumber to put a camera down the line and see exactly where the problem is, or dig up the whole foundation and just replace all the piping. But HydroBlock, I love HydroBlock. I sell a lot of HydroBlock. But in your instance, I don't think it's going to solve your problem. I would bet that your problem is due to your gutter and downspout. Now, if you don't want to do any of that, you call my store. I could give you a name of some contractors that use HydroBlock, but also do a lot of gutter, downspout, and French drain repairs after they find out just what the problem is and why you're getting water in the house itself. Okay.
Okay. And if I can get that number, I just call your store.
No, it's the number is 412-835-5780.
Andrew, I concur 100%. And it's one of those things, it's one of the things we love to do is a lot of times the problems in the hardware world, first principles are really pretty simple. Whether it's electrical, like I was like, oh my God, my circuit panel's not right. And it turns out it could be just a bad outlet or what have you, and walk you back. And you're so true with water in a basement. All right. There is a lot of companies that can come out. There's a lot of things you can do.
Oh, yeah.
But first principles are like, do you put gutters and downspouts, and also grading. Sometimes the grading is just naturally flowed towards the house. Or your patio sidewalk that goes around. All of a sudden, over the years, it's slightly tilted towards the house. And it's just funneling water to that. So there's usually a lot of ways to find out where that water's coming from first, and it's much more less expensive. It's much more easy to solve the problem, and it's just much more functional to do it that way than to start, using the UGL products in the interior basement and thinking about drainage inside the basement and all those kind of things. Because to your point, and I concur, 90% of the time, it's not just base groundwater coming in through the wall.
Nope. To fix a water issue, question one is, where's the water coming from? You cannot fix an issue until you know where the water's coming from. And then once you know where it's coming from, then you could fix it. I'm a huge fan. Let's keep the water outside. And don't let it
Andrew, you mentioned a nice sunny day. There's also another on the opposite end of that spectrum, on a nice, really heavy downpour. Go out there with your umbrella and look around, see what's going on. Sometimes you'll see water flowing over top of the gutters. Sometimes you see it percolating back up through the downspout. Sometimes you can see it, water from a grading standpoint running to the home as away from the home.
So now you got a lot of homework.
Yes, I do. Thanks for your help.
All right,
Bill.
good luck.
All right, good stuff. Let's move on to Mary in Trafford. Lots of good calls today. Hey, Mary, welcome to KDKA.
Thank you. I'm calling about squirrels possibly in my attic.
Okay.
I had insulation blown into my attic in December, and they put some vents on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like I hear them in the one back room where the bedroom is, but they're not actually in the attic. It seems more like they're in the chimney.
Okay. Well, attic and chimney really would be two pretty different fixes for it. In the attic itself, you could either repel them or you could trap them. Now, it's easy to repel them by using like a product called Mouse Magic, where you get yourself a dozen little sachet packs of Mouse Magic and just throw it all around the attic itself. It's spearmint and peppermint. They smell it, it burns their nose, and they go live somewhere else. Or you put a trap up there and you trap it to remove them or trap it to kill it. Chimney, it's a little bit more difficult because of how wide open it is. And if they're in the chimney itself, you have a fireplace, or don't you have a fireplace? This is the chimney from your furnace and water heater. Do you have an opening for the chimney, or?
It is for the water heater, and the attic is finished. So,
Okay.
And I've gone up there. They're not in the attic itself.
Okay. Well, it's going to be even a little bit more difficult. I'm going to have to think about that one, since you have no access to your chimney itself. With it being spring, summer, and so forth, most squirrels and so forth, they're going to leave that nest from the winter and go find their food or something. So your best bet is going to be to cap
Could it be something else other than squirrel? I mean, it just sounds like squirrels.
Oh,
I first heard them in March, and they were running around. It sounded like they were running around inside of
the chimney itself. So, I mean, raccoons are very known to live and have babies in chimneys in winter. But once again, come spring, summer, they're going to leave to go find their food. I would say at this point, your safest is to ignore it for another couple of weeks and then have a cap put on the chimney. Your second option would be call a rodent company, a pest control company, and they will come out and pull them out of the chimney, or hire a chimney sweep to come in and clean the chimney. And if they're in there, when they clean the chimney, they're going to be getting them out at that point. That would probably be 3 options that I would think of for you. So simplest would be to ignore it for a short term, and hopefully it quits, and then cap that chimney so they don't come back.
I heard them again today.
Okay.
Something, whatever it is.
Well,
I heard them again. This chimney sweep, because, that chimney is being used to vent the fumes from the hot water tank.
Well, then, why don't you call a pest control company and have them come out and take a look?
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, let's get a break in here. We'll come back. We got many more calls on the other side. Next hour, Andrew Benacki. We're talking Amtrak. And then my man, Joe Patosnik, with a special offer you don't want to miss, JP Roofing. That's coming up today in the noon hour. It's a Saturday. The holiday weekend rolls on at KDK in just a couple of moments.
This Memorial Weekend, we pay homage to those who have laid down their lives in service to our country. Their voices will never die. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Right back to the phone. Busy day today as expected on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Here's Fred in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Fred.
Hi, guys. Real quick.
Sure.
Can you guys give me the name of a cleaner or remover that would dissolve old hardened adhesive? I've used 2 so far and they didn't work. The last one I used was called Goof Off.
Okay. And what's the other one you tried?
I can't remember the name of the other one.
Mike, I'd say going to straight solvents then?
Yeah, say straight solvent. If you go to the 4-foot section in the hardware store, there's the solvent section where you'll find
your paint thinner and so forth.
Yeah, paint thinner.
What's the name?
Well, it's just simply called adhesive remover, but it is a commercial-based, chemical-based adhesive remover, depending on whatever brand of chemical. What is it? Sunnyside.
Sunnyside. Yeah, and it's going to have the MEK. Chemical is going to be the base body of it. Unless you have a can of acetone sitting at home, you could try that too. That's going to be a little bit milder, but you're going, your Goof Off and Goo Gone and your graffiti remover type products. They're a very watered down version of adhesive removers. They're very safe, and that's why they make them so safe, because you can do them on anything. But when you're going to hardcore glues and adhesive, you're going into pure solvents. And when I say solvents are, your paint thinners and your turpentines and so forth. But when you get into adhesive remover solvents, you're into chemicals that are MEK and
that methyl
ketone,
and also into the acetone. So go into your hardware store and tell them you want an adhesive remover, or just tell them you want MEK, and they're going to get you the solvent removers.
Okay. Underneath it is one of those beautiful old mosaic tiles.
Well,
floors.
okay, then
and they covered it up.
Okay, then instead of going to the straight solvent, get the adhesive removers.
Okay.
Because the adhesive removers are not going to damage that surface like an MEK may damage the surface you're removing the glue from.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, anybody else wants to get in here? 866-391-1020. Let's go to Penn Hills and say good morning to Ken. Ken, you're on KDK. Good morning.
Hi. Simple question. I have a light fixture in a bedroom, and there's 2 light bulbs. Are those normally 40 or 60?
Well, since they're LED bulbs now, you could go ahead and use a 60-watt version of it.
60-watt equivalent.
60-watt equivalent of it, because the LEDs don't create the heat. When you were into the old incandescents, I'd have probably put 40-watt incandescents in it because the amount of heat. LEDs don't produce the heat. So get the equivalent, which are going to be a 10, 11 watt LED, and you're going to be fine because they don't create any heat.
Okay, I'm always concerned about overheating and causing a fire.
Nope, no concern anymore because they're all LED light bulbs.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
All right, appreciate the call. We're going to get another call here in the queue, and we'll get that person on right away. Next hour, it's Amtrak. It's Andrew Benacki, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then today at noon, Joe Potoshnik and JP Roofing, Beth Andrews, Net Worth Financial Advisors after that. Also, it's a great local programming throughout the weekend, so stay with us here on KDKA this Memorial Day weekend. The guys from True Value for a couple of more moments. And again, if you want to jump in here and get a question answered, give us a call, 866-391-1020. Here's Ruth in Allison Park on KDKA. Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, I heard that you've got some people have some kind of fungus in their yard. I have a colony of mushroom.
Okay. Where are the mushroom? Are they in the yard or are they in mulch?
They're in the grass.
Okay,
Yeah,
they're in the grass itself. So mushrooms are a fungicide, of course. So you can get a fungal control product in a liquid or a granular form, putting it on, and it'll kill the mushrooms. Or you can use. Are you familiar with the product we talk about called Sniper? Your disinfectant.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a bottle of Sniper at home?
Yes, by a different name.
Well, that would be under the old name, which was Bactrikill.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
Bactrikill, you dilute it 2-to-1, and you go spray those mushrooms, and within an hour they'll be dead.
Oh, wow. That's
as
really
long
easy.
as you dilute it, it will not hurt your grass. Now, if you just grab that bottle and run outside and spray it, it'll kill all the mushrooms a little quicker, but it's also going to hurt the grass. So your Sniper or your old Bactrikill label, it's a stabilized chlorine dioxide. It is an amazing fungus control. On plants, we dilute it 2-to-1. I use it on tomato plants. I use it on rose bushes. I use it on all sorts of plants, diluted 2-to-1. And I'll emphasize again, diluted 2-to-1, and it is a great fungus control on plants, and it'll do a world of good on mushrooms. So, and the reason I asked you if it's in the yard or in the mulch, when I'm killing mushrooms in mulch, I just spray it full strength because there's nothing there I'm killing except the mushrooms. So, but in your grass, dilute it, and those mushrooms will be gone.
Okay, and that's 2 water to 1 Bactrikill.
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
All right, good stuff. Don't forget, each and every week, Saturday between 10 and 11, the folks from True Value are here answering all of your home improvement questions. So please make a point to join us each and every week. So 866-391-1020. Get another call here in the queue, and we'll get it up and get that question answered. Then we're going to get ready for the news at 11, and then we'll roll into AAA Central's Talking Travel with Andrew. But right now, along with Sarver True Value Rental, and EV True Value Rental, we go to John on the south side. Go ahead, John. You're on KDKA.
Hello, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I just turned 75 at the beginning of this month, and I can tell you, Rob, when you get to be my age, I hope you're in better shape than I am. But
I'm
here's
working
my
on
question. That's good. I know you are, yeah. I listened to you. 2 questions. One is about that product, Harmony.
Okay.
Is that safe to use on cats? Because I have 2. It is?
Yep, 100%. We have tested this for years. I have vets tested it. I have zoos that have tested it. And we have ranchers all over the United States using it on horses and cows and sheep and camels and llamas and cats and lions and tigers and dogs and everything. It is an amazing insect control, very, very safe for pets. Our ranchers who always have trouble with flies on the faces of horses, they now just spray it, wipe down the face of the horse, and no more flies bother the horses. For dogs and cats, you can just spray them and knead it with your fingers to get it through the fur into the skin. And it is 100% organic, and it'll keep all the bugs, especially fleas and ticks, off of the dogs and cats.
Okay, now my second question, I know you guys are coming up to the deadline, but during that storm last month, I have twin pine trees in the rear of my yard.
Okay.
One of them split in half, came down onto my patio, took a corner of my roof off, but I got that repaired.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other is that a tree, a big locust tree, fell in my yard. I've never used a chainsaw in my life. This tree is pretty big.
Okay.
And I have called 911 several times. As soon as they announced the Team Rubicon was going to be in the area, I called them. And I was on the list. I had to be one of the first people to call. I've not heard a thing from them. I don't have a lot of money. I need to get this tree out of my yard. I've even called, Greater Pitt Tree Service twice. Never heard anything back from them.
Well, do me a favor. Do me a favor. I'm going to put you on hold. Give your number to my producer, and then I'm going to text Greater Pitt Tree Service directly for you, okay?
Thank you so much. I'll tell you guys, I'm really seriously at the end of my rope.
Okay.
Well, listen,
leave the producer your name and number, and we'll see what we can do. Yep. Thousands of trees. Thousands.
Here. Have a great day.
Thanks,
All right,
Rob. Have a great
Happy
Memorial Day
Day.
weekend.
All right, news coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's another gigantic two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May 25th at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Philly Gourmet 100% pure beef patties, 1.5 to 2 pound box, $7.99 each. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. And woolly shrimp rings, 10-ounce packages, $3.99 each. In our produce department, sweet mini peppers, 8-ounce packages, 2 for $3. And all-purpose red potatoes, 5-pound bags, 2 for $5. In our deli department, all-natural countryside Swiss cheese, $3.99 a pound. And Wonder Bar German-style bologna, $2.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of Utz potato chips, 8-ounce bags, $1.88 each. Selected varieties of Turner's iced teas, 64-ounce jugs, 3 for $4. And French's yellow mustard, 20-ounce bottles, 2 for $3.
So get in on the giant two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 55 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump on Friday announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump made the announcement on the social media site Truth Social on Friday with the planned partnerships between the two steel giants, creating at least 70,000 jobs, according to Trump, and adding $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Now, the exact details of the partnership have not been released, but the president said he would be in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th for a, quote, big rally, end quote. News of the partnership has brought forth reaction from many elected officials in the Mon Valley, such as Clareton Mayor Rich Latanzi, who spoke with KDKA Radio's Rob Pratt this morning.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Stay tuned to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. 4 people were in custody after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the waterfront. That's in Homestead. Incident happened Friday. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV reported out of Whitaker. When they located it, a chase ensued, and the SUV was seen going towards the Lowe's at the waterfront before crashing into a tree near the store. Those in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 toward the river, 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. All 4 were caught by police. Incident is under investigation. Well, CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports a famed musician is taking a break as he deals with health concerns.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Billy Joel is canceling all of his scheduled concerts. The 76-year-old piano man has revealed on social media that he's being treated for a condition that involves a buildup of fluid in the brain that can cause neurological symptoms. Joel says he's been dealing with hearing, vision, and balance issues. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. AccuWeather forecast on the way.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, rather cool for late May with partly sunny skies, high 62. Chilly, low 41 tonight. Tomorrow, Memorial Day, partly sunny, 65. Tomorrow, 69 Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Dagger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, all aboard Amtrak. Topic of conversation, Andrew Benacki. This is AAA East Central's Talking Travel with your Pratt Pack, and right now we're streaming this show live, Metropolitan Window video screen. How do you watch it and listen at the same time? The magic of radio and streaming. KDKRadio.com and click on KDKA Watch. AAA projects a record-breaking 45.1 million Americans will travel 50 miles or more for this Memorial Day weekend. Most travelers, 39.4 million, will drive, leading to increased congestion in major metro areas. Alternative travel methods like buses and trains are seeing an increase. So that's why we're going to be talking about Amtrak, not just this weekend, but for many weekends to come and weeks during the summer travel season. So without further ado, before we get to our guest, here she is, Andrea Benacki. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm better now that you're here. Because
It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while, but you're going to handle this great interview that I'm anticipating, because I think anybody who's listened to me for 30 plus years First thing they say is, he's still here? But Amtrak, any chance I get to promote it, I absolutely love it. And it's one of the best ways to see the USA. So go right ahead.
It is. So we're excited. We have Clark from Amtrak Vacation and Rail Bookers with us today, and he's going to tell us about all of the tours and trips that they have to offer. We have a couple that are promoted on our on AAA.com/radio. So take a look at that, and you can get some ideas. You can also call 1-800-354-8761, and they can also give you some pricing, dates, all that good stuff. But before you do that, make sure you listen to Clark, and he's going to give you all the information. So, Clark, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for having me today.
Of course. So tell us a little bit about what Rail Bookers and Amtrak Vacations has to offer. Take it away.
Absolutely. So we are proudly preferred with AAA, and really what we are is a worldwide land tour operator specializing in, of course, trains. And Amtrak Vacations, anything that we go within the mainland United States, and Rail Bookers, which is our international brand, so all other parts of the world that offer trains. And we can basically curate a fully customizable vacation with not only the train, but hotels, tours, transfers, everything that you need. And again, we are preferred with AAA, proudly so.
That is great. And I have a couple tours that we have on our AAA.com, but I know that you guys have a lot more. Let's start with what you have in the U.S. Since it is Memorial Day weekend, what kind of trips do you have in the U.S. to offer us?
Absolutely. A great question. And, one of the best things about Rail Bookers and Amtrak Vacations is that we actually are very, very good at basically booking even those last-minute vacations. If you're a planner, we can also book up to 2 years in advance, by the way. So if, we have people that like to plan ahead, we've got you covered. So that's pretty unique to us. As far as destinations within the United States, I know we've got the big travel weekend, probably the first big one, I'd say, of the summer, this coming weekend. National parks have been really, really exploding for us, as they usually do this time of year, specifically Glacier National Park, which is actually our #1 bestseller, Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, even Yosemite, to name of the few bestsellers, but also city getaways. So if you're in the Northeast, Boston, Philly, New York City, Washington, D.C., really all up the Eastern Seaboard, it's very easy to connect from some of those famous historic cities by train, and we could do tours in each one. So it's a nice way to combine multiple amazing U.S. cities in one trip.
Yes, it is. And you can always upgrade the cars too, right? Just to get so that they have more spacious room and things like that on those longer travels.
Definitely. We always recommend trying to get a little bit more bang for your buck, make it a lot more enjoyable of a trip, make it more memorable. And how do we do that? Well, when there's a shorter train route, if you're only going from city to city, from, let's say, New York to Philly, it's a short one, but you can upgrade to a first-class seat and get yourself some more space, priority boarding, get you some extra inclusions when you are traveling. If you're also traveling long distance, let's say an overnight or more, you can actually upgrade to one of what we call sleeper cabins, either a more budget-friendly roomette or a deluxe sleeper bedroom, which is actually, the bedroom is the more popular, as you can imagine, because it's bigger. It offers an ensuite bathroom. When you upgrade to any of those sleepers for long-distance travel, one of the questions I get a lot is, how do the meals work? They're actually included. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner the entire time. It also gets you more access to other parts of the train, like the dining car, the observation car. So we always highly recommend looking at those upgrade options, because it really does offer a lot more for your trip and a lot more for your dollar.
Oh, that's great. I know one of our reservation agents at the reservation center in Pittsburgh just recently traveled on Amtrak and upgraded to one of those cars. She traveled with her mom, and she said they loved it. So it is
amazing.
Yeah, it's a great feature, and she really loved the train too. So that's nice. What other tours do you have? I know I mentioned on AAA.com, Niagara Falls Getaway, and that's really popular in the Pittsburgh area. A lot of people will drive there, but you can actually take the train. So how does that work? I know that whenever you cross into Canada, are you going into via rail or something like that? How does that work?
It's a great question. Niagara Falls, of course. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention it. So thank you for bringing it up. It's the most popular, park that we have east of Chicago, as far as Amtrak's concerned. So, for Pittsburgh and that greater Pittsburgh area, very, very popular. Now, I would say the closest stations that actually go basically direct would be probably out of Cleveland, or if you're a little further east or don't mind doing some extra travel, even New York City, because the train specifically from New York City is called the Maple Leaf. It's an Amtrak train. And it's one direct route from New York City right across the Canadian-U.S. border. It goes right into Niagara Falls, and they'll actually check all your paperwork, your necessary documents to get across the border both ways while you're actually at your seat, which is pretty cool. You can also take it as far up as Toronto. So a common way people will do Eastern Canada like that is take the train into Niagara Falls and then even include Toronto. If you're looking for a really, really cool city, I would recommend adding Toronto to anyone's list. I'm a little impartial because I've got a lot of family out that way, but it's one of my favorite cities I've ever been to myself. It's a great way to combine, a great city with a great national park, one of the 7 wonders of the world too. So very, very easy to do it by train.
I'm glad you mentioned the information about them checking your ID and things like that, because that's a lot of things. That's something that someone doesn't think about. I mean, you are crossing the border into Canada, so you need passports and things like that. So it does make it easy that you just sit right in your seat and get all that done.
By the way, Clark. By the way, Clark. You've said she's asked 3 good questions so far. So you've actually beaten my entire career, Andrea, where the guest has said you have had 3 good questions. So congratulations. Hey, Clark, real quick before we get to a break, it's Rob Pratt, and I've had this love affair with Amtrak for a long time. But the history of Amtrak, it is such a big part of business travel as well. And now that people don't travel as much as far as business is concerned, it's become one of the best way for sightseers and people who want to see this country. So Amtrak continues to evolve, and now more than ever, people are leaning in on the affordability, but also a chance to really get up close and personal with this great country, right?
You're 100% correct. I personally think that there's just something nostalgic about taking the train through the countryside, through the mountains, all the different parts of this country. It's beautiful in so many ways that you just don't really get to appreciate when you're in the air. You're flying over everything when you're going across the U.S. most of the time if you're a flyer. But, consider taking it by train. You really get to appreciate just all the little nooks and crannies that makes, this a great country and very, very scenic, of course.
All right, good stuff. We said before we got on the air, every person we've had on from Amtrak is like a 5-star guest.
Yeah, they are. They know their stuff.
They do. And those observation cars, especially at night, all the things that you can do, the amenities, the food, the sleeping quarters, you're going to love how you see the USA and Amtrak. Now, what's the best way, along with AAA.com/radio, for people who want to book these trips? What should they do?
So they should call 1-800-354-8761 and talk to your travel agent at the reservation center, or you can visit your local branch. They're open today. Some are open till 2, some till 3 o'clock. So you could stop into your local branch and they can get you booked on these as well. And you get your AAA member benefits and everything else included. So yeah, visit our branch today.
Yeah, 800-354-8761. Clark, Andrea, and your Pratt Pack back on the other side as we're seeing the countryside via Amtrak. Book that trip. Get ready to see the USA. Make it a summer to remember. Back with more in a moment on KDKA. Good morning.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Ahoy Vacation Cruisers. AAA has select dates for a no-fly cruise. Hop on their motor coach from the Pittsburgh region and head to Baltimore, New York, or New Jersey to board a cruise destination of choice. Bermuda, Canada, or the Caribbean. There is an itinerary for you on either Carnival, Princess, or Royal Caribbean International. You'll avoid airport hassles and enjoy a stress-free, no-fly way to take in one of 3 great destinations with multiple itineraries. AAA member rates start at just $1,359 per person, double occupancy. Rates include round-trip motor coach, cruise accommodations, taxes, government fees, and more. Space is limited. Visit AAA.com/featured vacations to view each amazing itinerary and complete details. Visit your local AAA branch or call AAA at 1-800-354-8761.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, don't forget to drop into one of those wonderful branches or simply call 800-354-8761. Dream it, plan it, book it. Today it's Amtrak this holiday weekend, and here is your host, Andrea Benacki. Andrea.
So before we get started with Clark again, I just wanted to mention that if you book a new cruiser tour with one of our preferred partners, which Amtrak Vacations and Real Bookers are, you can get a membership for only $10. And that is an awesome discount, and you'll want that, especially for the weekend. As Rob mentioned, there is record travel on the roadways this weekend, so you'll want to get your AAA membership. So make sure you stop by your local branch or call 1-800-354-8761 and get your membership today.
All right, let's get back to Clark. Go ahead.
All right, Clark. So we talked about Amtrak Vacations. Let's talk about Real Bookers. I don't think that our guests really understand that you can book packages with trains included, and you guys can package it together, and we'll just do the flights for them and all that information or all that good stuff. But you can plan the whole trip in Europe on land for them using the train. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited that you brought that up. Rail Bookers is actually the fastest growing part of our whole company, and honestly, we're just like AAA. We're really a one-stop shop for all of our travelers, just with combining all the different components that go into building a custom vacation, from the train to the hotel, which, by the way, we can offer 3, 4, 5 diamond level hotels all over the world, transfers, sightseeing tours, and activities to really just make it a very unique and custom built and curated vacation. And we go all over the world, really anywhere with a trainer. Remember, we can book anywhere up to 2 years in advance, and even more of those last-minute trips. In fact, more than a third of our business actually comes from even pre- and post-cruising. So if you're a big cruiser, like river cruises, if you're trying one out in Europe, very common for people to utilize our product and what we offer at the beginning, middle, or end of those trips as an extension. And we can combine all those components that go into building an amazing vacation with AAA.
That's great. What are some of your most popular train destinations in Europe that you're selling right now?
Yes, great question. That's the fourth one, I think. To no one's surprise, our top 2 best-selling destinations worldwide are actually Switzerland, followed by Italy. And I know everyone's absolutely shocked, but it's for good reason. They offer some of the best routes and trains in the world. I know, Andrea or even Rob, have either of you ever taken the trains out that way before?
No,
I have not.
I'd love to, though.
Yeah, I've done a couple myself. I can tell you from experience, it's a one-of-a-kind experience. Not anything we really can offer here in the United States. I think when people tend to think of trains, we think of Amtrak, and it's a very different experience with the high-speed rail and luxury rails that we also work with out in Europe and other parts of the world. So with Switzerland and Italy being our top 2, actually Canada is our 3rd bestseller, followed by Alaska with the Alaskan Railroad, and then Ireland, believe it or not. And then a few others that I'll mention are Norway, Germany, France, parts of North and South Africa, and then Australia and New Zealand. So really anywhere with a train, but those are some of the popular ones right now.
Wow, I don't think I realized you went to Africa. And did train there. That's really neat. And then I also want to mention that if any of our guests went into an office or called 1-800-354-8761, if you call in or visit in and the agent that you get has never booked a train in Clark just mentioned in Africa or something like that, they have the most talented and knowledgeable res centers in the industry, res agents in the industry. They walk our agents through everything, and they will send us a whole itinerary for us to present to our clients. So please, if you have someone that seems like they're not too sure, please stick around. We will get all the help. That's why we are the middleman for us to go through Real Bookers, because they have the experts there that can help us. Isn't that right, Clark?
Absolutely. Your team, AAA, so talented and knowledgeable. No one can know everything, right? But you're pretty darn close. So what our team really does is we're here to take some of that stress out of planning when it comes to the trains, especially because our team really is trained on that. We speak the language. It's kind of its own thing. And so we team up with your agents and your guests and your clients to really just walk you through the whole thing from A to Z. Try to make it as easy as possible. You don't have to be a rail expert to book a Rail Bookers vacation, which is really nice. That's what our team's for.
Yeah, that is nice. So you do have some itineraries on your website, and they are like they have an itinerary, a day-by-day itinerary that they go by. Are our clients able to call in and build their own itineraries as well?
Absolutely. And we can do it any length of time, really any time of year, like I said, up to 2 years in advance. If you are not quite finding a perfectly pre-built vacation package, we offer over 5,000 on our website. But if you're not seeing that, 99% of the time, we're going to make customizations and adjustments to it anyway, and we can build it completely from scratch. If you have an idea of, where you want to go, if you've got family and, the back country of, out in the Tuscany vineyards area, but you're not sure if there's a train there, you want to go by train, we can help you find the closest station. And it doesn't have to be a pre-built vacation package. We do that to help you get started and to show you what's possible. And we do pre-include a number of different tours, activities, even transfers, from the airport, train station, cruise port, and hotel to make things a lot more convenient for our travelers. But we can completely customize it and build it from scratch. And again, a common way to do that if you're coming off of a cruise is to, why not go see more of Switzerland if you're getting off the ship in Basel and, or even parts of Eastern Europe, with the Rhine River cruise. So lots and lots of ways. Is really 1,000,001 ways to do it with us.
Yes, there is. And I talked about the tour that I have that we're promoting online, the Rome, Florence, and Venice. Have you ever done that yourself? And can you tell us a little bit about that itinerary for the folks that might love that? I picked that because that, like you said, Italy is one of your most popular destinations, and it is one of the most popular destinations that AAA sells as well. So tell us a little bit about that itinerary and what they get to see when they're doing that. And this was Rome, Florence, and Venice through Rail Bookers.
Absolutely. That is our number one best-selling Italy vacation package. It's 2 nights in each of those iconic cities. Now, I have not done this exact package. I've been to Italy, but they've got some amazing things that I have done and more that we offer in that package. So first thing is, what's really nice, even though it is 6 total nights, if you do think that 2 nights might not be enough to spend in Rome, Florence, or Venice, we can extend, we can even shorten if it's a city you've already been to. So we can change that if need be. But the way that package comes, we offer museum visits such as the Uffizi Gallery or the Accademia to see the Statue of David while you're in Florence. In Rome, of course, the Colosseums, you can do a guided tour, or you can just do a skip-the-line ticket. I'm sure you can agree if you're spending less time waiting in line, you can focus your trip a lot more on more sightseeing and doing more with your trip, right, just saving you time. So that's something that we do pre-include. And we can offer a host of different hotels that are most of the time very, very centralized to the city center. And that's another nice benefit with the train is that the train stations 99% of the time are going to be right in the city center and a lot closer to where your hotel is. It might even be walking distance from the train station.
Wow, that's nice.
So as opposed to flying, right, and you spend more time and there's more of a cost when it comes to finding that transfer, let's say an hour outside the city, but the train station's right there. So as far as convenience is concerned, makes things a lot easier, especially with those 3 cities. And that is the most popular Italian package that we offer. But we can combine it with other cities or other countries if you want to.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the list that you guys sent to me while we were preparing for the show, and I see there's Dublin, Cork, Killarney, and Galway on there. And as you know, our Steelers are playing in Ireland this year,
That's right.
so they can always add on while they're over there some package before or after while they're in Dublin. Can they not do something like that as well?
Of course you can, and that's actually not the first time I've heard that. It's a very popular way. It is trending, in the greater Pittsburgh area. If you want to go see the Steelers play, we can add in a couple extra nights. You can go watch them, and that will also allow them to take the train every destination throughout Ireland. So Dublin, Killarney, Cork, Galway are some of the more popular ones, of course, and we offer some sightseeing tours such as the Ring of Kerry or the Cliffs of Moher along the way. If you're planning to go to that game, hopefully you got a ticket already. I don't know where they stand as far as if they're sold out yet, but hopefully you can go. And if you're planning to go, we can help you get you there and by way of train.
Good. That's great. So with that being said, I know that you have a lot of other destinations that you sent me. So you sent best of Switzerland, Norway, and I know a bunch of people going to Norway this year. There's Alaska. You mentioned one of the most popular. And then you also have in the U.S. the Rails to the Grand Canyon, which I recently was in the Grand Canyon last year. It's absolutely beautiful. So how do you do that? Is that Grand Canyon Railway included, or is that something completely different?
I'm going to have him answer that on the other side of this break. But what's the best way for people to dream it, plan it, book it with Rail Bookers and Amtrak? Go ahead.
So you can visit your local branch. We're open today until around 3 o'clock. Some open till 2, so just make sure you check online to see what time they close today. It is Saturday. Or you can call 1-800-354-8761. Mackenzie is standing by at the reservation center, and she is waiting for you to call and get some information on Rail Bookers and Amtrak Vacations.
All sorts of good stuff on the program today.
Yes.
All right, we're going to come back with Andrea and Clark, so please stay with us. Hey, we're far from done, though. Next hour, my buddy Joe Potocznik nailing down all of those roof questions and things that you need handled. JP Roofing. No one does it better than Beth Andrews, Net Worth Financial Advisors. Then my coworkers continue to be here throughout the day and into the evening, taking your calls and talking about all the headlines. And speaking of the headlines, Rob Taylor just minutes away with an update at 11:30 as we continue for Memorial Day weekend on KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 412-556-BATH.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. a trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 55 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters right here in Pittsburgh. Trump said the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with much of that investment to occur over the next 14 months. News of the partnership has brought out reaction from many elected officials, including Clairton Mayor Rich Latanzi, who spoke with KDKA Radio's Rob Pratt this morning.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
Stay with News Radio KDKA for more on the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. KDKA Radio News Time 11:31. It's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service if you're concerned about your trees. Call 412-884-TREE. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Lynn loves spring in Pittsburgh, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Pittsburgh.
The Rhino Shield representative came, and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Now get Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty, and we truly believe in this product.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Weather cool for today with partly sunny skies, the high 62, chilly low 41 tonight, and some sunshine tomorrow and Memorial Day, 65 tomorrow, near 70 on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Clark Dumart is here from Amtrak, and we were talking about the Grand Canyon when we went to commercial break. Andrew.
Yes. So, Clark, tell us a little bit about the Grand Canyon trip, because I know when I was there, I saw there were tracks for the Grand Canyon Railway. I myself was on a bus. So how does a trip like that work? Is it taking you directly to the Grand Canyon, or tell us a little bit about that itinerary?
Yes, and the Grand Canyon is one of our top 2 best-selling destinations in the United States. So keep that in mind. We have great success booking last minute. So if you want to go, this weekend, we still have space. But what I will say is the trips that we offer to the Grand Canyon, we do partner also with Grand Canyon Railway. So what we'll do is get you to the town of Williams. It's been known traditionally as the gateway to the Grand Canyon. Spend a night there, and then the following morning after breakfast, which we do include, board the Grand Canyon Railway, that famous steam engine, the 2-hour, 20-minute or so ride right up into the South Rim. They do great entertainment on board. It's a very scenic train ride, and it goes right into that village, right on the South Rim, right on the rim of the canyon. We also will include a motor coach guided tour when you first arrive, so you can get your bearings and learn a little bit about the history, and then we give you really the rest of the day to kind of just relax, do your own thing, and kind of explore at your leisure. And we've got a handful of fantastic properties right in and around that village. Even if you want to stay right on the rim, we have a number of properties that we can actually book for you to get the most out of that experience.
That's great. If they wanted to add more tours to their itinerary, are they able to do that through Amtrak Vacations?
Absolutely. We can do, pink Jeep tours, which you may or may be familiar with.
Yes.
Which I know I've done when I was a kid and we went out there. And also, even if you're feeling adventurous, even a nice helicopter ride or a small airplane, get a little different perspective over the canyon. But I don't know if I would do that, but it's something that we can definitely offer for guests who are feeling adventurous.
Yeah. And then you guys are seeing all of the benefits of using Amtrak Vacations or Rail Bookers through AAA. They will plan the whole entire thing for you. You don't have to worry about anything. If there are accommodations you need to add, if you need to change the number of nights that you want to stay, you don't like the itinerary, everything is customized around you and what you want your vacation to look like. So these are the benefits of using AAA and us using Amtrak Vacations or Rail Bookers. What are some of do you have any promotions right now or discounts that we can offer our clients?
Definitely. So we always have some great deals going on. Right now, I believe we actually have a big sale. So on our website, which you can see on our deals page, and we can get all these discounts through AAA, hundreds of dollars. I know that we always vary them based on the time of year, but there's always a part of the world, like a certain country or certain national park, that will qualify you. And it is combinable with any AAA member discount. So not only do your AAA travel agents, who are amazing, make it super easy for you to plan your own vacation just by being a member, but also it's going to be less expensive for you. They're going to make it a lot more valuable and just get you a much better bang for your buck at some quality, trusted properties and vendors that you're partners with. So we always have discounts any time of year, depending on where it is, almost anywhere in the world right now. And I want to mention, too, if I could, that one of the things about Amtrak is important to know, it goes to 46 of the 48 states of the mainland United States. So you can get to almost anywhere that you want to, probably a lot more places than you might think. Very, very popular if you don't fly. Really, really great way. My one tip to all the listeners out there is be flexible with your dates if possible. Give yourself even a day or two extra on either side of your target date to depart, because that can really, really change the pricing and availability. And therefore, if you want to get the best deal, if you're even just a little bit flexible, you're going to get a lot more out of your trip that way. So that's my one big tip for all the listeners out there.
That's great. I don't think I realized that you guys went to that many places. That's really beneficial to the people that don't like to fly. I know a lot of people that don't like to fly. And I mean, it's fantastic. And also all the countries you visit. I didn't realize you went to all of those places either. So, and that's Rail Bookers. Yeah.
Gotta spread the word.
Yes, we will. So what are some of the other benefits of riding the train?
So really, the train obviously will make for a much different style vacation. If you're typically like a big flyer to different destinations, obviously you get to appreciate the landscape, get all that extra scenery. In fact, the train goes to a lot of places that cars don't even give you access to. Believe it or not. So, for example, when you're, let's say, going out through the state of Colorado, right? It's the heart of the Rocky Mountains. Well, the train, and specifically the California Zephyr, which is, by the way, the #1 most popular long-distance train in the United States, goes through the Rocky Mountains. And there are some parts of that track that you cannot even access by car, which is very, very interesting, very unique. So that's definitely a trip where I'd suggest if you're going to want to probably have sleeper car for yourself so that you get access to the observation car and get the best views in that big glass dome car that everyone is familiar with, I think. So that's one of the best things about it.
Yeah. And you mentioned that they get to go, that the trains go places that cars can't go. And then if you see some of the photos, like you see trains on the side of mountains, I think I would be like terrified if I was on them. But yeah, the views
if
look
you're not
fantastic.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that it does offer. It's a very different type of vacation. I mean, it's stress-free. It's meant to be stress-free. You don't want to be in a rush necessarily when you're taking the train. I mean, everyone hears about the delays, but no one really, you want to hear about the scenery and what you're getting out of the trip and the type of experience. It's supposed to be a relaxing trip. Maybe, be off the grid for a little bit. I know all of us today, especially, I mean, I can speak for myself, but, we're all attached to our phones. But it's a great opportunity to kind of be off the grid, when you're going to some of these remote places and just sort of relax, and just kind of be in the moment when you're on board with your friends, your family, or if you're a solo traveler. We do lots of solo trips for people that, may not like to travel with other people or may not have other people that they do travel with.
Yeah.
So that's one of the important things to remember too.
Yeah, that is. So you mentioned, and this just popped in my mind, that everyone likes to be connected to their phone. Did the trains offer Wi-Fi?
Great question, and only some of them do. Now, in the United States, there's only a handful of long-distance trains that offer Wi-Fi. I know that the Northeast Corridor, kind of where I live, out, New York, Massachusetts, that whole area, most of those quote-unquote business trains, the Northeast Regionals and the Acellas, do offer Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So if you need to do some work or something on board, they do. Some of the other trains are not yet equipped. And then around the world, there are some trains that offer and some trains that do not. It's always best to just plan ahead, get a data plan if you need it. If you think you're going to need your access to some data.
Right. Because you definitely might be off the grid if you don't plan that. But so you mentioned that on the longer rides there are, or is it all of the rides that offer like a food car, drinks, things like that?
So any long distance trip, you of course have the option to take coach, but when you do upgrade to either a roomette or a deluxe bedroom, that will all of a sudden include a lot of extra things such as your meals, so breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It will give you access to other amenities like the dining car, like the observation car, and also even a shower. Something as simple as a shower. You don't have access to that when you're in coach. So when you're taking even a 2-day trip, it's a big ask. You might save a little bit of money by taking coach, but it's a lot. I think more. In my opinion, it's a lot more worth it to at least go with the roomette because then you get to shower along the way, and nobody wants to be next to like the stinky person on the train, anyways. But,
right, especially on those long rides.
Though, you get a lot more space.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you get a lot more inclusions and just a bed to sleep in. Something as simple as a bed, I think is a big deal.
So the new Real ID, is that required for to get onto the train? What is required for someone in the U.S. to get on the train?
So I don't believe a Real ID is necessarily required at this time. Just a valid government-issued identification will work just fine, from as far as I know. And of course, the same policies when we're crossing the border, let's say into Canada. Mm-hmm. Typically, a passport is the gold standard, but of course, there are a few other exceptions to that. But a Real ID, I don't believe is required at this time for Amtrak.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I know.
This would be a great way just to take off and see the entire country in the summer. Take a 2-week vacation.
Yeah,
you never see me again.
Oh, I know. Man. Clark, you're singing my kind of music, man. I appreciate you doing a great job. Again, 800-354-8761. Mackenzie standing by today. AAA.com/radio. This is really going to become a wave of the future.
I think so too. It's easy travel, especially now that you need so much documentation to go anywhere. It's just much easier to get from point A to point B as long as you have the time and are ready to just sit back and relax.
See, Clark, I do a bunch of things here. I do sports, I do political talk, I do this, that, whatever, home improvement, cooking shows. I do everything. But one of the things I've talked about for years, Amtrak is such an important part of who we are in this country, and they are going to be getting an upgrade. There's going to be some new tracks being laid. The government is stepping up. This is one of the best things the government has to offer. And I think to myself, where they have been in Europe for so many years with high rail speed, imagine where we would be if we didn't have Amtrak, Clark. Imagine where we would be right now.
You're not kidding. Yeah, we have a ways to go, of course. But we have over 500 stations here in the U.S. and Canada combined that you can take the train to. And I just want to mention a quick little fun fact. But if you're considering Europe, consider that there's over 26,000 stations in Europe. So if you are planning to go international, you can go almost anywhere you want. We are so far behind here, even though there are some amazing routes and places you can go. Europe is absolutely just a model of their transit system, and I'm glad to see that Amtrak is moving in the right direction, though. So we'll get there.
No doubt. One track at a time, one station at a time. We'll come back. 800-354-87. I mean, you've asked so many good questions today. I'm jealous.
I know. I should take over your job, Rob.
But it wouldn't be hard. Yeah. Oh, she's so good. It's so happy. I'm so happy to see her. She just makes me smile. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay with us. Much more with Andrea and Clark on the other side on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Ahoy Vacation Cruisers. AAA has select dates for a no-fly cruise. Hop on their motor coach from the Pittsburgh region and head to Baltimore, New York, or New Jersey to board a cruise destination of choice. Bermuda, Canada, or the Caribbean. There is an itinerary for you on either Carnival, Princess, or Royal Caribbean International. You'll avoid airport hassles and enjoy a stress-free, no-fly way to take in one of 3 great destinations with multiple itineraries. AAA member rates start at just $1,359 per person, double occupancy. Rates include round-trip motor coach, cruise accommodations, taxes, government fees, and more. Space is limited. Visit AAA.com/featured vacations to view each amazing itinerary and complete details. Visit your local AAA branch or call AAA at 1-800-354-8761.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Back to Andrea and Clark. We're talking Amtrak on AAA Central's Talking Travel. Andrea.
So before we recap, I just want to remind everyone of our membership promotion. So if you book a new cruiser tour with one of our preferred partners, which is Amtrak Vacations and Rail Bookers, you get a membership for only $10. And you're going to need that if you're driving through all these holidays or during all these holidays all summer. Lots of driving holidays coming up. You do have to spend a minimum of $1,000, and make sure you call 1-800-354-8761. Mackenzie is there ready to book you on your Amtrak vacation or Rail Bookers vacation and get you your membership for $10. Or you could visit your local office and they can help you out as well. So Clark, before we wrap up, just tell us a little bit more about Rail Bookers and what they're offering in Europe for you, just so we refresh our members on what Rail Bookers actually is.
Of course. So Rail Bookers can really help you book any customized, flexible, independent travel style vacation up to 2 years in advance. We are really a worldwide land tour operator, and we specialize in rail, of course. So we can build you a custom vacation with your trains, hotels, tours, and transfers all in one convenient place to save you time, save you money, with our extremely talented team at AAA. And we're really here to just build your dream vacation for you, no matter how short or long that may be, wherever it is in the world. And we have over 5,000 different pre-built vacation styles, but there are lots more that you can build all on your own.
Yes. And I just want to remind everyone of the tour or Rail Bookers tour that we have on AAA.com/radio, Rome, Florence, and Venice. I just highlighted a date of November 7th through the 13th, just to give you an idea of pricing, starting from $18.89 per person. That's land and rail only, based on double occupancy. You're going to places like Rome, Florence, Venice. And then if you need to extend it any of those nights, you want to shorten one night in Rome, but you want to make most of your stay in Florence, you could do that. You can totally customize this. Of course, pricing will vary if you're making an adjustment to the itinerary that's posted online. But please call 1-800-354-8761 and they will contact Rail Bookers. We'll get the perfect package booked for you, customized to what you want to see, what tours you want to see, and centralized hotels so that you can walk to all the popular destinations like Trevi Fountain or the Colosseum or places like this that we are so used to seeing in the movies, or you look at online and you wish that you want to go to. So tell us a little bit more about that particular tour that we're advertising.
Yeah, so actually, and I want to mention, because with the Venice, Florence, and Rome, which has been advertised with AAA, it's our #1 best-selling Italian vacation package. I actually want to just mention to you, we're really proud to introduce our first ever VIP event. I know with all this global attention we've had on Rome following the election of Pope Leo, we are offering now for the first time ever our After Hours at the Vatican vacation packages. So for anyone interested in that, we have a select number of guests to really explore the Vatican museums, which includes some time beneath Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling after the closing hours and without any crowds, which is pretty exciting and pretty unique that we have this opportunity, something that we can offer. We actually have 3 exclusive itineraries that we can include this. That includes London to Rome with the Vatican access. We can also include Naples and Sorrento with that. And then, of course, the Venice, Florence, and Rome with the After Hours Vatican access. So I just wanted to add one extra little piece, an important detail to that, because each of those itineraries itineraries will include for our guests first class rail travel between the cities, private transfers, the curated sightseeing with that, all 5-star luxury accommodations, and then, like I mentioned, that exclusive VIP Vatican experience, which is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I want to introduce that. That's going to be running in actually on September 8th. So if you're free that time of year, if that's the kind of time that you're looking to go, it's just the time that we were able to get approved for that. So I wanted to add that with the Venice, Florence, and Rome.
Yeah, that is so important. I've been to Rome twice, and I've been to the Vatican both times. And I could tell you there was a tour included, but it is so crowded. So to add that in there where after hours when it's closed and there's only a selected amount of people in the Vatican is so important, because I've been there. It's so crowded. It's hard to get around. You're squeezing in these tight staircases. So, I mean, that's really great, Clark. I'm glad to hear that. I think that's a huge benefit of booking through Rail Bookers.
All right, Clark, before you go, I have about 30 seconds before I have to say goodbye and get ready for the news. So I'm going to give that entire 30 seconds to you to summarize. Go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. Well, please, if you're interested in any of our trips or learning more about us, go into any AAA branch or call the number that Andrea mentioned before, so that our team can guide you through the whole process. We can help build that perfect customized vacation package for that independent style anywhere in the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, anywhere else. We can include trains, make for a once-in-a-lifetime, very unique, experience for you, your family, and your friends. So please give us a call.
Clark, great job. We'll do it again, okay?
Sounds fantastic. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thanks, Clark.
You did good.
Yeah.
Really, you did too.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
No, I just sat back and listened and enjoyed. You know, when I had toy trains as a kid, I'd turn all the lights off in the house and, the cars would be lit up. And I used to just envision, where are these trains going? What places are these folks going to go see? And Amtrak, I didn't realize they went into that many states.
Neither did I.
Best way to book a trip. Go ahead.
Call 1-800-354-8761. Mackenzie is waiting by to make that booking for you, and she wants you to get that $10 membership, or you can visit your local office. The same offer is included with that $10 membership if you're booking preferred cruiser tour. So make sure you visit or call 1-800-354-8761.
Alicia, next week you'll be back Flag Day, June 14th. So I have
yes.
I have something to look forward to.
Yeah. Well,
I know when you're on the radio more than when I know I'm on the radio. That's how much I look forward to.
You know more than I know. I just look at my schedule. Do I have to get up early?
Listen, have a wonderful cookout with your mom, dad, and family,
I will.
And your husband. Have fun and have a safe weekend.
I will. Thanks.
Remember, Dream It, Plan It, Book It. Get that membership. The summer travel season is just underway. 800-354-8761.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for moms.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Okay, I have a big and different question for you to answer. How would you feel if others called you the biggest loser that they knew and they meant it as a compliment? Yes, a compliment. Why is being the biggest loser a good thing? Because 10, 20, 40, 60, 100 pounds are off your body. You're moving better, looking better, doing things that you haven't been able to do for a long time. I'm Dr. Shufo at the Weight Loss and Wellness Center, and that's exactly what we can make you. The biggest loser. We'll eliminate why you can't and only why you can. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. President Trump announced a partnership with Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump saying this on the social media site Truth Social Friday afternoon. That the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Now, the exact details on the partnership have not been announced, but Trump did say he's making a stop in Pittsburgh Friday, May 30th, for a, quote, big rally, end quote. Nippon Steel had proposed an acquisition of U.S. Steel for nearly $15 billion back in December of 2023, but lawmakers, including President Trump, vowed to block the sale to keep U.S. Steel American-owned and operated. Now, the news of the partnership has elicited reaction from many elected officials, including West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly telling KDKA-TV,
When you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
Stay with News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Well, on June 5th, a new law will go into effect that will make it illegal for Pennsylvania drivers to have a phone or any device in their hands while they're driving. With more, News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The law is named after Paul Miller, who was killed when the truck driver smashed into his car while reaching for his phone. State police say starting June 5th, they will begin to enforce the law that makes it illegal to have a phone in your hand while you're driving or at a red light or stop sign. AAA's Jim Garrity said at a Friday news conference their data shows checking the phone at a red light is still dangerous.
Even on the roads you take every day, you don't know how long they're going to last. And as soon as that red light turns green, you're still thinking about what's on your phone. And we have research to prove it.
State police will hand out written warnings for 1 year before imposing $50 fines, which will also include court and other costs. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Well, this Memorial Day holiday weekend expected to draw more than 39 million people on the roads through Monday afternoon. That's an increase of 1 million people compared to last year. Overall, AAA says 45.1 million people are expected to travel at least 50 miles this weekend by car, air, or other means. AAA says in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, 4.8 million people will travel by car. Gas prices in the state right now are an average of $3.31 per gallon. In Allegheny County, that number is $3.49 per gallon. KDK Radio News Time is 12:02. The AccuWeather forecast on the way.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, rather cool for late May with partly sunny skies, high 62. Chilly, low 41 tonight. Tomorrow, Memorial Day, partly sunny, 65. Tomorrow, 69 Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Dagger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by JP Roofing. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
He is Joe Potocznik, and he is here representing JP Roofing. We have a lot to get to, but the clear choice is the man you know who's from here. You recognize his face from television. You understand who he is. You recognize his voice from radio. The deal is taking care of you, the consumer. I can attest to it firsthand. I have never dealt with a company more professional than JP Roofing. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. We're going to be talking about an offer that he has brought to KDKA today that you do not want to pass up. That's moments away. But what we have been dealing with in recent weeks, the aftermath of the storm that I was caught out in, I can only imagine where they have been day in and day out. But this is your lucky day if you're dealing with any of that aftermath from that storm that we had. So, Joe, let's begin. I know you've been busy, but you can definitely help, right?
Hi, Rob. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here today. As always, I've always enjoyed being on your show.
Thank you.
Today we offer... with all the recent storms we've had, we are offering an additional $500 off of any complete roofing and siding estimate. Just call our office today for the first 10 callers. We're going to offer this additional $500 off. So it'll be $1,000 off.
All right, so here's the number, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. And you work with insurance companies and you help people put it together to get it done and to get what they deserve. I was just talking to somebody earlier today. Unless you know how to talk to these insurance companies, it's very difficult to get what you need to get it done. Why are you so good at that? And obviously you have built relationships.
Some of their estimates look like it's in a different language. Most homeowners don't understand the process. And the process is let us inspect the roof first to see if it warrants to get the insurance company there. You don't want to put a claim in if there's no damage. You clearly have to have damage to the roof. So we would inspect the roof, see if there's damage, then we would call the insurance company, put a claim in, get a claim number, get a date and time when the adjuster is going to be there. We would meet the adjuster on site and go over with him the estimate we have created to try to compare apples to apples. If there's any missing damage items, incorrect pricing, he might see something that we don't see, or we'll see something he don't see. We work together on it. We work for the homeowner. We're there to fight for the homeowner. Some of the shingles are discontinued. So we have documentation from the warranty company to prove that this shingle is discontinued or this siding is discontinued, which you cannot put that size shingle on. Like, for instance, the old Durations, the Owens Corning are 39 inches. The new Durations are 36 inches. So you can't put that pattern on your roof. So you have to replace the entire roof. So you might have a couple shingles off on one side that could warrant for a total replacement. That's what we're good at. We supplemental invoice the insurance company to get what the homeowner deserves.
4 decades. Why Owens Corning for JP Roofing?
I've watched the change, the innovation, the quality that they've come up with. They have the best Shordell technology, the highest wind resistance, the best adhered seal strip. It's a cloth strip that's embedded into a wider asphalt strip that's underneath it. the wind resistance, the tear resistance. It's been proven. I've seen videos and heard at some of the conferences in these hurricane areas where you got higher winds they have here in PA, that roofs are all off around these houses that still have the roofs on. Nothing happened to these roofs, and they were Owens Corning roofs.
All right, let me just say this, and we're going to give you the background on him, his company, what they do. We'll talk about Owens Corning. We'll take you through every single step. We got that special offer. We're going to remind you about that throughout the hour. But the reason why you want to deal with somebody you know, as opposed to some private equity company who basically spends a lot of money to slap their name up against another name and to make as much money as they can quickly as possible and get in and get out and move on to the next market. I've never seen weather like this in my life. Tornadoes, more high winds, damaging problems. You want to make sure that you not only get a quality job and a quality product, but if you have an issue, you can pick up the phone and talk to somebody you know. That's where you guys do your best work.
That's right, Rob. You know, when you're looking for a qualified roofing company that can provide you the most value for your investment, you want to go with a local company that can offer you a platinum warranty. We are platinum, and we're hand selected. It's based on string of qualifications that we can offer perks only found at the platinum level. We can give you a lifetime warranty. You know, there's a lot of these guys are jumping into this business, and we've been around for 43 years, going into our 44th year. And, you know, I did the work for 30 of the 43 years, and I know what it takes to put a proper roof on. I've always used Owens Corning, and I've saw the changes over the years. They got it right. It's the best shingle on the market. It's how you apply the products, all your accessories, the shingle itself, the ventilation. We will climb in your attic to measure the NFAs, to see what your intake is, which should be 55%, your outtake 45%. And decide on what kind of ventilation is proper for your house. That's the only way you're going to get a roof that's going to last 40 to 60 years with proper ventilation, the proper inspection of your house. Our sales team has an eye for detail. They're all over. They spend 2 to 3 hours at your house if necessary. And once we get a proper scope of work, we will put the estimate together, and you will get a proper warranty based on the qualifications and the perks that we can offer on the platinum level of a lifetime labor warranty. The shingles are guaranteed for 50 years.
Amazing.
100%. They're with the proper ventilation, these roofs are going to last 40 to 60 years. The labor is 25 years, 100%. Pro rates after that. That's at a platinum status. We're 1%. There's only a hand selected in the area, but throughout the country, there's 480 out of tens of thousands of roofers, and they just don't hand these out like there's that you have to qualify for this. So you want a proper warranty, you want a proper installation, you want somebody that's local that can handle this type of work, this warranty.
And listen, if you've been thinking I'll put it off for a year or two, you have to agree with me. Have you ever seen weather like this in your life?
No, I haven't, Rob. It's we had the storm in 2011. That tornado went through Kennywood Park and went up through West Mifflin, Greensburg, North Huntington, Latrobe. Then we had the one in 2012. It was a bad hailstorm on 4th of July. If everybody remembers that one, that hit more closer to the east side, and I mean it was bad then. We never saw anything like it. It was all new, and we're more of a retail company. We're not storm chasers. Well, if you need an estimate, you want us to work with the insurance company, we're knowledgeable enough to work with the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
But through the years, there was a little bit here throughout 13, 14, 16. 17. Now we're getting them not only once a year. I believe last year we had 28 tornadoes that touched down in western Pennsylvania. So the storms are abundance now, and the winds are higher, the hail's bigger, and it's harder, and it's causing damage. These insurance companies are tightening up a little bit. one thing you want to maybe look in your policy to see if you have the matching endorsement. And they're offering that now. Prior to that, maybe 2 years ago, they're claiming Pennsylvania is not a mix and match state. So we have to fight to get a complete roof. Today, they have the matching endorsement that you could add to your policy. So if you have 50% damage, they pay for the other side with no questions asked. If you don't have that, then we have to fight the insurance company, and there's just documentation you have to put in. We're knowledgeable enough to have the proper discontinued products from the warranty company, the different items that we've used years ago that's not available today that you cannot put on your house. And there's ways of doing this to get you a complete roof. But with the matching endorsement, it's a lot easier.
All right, this is what Joe's brought to the table today. First 10 callers, a extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday ad of $500. Here's the number, so you should call as we go to break. First 10 callers, 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. We're going to come back and talk about the process, what they do, a little bit more background on why his record speaks for itself. JP Roofing, Joe Potoshnik here until 1 o'clock. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. We'll be back.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
JP Roofing, Joe Potoshnik is here, and this is what we are offering today. We're going to give the first 10 callers an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 of their everyday ad of $500. Here's the number. Looking for the first 10. It'll go quick, so call 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. We're going to get into the total process in a little bit, but let's go back to why choose a platinum preferred contractor like JP Roofing. Talk to me about that.
Rob, when choosing a platinum preferred roofing contractor, like I said, you want to find somebody that is going to provide you the most for the value of your investment. And when we do a platinum warranty,
right,
every job is warranted and it's a platinum warranty. It's put on and specified by Owens Corning using all their products. It's put on to their specifications. The knelling pattern on the drip edge, 9-inch centers. The ice and water shield, 3 foot behind all gutters, around all protrusions, on all rakes, around all chimneys. The ventilation, if you need to use inflow vent, or we look at your soffit vents, the ventilation is so important in warranting your roof. You can't just put those little slant backs, those little square boxes up there and put a ridge vent on. That won't work. Every house is different. You have Cape Cods, you have split levels, you have houses that have giant attics with a lot of roof lines. It has to be figured to the NFAs of your intake, 55%, 45% outtake. Your decking has to be solid. We have to redeck the whole house. All new plywood, all new, the sheathing got to be replaced. All new flashings. We grinded joints out in the mortar joint to tuck the metal inside, and then caulk it. The ridge vent on the roof. Some houses don't have overhangs, so you have to use an inflow vent. You cut a slot in the roof 1.5 inches above your insulation, and that gives you your intake. You have to vent that roof to get the longevity out of it, and that's why we're platinum preferred. We're hand-picked. There's stringent qualifications, and it takes years to get that. They just don't hand those out to anybody that comes along that wants to be a roofing contractor or it's in a business only for a few years. It takes years and trust and development and a partnership with my manufacturer that supplies us the shingles, who is Owens Corning.
All right, again, here's what Joe is bringing to the table today. We're going to give the first 10 callers an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 on their everyday ad of $500. 10 callers, so don't put it off. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Before we talk about what you do beginning to end, I've seen it firsthand. My roof, spectacular. Never have I seen such precision and beauty when that job is completed than I saw that process with JP Roofing not too long ago at my house. I want to talk a little bit about the history of your company and why you obviously speak from knowledge in the School of Hard Knocks. You were basically climbing and carrying shingles for many years. So talk about this beautiful new remodeled building located at 1131 Lincoln Highway in North Versailles. Just tell a little bit about the building, your facility, and your background, Joe.
Rob, years back when I was younger, when I first started in the business, you set goals, you have visions, and there's no dreaming involved. You just do it. I never worked for a roofing contractor. I read the package, my first roof. The first 2 roofs that were side by side, and I read the package, I tore the roof off, I asked some questions, made some phone calls, I put the roofs on, never had any problems with them. I actually replaced those roofs in 2011 and 2012, and I was able to see my work as a 22-year-old when I was 40. What was that? I was 52.
What was that
when I
like?
Replaced them? It was like a sense of just a pride, wow, this is why I do this.
So you were proud. You were proud of your job all those years later,
and I enjoyed. I always had an interest at the very beginning. You have to have an interest, and you have to enjoy what you do, and the outcome is just gratifying, and that's a passion. You develop a passion for it. Sometimes you don't even know it, but that is a passion.
Well, let me ask you this. And the gentlemen that were at my house who did an incredible job, they don't know about you and I, my relationship. Many of them don't even listen to me on the radio. They were just doing their job.
They're doing their job.
Why do you think they take, like you did as a young person, and it's so important for the owner to have that with his employees, but they are working on that job as though they were owning the company.
My project managers, myself, my production managers, make it all fun for them. They enjoy what they do. We have the same crew, same crews, crew leader, project managers with every crew. And when they go out there, it's the same guys. They're in good practice. They do the jobs the same every day. The installation process. That's how we qualified for these warranties, because they're like a well-oiled machine of getting the job done the way Owens Corning's engineers want it done. And they stay in good practice. And like I said, when I did it when I was younger, and all these years went by, I I always dreamed that I always had the vision. I mean, I'm not dreamed, but I always had the vision that I want to do this. You don't dream it, you just do it. And that's what I did. I wanted the office up on Route 30. I wanted the showroom on Route 30. I wanted the warehouse. A lot of these suppliers close at 4 o'clock. They're not open on weekends. And through the years, I developed these crews. And these guys are they're large crews. It's easier on everybody, not like when I did it. It was 5 or 6 of us. It took us longer to do it. Today, we could do a roof in a day. I passed the knowledge down to my crew leaders, my crew, my project managers, my whole team, Rob, that what I could give them, what I've experienced in the past, makes us a better company. We have good culture in our company. We have a lot of good employees and a lot of long-term employees.
Don't miss this opportunity, what Joe's giving you the chance to do today. First 10 callers, an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday ad of $500. Here's that number, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. If you've had some storm damage, they can help you with your insurance claim. They do that every day for people, so reach out to them. But it is Memorial Day weekend, and I want to give you a chance to talk about what you all do by supporting the community and supporting veterans at JP Roofing. Joe.
Every year, Rob, we do work, and we do work for the community. We do work for our fire departments. We do work for our police departments. We do work for the veterans. The veterans were always, in my mind, growing in this business, and I always wanted to do something for the veterans. Now I have the opportunity, and I have what I need to help the veterans. And we do 4 to 6. One year we did 8 veteran roofs. And just the gratitude that these veterans have and the gratitude we have for doing this. Some of these we get media coverage, some of them we don't. I don't need the media coverage all the time. So we do them when we can. When they call, we're there for them. And Owens Corning supplies all the material at no cost. We supply all the labor at no cost. And our dumpster company, A Street Dumpster out of Penn Hills, they supply our dumpsters at no cost.
Good people.
It's a good partnership with everybody. And we enjoy doing it for the veterans.
All right, listen, I'm so happy to have him here. I can't recommend him enough other than say seeing is believing, but trustworthy, honest, on time. They take care of the job, get it done right. There's cleanup after that's second to none. More times than not, your yard's going to look better than before they showed up. That's how much they are a stickler for detail. Now, today, this offer on the table, and this is every reason why right now, call for action. Go to the phones as we go to a break. Here's what Joe is saying. He said, Rob, tell the folks, first 10 callers, and I'm sure that number is dwindling away as we speak. First 10 callers, an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. A complete roofing or siding estimate, an extra $500. That would make it $1,000, $1,000 from their everyday ad of $500. Here is that phone number. 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. And when we come back, start to finish, what they do when it comes to removing and adding the beauty of a new roof, you will not believe what they do from start to finish. It is impressive just to hear how they spare no expense to make sure you get the best job possible. That, of course, JP Roofing, 412-829-7711. And today, first 10 callers get an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 of their everyday ad of $500. First 10 callers, 412-829-7711.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, Get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Reaction continues to pour in after President Trump's announcement on Friday afternoon that a partnership has been reached between Japan-based Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the site Truth Social that the planned partnership would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy, with the bulk of that investment to occur in the next 14 months. Here's Clairton Mayor Rich Latanzi's reaction, speaking with KDK Radio's Rob Pratt this morning.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
A longtime former mayor of West Homestead has died. John Dindak served as mayor of West Homestead from 1972 until his retirement in 2023, more than 50 years as mayor. Dindak was a Navy veteran serving during both World War II and the Korean War. Also worked for U.S. Steel Homestead Works for more than 40 years. Dindak, who died on Thursday, was 97 years old. KDK Radio News Time is 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
It's another gigantic two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May 25th at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Philly Gourmet 100% pure beef patties, 1.5 to 2 pound box, $7.99 each. Selected varieties of Sugardale bacon, 1 pound package, $3.99 each. And woolly shrimp rings, 10-ounce packages, $3.99 each. In our produce department, sweet mini peppers, 8-ounce packages, 2 for $3. And all-purpose red potatoes, 5-pound bags, 2 for $5. In our deli department, all-natural countryside Swiss cheese, $3.99 a pound, and Wonder Bar German-style bologna, $2.99 a pound. And stock up on these. Selected varieties of Utz potato chips, 8-ounce bags, $1.88 each. Selected varieties of Turner's iced teas, 64-ounce jugs, 3 for $4. And French's yellow mustard, 20-ounce bottles, 2 for $3.
So get in on the giant two-day sale today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, May 24th and 25th at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Call Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Registration is now open for the 2025 Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. One great weekend takes place the last Saturday and Sunday of September. From the 5K to the 10K to the Dollar Bank Junior Great Race, there's a start line for everyone. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cool for today with partly sunny skies, the high 62. Chilly low 41 tonight, and some sunshine tomorrow and Memorial Day, 65 tomorrow, near 70 on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by JP Roofing.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me just say this. You know, I've been around a long time. I've talked to a lot of people in this business, but I love when I actually see someone who does exactly what they say they're going to do. And this guy, from start to finish, his crew, and we've known each other for years, everything I envision JP Roofing to be, they are. I've seen it firsthand. I have neighbors raving about the job that they did. But the workers are second to none. You will absolutely embrace having them around. So I don't want you to miss this offer today. Every once in a while, I try to say, Joe, you got to bring your A game. And he did today. So what he is giving you today for the next 25 minutes or so, and you got to hurry because some calls are coming in. We're saying the first 10 callers, and I'm not exactly sure where they are, but they've got to be pretty close by now. It's going to give an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday ad of $500. So $1,000. You've got to be one of the first 10 callers. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is your typical roof replacement. It's not one and done. It's not 2, 3, and 4 and done. There's more that goes into this than meets the eye. So once again, the man behind the brand, JP Roofing, typical roof replacement, step by step. You get your money's worth with JP Roofing. Joe Potoshnik. Go ahead, Joe.
Rob, I want to start with, we remove all the shingles. We cover up all the bushes, the shrubbery, the trees. We protect your property most of all. And when we remove the roof, we take it down to the roof deck. We re-nail any loose boards, any rotted boards we replace. Some of the older homes have the thin plywood on there. In some cases, we might have to redo the whole decking of the entire front and back of your home. Like I said, we inspect and re-nail down any of the loose boards. In any typical insulation, we do give 3 sheets of plywood free or 3 sheathing boards free, and that could take up to maybe $240 to $300 of wood. Once we do that and we clean the deck off, we install our drip edges on all perimeters. We nail it on 9-inch centers. That's ordinance and code of Owens Corning and state code. And we put the ice and water shield 3 foot behind all gutters. If your overhangs are bigger than 1 foot, we will put 2 layers down. A Pennsylvania code, the 906.5, the Boca code, 2005 Boca code, requires that the ice and water shield be 2 foot inside the interior wall. Well, I'm sorry, your exterior wall. So if you have a 1 foot overhang, you use 1 layer of ice and water shield, which is 3 foot wide. If you have an 18-inch to a 2 foot overhang, then we put 2 rows of the ice and water shield. The ventilation is very crucial in replacing the new shingles. Installing the new shingles, we figure out the NFAs. Your intake should be 55 in and 45 out. And we do that with the formula we use through Owens Corning. We ridge vent the length of the ridge of your roof, remove any of the turtleback, which is the little square slant backs, and we install the Pro Armor roofing underlayment. It's a synthetic roofing underlayment behind your ice and water shield and covers the entire roof itself. The ice and water shield will go around the chimneys. It'll go around your pipes. It'll go around skylights. It'll go up the rakes of your roof. And then when we apply the shingles, we use a step flashing for any roof area that meets a vertical wall. You want to remove the siding, take a couple layers or a couple rows of siding off so you can get your ice and water shield up the vertical wall and your step flashing up the vertical wall. After that, we will put all the necessary flashings on around your chimney, install your skylight, install the ridge vent. When we're done, we clean your gutters out. We clean all debris around the house. We run magnets around your house. And sometimes it's cleaner than it was when we got there.
All right. What I want to talk about ventilation, if I can, for just a moment. Why is it so important, ventilation, Joe?
The ventilation is important for warranty purposes. These roofs are lasting 40 to 60 years. And that's how we can offer a platinum warranty. If it's installed correctly to their specifications, you could warranty it. It's called a lifetime warranty, 40 to 60 years. It's 50 years prorates after that. And the labor is 25 years, 100% in prorates after 25 years. And we meet Owens Corning's highest standards. Our roofs get inspected. They might send us an email with 6 roofs on there in one area. They might, 3 months later, they'll send us maybe 10 roofs. They want to come out and inspect our roofs to keep us honest. They know what products we're using through the invoices from our distributor gets sent to Owens Corning. That's how they warranty the roof. That's how you get your warranty registration, is from that invoice showing all the products we used that are necessary to qualify for the Platinum Preferred Warranty.
All right, now this is what you're probably saying to yourself, but how do I know? I can't climb up there. How do I know? So we're going to talk about this kind of spring inspection, things you can look for, and even get somebody or let Joe and the crew go up and let them see whether or not it needs replaced. So how do you know it's time to replace your roof?
If you look at your shingles, Rob, and they're curling or they're lifting, you could see in the age of your roof. If you know the age of your roof, some of these roofs are only lasting 18 years, and it's a 25-year shingle. The 3-tab composition shingle, the older shingles that are being more or less obsolete today, and we're using all the architectural shingles. So you want to look for any missing shingles, anything that looks wavy or curling is signs that the shingle's dried out and it's expired.
And you'll do that for people. You'll come over and inspect that roof.
We will do that. We will come over. We'll inspect your roof to see if there's any damage from the storms, or if there's anything that you're concerned about. A lot of these insurance companies are on renewal. They're flying drones over your house. They're looking at how long you've lived there, how old your roof is. They're looking to replace. They want you to replace your roof before your renewal. If they weren't to do that by the age of your roof, they're actually flying drones over the homeowner's home.
So I got to ask you, for the consumers out there, look, you and I, we've been around a while, and you've got some family in your company. But with everything that's happening in the industry, especially in the construction and home remodeling industry, and these private equity firms that really know nothing about North Huntington as opposed to the North Hills, but they spend buckets of money, buy people out, jump on their good name. They go in, they do as much as they can, and then they move out. What do we, the consumers, do to protect ourselves, Joe?
Well, you want to stay with a local company, somebody that's well-footed here, that's been around a long time. You'll get a good warranty, and you'll get a good service if you need them again. If there's any problems, we'll come out. So if you call us and you have a question, or you need us to come out and look at something that doesn't look right in your roof, we'll come out. We stand behind the warranty. Owens Corning stands behind the warranty. And that's the difference between us and some of these companies that are coming in here and buying companies up, or they're just coming here for the storm. They'll come here for the storm and they'll leave, or they'll set an office up.
That happens too, Joe.
That happens a lot. Wherever the storms are, these guys, these companies will come and set up an office and send out a lot of flyers, and they'll just canvass the neighborhood, but then they leave and go to the next town.
And you can't find them when you need them.
Yeah, so you get a tailgate warranty, but you want somebody that you could trust, somebody that has good customer service, like us, like JP Roofing. We thrive on customer service. We always said, a happy customer makes me happy.
Well,
when we're done with the job, we feel good about it.
As much as we love having you on the radio and seeing all your great TV ads, the best way to make your business grow is what the neighbors are saying.
Exactly. I did this marketing, I do the radio, I do the TV, but, we wanted the new customer to get the new referral. And that's where it's at now. Our referral base is higher than the broadcast and the radio. I mean, that built us to bring us to the point where we're at today. But with good customer service, that goes a long way. Our referral base is higher today than it's ever been. And that's what we wanted. We wanted the new customer to get the new referral. But you can't accomplish anything like that unless you have good customer service.
Well, customer service is what it's all about. And what he's offering today, you're not going to want to let this slip through your fingers. I mean, this is an incredible opportunity, and you can thank Joe Potoshnik for putting it together. He's here today. Just one more segment coming up. But here's what he has on the table. If you're one of the first 10 callers, you get an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday $500 ad. But here's the number. Don't put it off. Make the call right now. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Again, first 10 callers get an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday ad of $500. Number 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Joe Potoshnik, Rob Pratt, your Pratt Pack. Back with more in a moment on KDKA.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
At Penn West University, we're making college make sense again for people who maybe thought college wasn't the answer. We're making college practical with programs tied to in-demand jobs that prepare you for success right away. We're making college accessible by breaking down barriers and offering more choices. We're making college approachable with faculty who understand where you're coming from and help you get where you're going. At Penn West, we're making college valuable again for people just like you. Learn more at pennwest.edu.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. It's time now to wrap up our great hour with Joe Potoshnik. So before I throw it back to Joe to kind of give you the once-over, I want to remind you again that we have got this incredible offer on the table, and it's going to last for a couple more minutes, and hopefully you can get in under the radar with the final 10 callers, I'm sure, winding down as we speak. You don't want to miss it. This is an incredible opportunity, especially going into the spring and summer season. Get it done and save some money. First 10 callers, an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 from their everyday $500 offer. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Look, your work speaks for itself. I've seen it. Anybody who wants to see it, come to my house. You're always welcome. I live in Monaca on Atlantic Avenue, 806. Drive by, stop by, take a look. I stand out on the curb probably at least once or twice a week and just admire the job that he did with his incredible crew. What do you want the consumer to know about Joe Potoshnik and why you do wear your heart on your sleeve? I've never seen anybody care more about customers. I don't care how many zeros they have at the end of their name. I don't care where they live in Pittsburgh. If they got a roof that they need fixed or repaired, replaced, whatever, you make sure it gets done right, and there's service before, during, and after the sale. There's sometimes Joe will just text you out of the clear blue and say, how's things going? How's the crew doing? So what do you want people to know about you and why you truly believe you're the real deal to get the job done right the first time? Joe.
Well, first of all, Rob, I want to thank you for everything. You've been great. Odyssey's been great to me. It's a great partnership. And what I want the consumer to know is, we'll always be there for them. From the beginning, if you would call us, you could trust us. We have a well-balanced team. We have good culture in our company. We're a family unit. A lot of these companies that are being bought out, the family business is out the window. We'll always be there as a family unit, and we all work together. Just that we want to be there for the customer, and from the beginning, from the sales, from all the way to the production, to the installation, to the cleanup, and the final review of how we done is most important to me. The customer, like I said, a happy customer makes me happy. We enjoy what we do.
Oh, you do.
I love what I do. I have a passion for it, and so does my team. They all enjoy what they do. If they didn't, they wouldn't be there working for us.
You know what I've seen evolve in your business? The aesthetics of the roof has a lot to do with how good your house looks. I mean, it's actually a part of the beauty of your house. Who would have ever thought something that you really can't see because it's so high, but it really is. It's all about mix and match. It's about color. It's about curb appeal. It can actually make your home look beautiful.
Yes, it can. We will help you with that. We will help you choose colors. We'll give you a variety of different colors to show you. We have an instant design in our 3D program that will show you what your siding looks like, your windows, your front door, and we can put the proper shingle on it and show you. It's like a rendering. You could render this design to show you what it looks like, and so you can make the right choice. You want to do it once and be done with it, but you want to make the right choice, and we're there to help you make that choice.
For those of you who just tuned in, hopefully you did not miss it, but if you did, we're going to podcast this. You'll be able to go to KDKRadio.com and click on audio, KDK on demand, and you'll be able to hear the show in its entirety. But Joe started off talking about 22 years of age, North Huntington, doing a roofing job, going back in his 40s, admiring his work, doing the same job, saying, I did a great job then. And I watched him at my house actually climb the ladder, go up, come back down. Does it seem like it's been a blink, like in broadcasting? I'm 68, you're 65. It was like we were those young guys. I'm 24 when I started here. You're doing roofing jobs at 22. But here we are, a little grayer, a little older, but I have the same drive, the same dedication. I don't think I've really cared more about things than I do right now. So I don't think age has anything to do with it. We're just really passionate about what we do.
No, the mind's a powerful thing, and we love what we do, and it shows, Rob. It shows, and I'll never quit it. I'll back down a little bit, but I enjoy what I do. I love this business. I love meeting new customers. I get out there now and then. I can't meet every customer. I do talk to them on the phone. Some will call me and give me feedback on my sales team or my production team or my installation crew of how how impressed they were. My 2 salesmen. I have 6 salesmen, but 2 of them I just got phone calls yesterday about how they felt they could trust them, and they weren't going to get 3 other bids. He ended up selling the neighbor's roof too, because they both were in the market for a new roof, and we did the roof, and they were just so impressed. Our reviews tell it all. We're not perfect, never claimed to be perfect, but we are a good unit. We are a trusted company. So, if you want to get a good job and you want a good warranty and you want somebody that's going to be there for you, call JP Roofing.
But let me tell you, I've been around a lot of people, and I've done a lot of shows, met a lot of people, did a lot of travels, grew up because of a father seeing the way it was supposed to be done the first time because he did it all himself. But what I admired the most about your crew, this is what we're going to do. A, B, C, D. We'll be here tomorrow, 8 o'clock to start. Boom. I mean, my grandfather clock struck. Bing. Doorbell rang. There. A, B, C. Tomorrow we'll be back. We'll do the next step. Then we'll do that. They did everything exactly the way they said. Now, look, I'm not saying you have to be perfect every time. We all make mistakes. I do, too. But that speaks volumes for a company that actually says what they're going to do, Joe, and they follow through with it. Because not only is their time valuable, so is the consumer's time. Everybody wants to get back to their life and move on to the next project or whatever. And when you start saying, I'll be there tomorrow, the next day we got tied up, couldn't make it, that just doesn't float. Just to see them do what they did and say exactly what they said they were going to do and do it, that's worth every single cent.
Yes, it is, Rob. And it shows the quality of the crew. The outcome, the installation process from A to Z, all the way through, and then the final walk around. The employees enjoy working together, and that's very important. There's no animosity. Everybody gets along. It's like a family unit. I mean, we have a lot of employees in the field. We have a lot of management staff, and everybody gets along. We have a big Christmas party. We get together now and then, and it's just it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and my hats are off to the guys.
Well, listen, Preferred Owens Corning Contractor, and I know you're proud of that, but they have to be proud of you too, because you do incredible work. So let me give you this one more time. Still time to get under the wire. If you're one of the first 10 callers, you're going to get an extra $500 off any complete roof or siding estimate. That would make it $1,000 on their everyday ad of $500. So as we get ready to say goodbye and go to the news, make the call. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. 7711. Joe Potoshnik, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rob. Really appreciate everything that you have done for me over the years, and I also thank Odyssey.
I'm grateful.
Great partnership.
News next.
The preceding was paid for by JP Roofing. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Rabbi Yisrael Altin joins us on KDKA. Unfortunately, these series of hate crimes continue, and it's disappointing.
So, the most important thing is, people are safe. It's obviously when we see things of hate like this going around, we need to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Reaction continues to pour in following President Trump's announcement Friday that there is a partnership that was reached between Japan-based Nippon Steel that will keep U.S. Steel's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Trump said on the site Truth Social that the planned partnership between the two steel giants would create at least 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. And that news of the partnership elicited a reaction from West Mifflin Mayor Chris Kelly telling KDKA-TV.
When you see that everything you've done for the last 2 years come together, it's overwhelming with emotion. So yes, I was crying, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Big men cry. And I was crying with happiness.
Clareton Mayor Rich Latanzi joined KDK Radio's Rob Pratt this morning.
It was a wonderful thing to hear. Had some kind of inkling that it might happen, but there's never no guarantees. And, we thought maybe Clinton was going to, I'm not Clinton, but Biden was going to do something a few months back. That didn't happen. And here Trump comes forward and said, okay, I'm going to allow this partnership and all the good stuff that goes with it.
And keep it here to News Radio KDK for more reaction to the planned partnership between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Well, 4 people were in custody this afternoon after a stolen vehicle crashed into a tree at the waterfront. That happened in Homestead. The incident happened Friday. Police say they were looking for a stolen SUV reported out of Whitaker. When they spotted it, a chase ensued. The SUV was seen going towards Lowe's at the waterfront and then crashed into a tree near the store. The people in the vehicle fled on foot, 2 toward the river and 2 into a nearby Old Navy store. Police caught up with all 4 alleged suspects. An investigation into the incident is underway. Well, CBS News correspondent Jim Kursula reports a famed musician taking a break as he deals with health concerns.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Billy Joel is canceling all of his scheduled concerts. The 76-year-old piano man has revealed on social media that he's being treated for